This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio.
Another Girl Lost by Mary Burton. Performed by Jesse Valinsky and David DeVries. The eye, like a shattered mirror, multiplies the images of sorrow. Edgar Allan Poe. Chapter 1. Detective Kevin Dawson. Saturday, July 20, 2024, Norfolk, Virginia, 11 a.m. Fear is a shapeshifter. It manifests in dozens of different ways. Loud shrieks, righteous wails, angry denials, moans, nervous tics, tapping feet, even nail-biting. Detective Kevin Dawson had seen all incarnations in his 15 years on the force. He'd also crossed paths with the rare ones who didn't show any signs of anxiety. They barricaded themselves behind an oppressive, icy silence that was difficult to penetrate. Discovering their secrets was always a challenge. The woman sitting across the interview table from him now was one of the unusual ones. A rare breed. Scarlett Crosby had tucked herself under layers of a smooth, non-responsive facade. Nonplussed. Bored, even. He'd yet to get under her skin, but she'd burrowed deep under his. Hours ago, he'd been pissed when he tightened the cuffs around her thin wrists, constricting the links until tension rippled through her body. Scarlett Crosby had likely killed one woman and had been caught trying to murder another. She'd viciously attacked the arresting officer, and now Dawson, along with everyone else in the department, wanted a pound of her flesh. 2 hours ago, after the paramedics had patched her up, he'd stuck her in this small, windowless interview room. He'd dimmed the lights, knowing she'd stew in shadows and dirty grays. When he'd slammed the door behind him, he'd made a show of flipping the deadbolt. His message was clear. You're locked in, trapped. Get used to a cell. On his orders, she'd received no bathroom breaks, water or coffee, and no human contact. He wanted her uncomfortable. Given her history, a little physical discomfort in a confined space might penetrate her silence. Playing fair? Maybe not. But his job was to solve a murder, not coddle Scarlett Crosby. When he re-entered the room, her eyes were closed, and her bandaged hand rested on her thigh. If he didn't know better, he'd say she was meditating at a yoga retreat. She wore gray scrubs, courtesy of the forensic officer who'd confiscated her blood-soaked t-shirt, jeans, and shoes. The garment swallowed her thin frame and cast an unhealthy hue on ivory skin stippled with traces of blood. She smelled of her victim's perfume, the back of the squad car, and the artist's paint she used daily. When he flipped on the lights, she didn't open her eyes or move. He angled the second chair at a diagonal close to her. The position, a deliberate choice to foster a connection between them. No table separating them. They were allies, not enemies. He sipped coffee as he set a cup of water in front of her. He shouldn't be the one talking to Scarlett Crosby. His perspective on this case was tainted. But he was the first to admit he had an on-again, off-again relationship with common sense. He needed her to talk to him. When she opened her eyes, there were no signs of gratitude or relief. If anything, annoyance simmered. He prided himself on sizing up suspects, but reading her was tough. He tugged his jacket, sipped coffee. How did we get here, Scarlett? The use of we and her name was deliberate. Creating connections, building bridges kind of thing. The suggestion that they were in this together seemed to amuse her. I want my lawyer. Her voice rattled with a slight rasp. When his investigation began almost 2 weeks ago, he'd recognized her name immediately. An internet search had unearthed 10-year-old images of a haunted, broken Scarlet staring blankly into a camera. A gash had run down her cheek, and bruises covered her neck and arms. That version of Scarlet had plagued his nightmares for a decade. He'd failed that Scarlet. She'd been the victim of Tanner Reed, who'd held, raped, and tortured her for 3 months. She'd suffered for those 3 months because when Dawson had interviewed Tanner weeks before her kidnapping, he'd not seen past the man's easy explanations and smile. It took 3 months for the dots to connect in Dawson's mind, and, thanks to some dumb luck, he'd finally saved Scarlet. The world had seen him as her ultimate savior, and he'd been promoted. The Scarlet sitting here now, the 2.0 version, had physically filled out in the last decade, softening those sharp bones. Her blonde hair had thickened and grown glossy. Color warmed her skin, and the old terrors radiating from her eyes had vanished. Now, he believed, her fears hadn't gone anywhere, but had bonded with anger and embedded in sinew and bone. She'd remade herself into an artist, a businesswoman, and a volunteer who helped at a local recreation center where she'd just completed a mural. Current publicity and public images captured smiles, but a detectable distance blunted her gaze. "I'll call your lawyer soon," he said. Scarlet drank her water and dug her thumbnail into the styrofoam cup. "I'm only talking to Luke Kane, Detective Dawson." "It could be a while. I'd hate for you to sit here any longer than necessary." The cup creaked as she tightened her fingers. "I was locked in a basement for 88 days. Remember? You'll have to try harder to intimidate me." He glanced at his watch, struggling to hide his rising frustration. "Scarlet, let me help you. I want to get this sorted out so you can go home. Talk to me." "Lawyer first, Detective Dawson." Full lips flattened into a grim line, projecting experience well beyond her 25 years. As if she'd not spoken, he said, "We have footage of you speaking to your latest victim, and we've also confirmed you were one of the last people to see her alive. You also stalked and kidnapped a second woman. You'd have killed her if you'd not been stopped." She sat silent, barely breathing. "And I can also link you to the human remains found entombed in a wall." He leaned forward, his knees less than an inch from hers. "What set you off? Why call in the location of the first body that's been hidden for a decade? Why kill again after all these years?" She exhaled slowly, her face remaining a blank mask. He sat back, refusing to acknowledge the frustration elbowing his gut. He lowered his voice and softened the tone. "Tell me about Della." He knew Della was a trigger point for Scarlet, their alleged relationship an open wound. "Tell me how she hurt you." She settled back in the chair, her face cool and emotionless. "Not talking." "You and me have history, Scarlet. You don't want another cop handling your case. I've seen you at your worst. Others won't understand you like I do." "You understand me?" Bitter amusement vibrated under the words. The first threats of anger. Progress. "We must talk, Scarlet. You helped kill a woman, murdered another, and tried to suffocate a third. You put a cop in the hospital with a vicious stab wound. You called that officer Della multiple times. And this isn't the first time you've confused a woman with this Della." Scarlet's fingernail dug into the cup. Dawson focused not on the dead women, but the one currently in surgery. Scarlet's latest version of Della had elicited so much anger and rage, she'd attacked her with a knife. 19 stitches. Your knife left a nasty gash on your victim's neck and chest. The doctor said a few more centimeters to the left, and you'd have severed her carotid artery. If she'd bled to death, you would be facing another murder charge. The cup creaked again. He'd sat across from hardened criminals in this room. Gangbangers, drug dealers, and men who'd strangled their baby mamas to death. Some protested their innocence. Some tried to look bored or indignant when he accused them of attempted murder. Some cried. Scarlett barely blinked. I was there when the van crashed a decade ago. I shot and killed Tanner Reed when he drew on me. I helped pull you from the wreckage, he said. I'm on your side. She inhaled and exhaled slowly. Breaks my heart when I think about pulling you out of that torn metal. What happened to you in that basement should never have happened to any person. Counselors he'd consulted in the early morning hours said she managed the old traumas by disassociating. Quiet, distant, in her own world. This was how she coped. The consultant had underlined detached several times. Were you always like this? He asked. Withdrawn, I mean. As a girl, were you outgoing? You want to talk about my middle school years? Bitterness pirouetted with amusement. I want to start a dialogue with you. I want to help you. Then call my lawyer. At some point, you and I are going to have to talk, Scarlett. You need to tell me what you know. How did you scare someone who'd been tortured by the devil? Dawson's 15 years in the department had armed him with tricks and tactics. Fighting every urge to rail at her, he leaned on his patience. When did you first meet Officer Margot Lawson? She moistened her lips. Is this information for the case, or for your own personal reference, Detective? He almost protested, then slid back behind a blank stare. What does that mean? You know. A smile tipped the edges of her lips before she closed her eyes, released the cup, and drew in a deep breath. The muscles in her arms and hands eased, shedding the tension. She turned the tables. When did you decide to stalk Margot Lawson? He shifted back to offense. I've seen the portrait you left for her in her apartment. Odd. Scarlett blinked. Her name isn't Margot, it's Della. She's Officer Margot Lawson. When did you start screwing Della? Did you find her or did she find you? What itch do you have that she scratched? What's that mean? Della found me. Her smile was so bright, it banished all my fears and worries. That smile lured me into Tanner Reed's van. That smile ruined my life. Margot Lawson isn't Della. You're wrong. She's Della. And she's come back for me. Chapter 2. Dawson. Almost 2 weeks earlier, Wednesday, July 10, 2024, 2 p.m. When Dawson's phone rang, he was eating a sandwich. He'd had an early call at court that morning, which had meant no breakfast. His stomach was ready to eat itself, and he almost tossed the call to voicemail. He chewed faster, then swallowed before offering a gruff, Dawson. This is Officer Margot Lawson. He didn't know the name, and the woman's voice sounded irritatingly young. Yeah? I'm at the scene of a homicide. He took another bite of his sandwich. Okay. He swallowed. Where? It's a home near the Ghent district. The neighborhood that bordered the Elizabeth River dated back to the 1890s, and it was filled with older homes with a European flair. Dispatch received a call that there was a body on the premises behind a wall. Didn't take long to find it. Looks like it's been here years, a decade even. He grabbed a paper napkin and wiped his mouth. Who called it in? Don't know. Anonymous call to the non-emergency number on July 2. The report got lost in the shuffle. Dawson sighed. Male or female? There are several layers of industrial plastic wrap encasing the body. However, the clothes appear to be female. He dropped the second half of his sandwich onto the crumpled foil and wiped mayo from his fingers with the napkin. Okay. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Don't let the medical examiner or anyone else move that body or anything attached to it until I get there. Will do. Dawson was 45. And during his years on the homicide team, he had worked hundreds of investigations, including murders, suicides, and unexplained deaths. Early in his tenure, he'd caught all the late-night calls that took him to abandoned buildings, crack houses, back alleys, and even the landfill. Most of the victims had been young, and many of the crimes had been drug-related. A body embedded in a wall in the middle of the day was almost a treat. Dozens of questions rattled through his mind as he grabbed his jacket. When he strode out of the station, he caught a couple of sideways glances. One or two co-workers waved, but the rest ignored him as if his sins were contagious. It occurred to him as he moved toward his car that he was wearing his good suit because of morning court. 6 months ago, he'd have swung by his house and changed, because his wife would have given him shit if he messed up a suit fresh from the dry cleaners. But the wife had kicked him out, and because the sight sounded decent, he opted not to stop by his very depressing hotel room to change. He hung up his jacket in the back seat and slid behind the wheel, and 20 minutes later, he rolled up on the Ghent district townhouse. He parked on the street behind the marked cruiser. Centuries-old townhomes arched along the Elizabeth River and were sandwiched between the Norfolk Southern rail yards and lower-income neighborhoods to the east. Renovations ranged from paint and plaster to total gut jobs. He strung his badge around his neck, pushed up his sleeves, grabbed gloves and a notebook, and rose out of the car. He strode down the sidewalk toward yellow crime scene tape wafting around a brick brownstone. The air was moving, but instead of cooling, it churned the hot, humid summer breeze under plump gray clouds. A uniformed officer, a stocky man with dark skin and bulky biceps, stood at the entrance to the townhouse. Dawson climbed cracked cement stairs and exchanged introductions. "Officer Poole, you the first responder?" Dawson asked. Poole shook his head. "Officer Margot Larson got the call to check out the property. She's the one that slung the sledgehammer and opened the wall." "How did she know where to look?" "Caller gave specific instructions." "Well, where is she?" He nodded his head toward the door. "Near the kitchen." "Thanks." He stepped into the dim interior, disappointed it wasn't air-conditioned. If anything, it was hotter. He moved through the living room, past stacks of wallboard and 2x4s, towards skeleton walls displaying dangling wires, galvanized steel pipes, and wooden studs. On the wide plank pine floors, pale strips hinted at old walls recently demoed. Around the corner, he found a tall, fit woman wearing jeans and a sleeveless black blouse. Short blonde hair accentuated a round face and large green eyes. Sweat dampened her brow. "Detective Dawson?" "That's right." "I'm Officer Margot Larson, and it looks like you met Poole." "I did." She angled her head toward 3 forensic technicians. "I told the team to stand down until you arrived. They've taken pictures and sketched the scene. The others scanned the surrounding area for anything that might need collecting. Dawson meets Sam, Bill, and Julie." Dawson's gaze shifted to Sam, the shorter man standing behind her. He had the muscular frame of a weightlifter, thick black hair, and a sour expression. "We've crossed paths before." "Been a few months," Sam said. Bill and Julie, both dressed in hazmat suits, nodded. He'd worked with them all. "Can you show me the body, Officer Larson?" "Sure." He followed her to the kitchen, where chunks of wallboard and dust were scattered across the floor. As he stepped around a pile of dusty white fragments, construction grit kicked up on the shoes he'd polished that morning. Larson handed him a flashlight, and he clicked it on and shined it up the largest hole. Wedged in between the wall joists was a body wrapped in multiple layers of plastic and bound with duct tape. "You've completed photographing the scene?" Dawson asked. "Yes," Julie confirmed. "We were waiting for you before we removed her." To wrap a body that carefully and shove it into a wall suggested the killer never wanted it found. But time tended to strip away secrets. Buildings got demolished, backhoes dug into vacant fields, and lovers and family members no longer felt the pressure to hold old secrets. Any idea when the kitchen was last renovated? Dawson asked. Larson glanced at a small notebook. I called a real estate agent. He said the house was a flip 10 years ago and a renovation was done then. It'll take digging to get the original construction crew's names. 10 years ago, 2014. Hell of a year. Who currently owns the house? An elderly couple. Both have recently moved to assisted living. The couple's son ordered the renovations. Work started last week. Okay. He clicked off the light. Let's pull the body out. The forensic tech spread a large blue tarp on the floor in front of the fireplace and then moved toward the hole as he and Larson stepped back. Julie and Bill grabbed the wrapped legs and pulled. Plastic grated against joists and pink insulation. The shrunken and shriveled form gave way after the second tug. Larson took hold of the torso as Bill held onto the feet. They lowered the corpse onto the tarp. Dawson moved closer. The figure reminded him of a horror movie prop. The arms were folded across the chest, and brittle blonde hair twisted around the face. In 2014, Dawson had been on the job 5 years. He'd been engaged, newly promoted, and believed he could do no wrong. He thought about the girl he'd been searching for that spring. Any idea who this is? Larson squatted by the body and surveyed the length of it. Her gaze wasn't rushed, and she didn't appear repulsed. She was intently curious. The purse might help. A small purse lay on the victim's chest. Whoever had stowed the body appeared to have cared enough to ensure the victim could be identified in the distant future. Killers, like most people, could have complicated emotions and motivations. Grief for a victim was not uncommon. The purse is a pseudo-grave marker, he said, more to himself. Julie, can you open the plastic and get the purse out? He asked. Julie nodded. Sure. Bill, be ready with a camera. Will do, Bill said. Julie removed a small knife from a toolkit, but she waited until Bill was in position with his camera before she pressed the sharp tip into the brittle plastic. The wrapping cracked and creaked as she dragged the blade in a straight line. When she had an opening that was about a foot long, she set the knife aside and gently pried open the plastic. Carefully, she removed the small purple purse, unwound the long thin strap, and laid it on the tarp beside the body. Dawson stared at the purse with anticipation as Julie opened it and pulled out 6 items: a silver vinyl wallet, a tube of coral pink lipstick, a brown hair clip, a hair tie, a ring with 3 keys, and a silver bracelet. Can you check the wallet? He asked. As Bill's camera snapped, Julie pried open the wallet's synthetic material. Inside were 3 crumpled $1 bills in the side sleeve and a license in the clear slot. What is her name? Dawson asked. Sandra Elizabeth Taylor, Julie said. She dropped the license into a plastic evidence bag and then handed it to him. Dawson released a breath that had been trapped inside him for a decade. He could never remember his ex-wife's birthday or their anniversary, but he could recall vivid details of unsolved cases. Let me run a check on her, Larson said. No need, Dawson said. I worked her missing persons case in the spring of 2014. He didn't need to see the DMV picture to visualize a young girl with thick blonde hair and bright blue eyes that sparkled with laughter. Sandra Elizabeth Taylor was born in 1996. She was 5'4", pretty, Caucasian, and required glasses when she drove. She went missing April 1, 2014. That's some memory, Larson said. Her foster family didn't report her missing until early June. After the report was filed, I chased tips for a week, but Sandra's trail was already cold. Foster care, combined with a history of running away, put her low on the priority list, and my boss pressed me to move to the next case. She was last seen at the Shore Drive McDonald's, close to Cobb's Marina on a busy Tuesday night, and no one noticed her leave. Her foster mother said Sandra had gone out with several guys, including Tanner Reed. Hard to forget Tanner Reed, Julie said. Help the new girl out? Larson said. Dawson knelt and tried to make out the face obscured by thick plastic. Closed eyes, tight, drawn features, a mouth pressed shut. I never proved Tanner Reed was connected to Sandra Taylor. Another girl vanished about that time, Julie said. June 6, 2014. Tanner held and brutalized that girl for 88 days, and then used her to lure another woman into his van. But his captive called for help, so Tanner dragged her back into the van and took off. The van crashed. He came out, weapon drawn. And Dawson had shot and killed Tanner before he could fire the first bullet at the growing collection of cop cars. Think Tanner killed Sandra Taylor? Larson asked. Dawson sighed. I wouldn't bet against it. Memories edged forward. Foster mom had refused to let Sandra date Tanner, who was 29 at the time. I stood at a construction site blocks from here when I interviewed him. What happened? Larson said. Tanner never blinked or appeared the least bit nervous. He had no police record. Said he'd shared a burger with Sandra, but had broken any budding relationship off when she told him she was still in high school. The last time I had a conversation with him, he was walking back into the house he was renovating. What was the name of the girl who was rescued? Julie asked. It wasn't an ordinary name. Saffron? Serena. No, Celine. Scarlett Crosby, he said. Wonder if Sandra and Scarlett crossed paths, Larson asked. Very possible, Dawson said. Red flags had to have popped up when Scarlett vanished, Larson said. Her mother didn't report her missing until August 2, 2014. Larson shook her head. This case clearly stuck with you. It's not an easy one to forget. When the uniformed officer had opened the van door and they found Scarlett Crosby crumpled on the metal floor, he realized how much he'd fucked up months earlier. Could he have saved Scarlett Crosby sooner if he'd taken a few more moments when he'd interviewed Tanner? If he'd been sharper, smarter, more tuned in to Tanner, he'd have learned of his farmhouse on the Virginia-North Carolina line, or that Tanner had been seen flirting with Scarlett, who lived across from where Dawson had interviewed him. Maybe, if he'd kept digging, he could have saved both Sandra and Scarlett. Dawson stood silent, wrestling with the weight of failure. Add another check to the loss column.
Chapter 3. Scarlett. Thursday, July 11th, 2024. 5:30 a.m. Standing in the center of my warehouse studio, I stared at the portrait of the young girl. The painting portrayed her wide brown eyes rippling with worry. Coffee-colored hair framed a round face, and full lips were slightly parted, as if she'd been caught mid-sentence. Freckles dotted the bridge of her nose and her cheeks. I set my brush down and wiped my hands on a rag already smeared with a mosaic of blacks, reds, whites, and greens. Stepping back, I locked gazes with those painted eyes, wondering what it was I'd missed. Della. Why didn't Della's gaze align with my memories of her? I'd painted 55 versions of Della, but I never quite got the eyes right. Della, I whispered. What am I missing? When I looked at her face, I saw kindness and sadness intertwined with a feral need to survive. I also saw my shame, terror, anger, friendship, and sometimes love. So many emotions tangled into one face that had clung to me for a decade. Della had lured me toward Tanner Reed's van a decade ago. Her smile had drawn me close enough so he could grab me. After he'd clamped his hand over my mouth and dragged me into the van, she'd closed the sliding door and held me down while he jabbed a needle in my arm. Immediately, my vision blurred. I'd focused only on her face as panic scraped under my skin. Over the years, the details of Tanner had faded. His expectant look when he entered my cell, the sound of his whispered words as he pushed inside me, the smell of his stale skin, and the sting of a calloused palm slapping my face. All those horrors should have been permanently welded to him alone. But I could barely remember him now. All my memories had shifted to Della, his helper and my sometime cellmate, sometime friend. For a decade, she'd stalked my nightmares and lurked in my memories. She was the face of old traumas. Fuck you, Della. The alarm on my phone rang. I drew in a breath, pushing through a wave of grief, and slowly turned from the painting. I cleaned my brushes, washed my hands, and changed into a clean black t-shirt, jeans, and boots. I grabbed my bag of paints and brushes and opened the back door to the alley where my truck was parked. After loading my supplies in the back, I climbed behind the wheel. Minutes later, I was on the road. This early in the morning, the drive to the youth recreation shelter took less than 10 minutes. The facility didn't open until 9, but the security guard was expecting me, and he would let me in the side door. I parked in the lot near the entrance, rose out of the truck, and shouldered my art bag. I never parked too close to other cars or any collection of trees. I liked a wide field of vision when I exited my vehicle. The other cars were empty. Drawing in a breath, I locked my truck and walked toward the recreation center's metal doors. The morning air was already warm, and the humidity added weight that would grow oppressive when the day heated. Weather reports said low 90s today. I wasn't in love with the warm weather. My warehouse had fans and wasn't air-conditioned, but no matter what, I never opened a window. Give me snow, ice, and closed windows. I crossed the lot to the side door and rang the bell, and seconds later it opened. The security guard, Simon, a mid-sized man with a round belly, salt and pepper hair, and a thick mustache, smiled. He'd worked police dispatch for most of his career, but last year took early retirement. This part-time security job at the community center wouldn't make him rich, but as he said, it got him out of the house and gave him a place to be. 24/7 with the wife was too much for them both, he often joked. The heat appeared to be getting to his knee, which had been scoped last winter. He wasn't ready to go under the knife, he'd said at least a dozen times. "Scarlett, you're early today," he said. I grinned, scooting past him into the air-conditioned building. I need to finish the mural. Reception is tonight, and I want to make sure the paint is at least almost dry. "Been climbing lately?" The familiarity in his tone was amusing and annoying. He thought we knew each other because I listened as he talked about his life. Though he'd shared most of his personal details, I'd revealed scant few. I had a collection of 5 I distributed. Born and raised in Norfolk, artist, rock climber, astrology sign Aries, played guitar badly. Rotating between the 5 facts satisfied most people, enough to create the illusion of a bond, but not enough to invite more conversation. Every chance I get. Are the rec room doors unlocked? "They are. And the first class isn't until 9 a.m. Summer school reading. You've about 3 hours. Perfect. Thanks, Simon. I set my bag on the table to be searched and walked through the metal detector. He pushed my bag along, not bothering to look inside. I peeked at the mural. It looks pretty good. A few more hours today and I can declare my masterpiece done. That Virginian pilot reporter who was here last week released her story, he said. The piece ran yesterday. The judge, a.k.a. Judge Marcia Thompson, had volunteered me 6 weeks ago to paint a mural in the cold, sterile cinder block room that did nothing to comfort children who found themselves here for tutoring, classes, or seeking a haven after school. The judge had requested a mural of a dozen laughing cartoon children. I'd said yes because I'd never been able to say no to her. I'd been avoiding that reporter until she'd shown up with the judge as I was packing up my paints last Friday morning. I tossed out my standard fun facts about me and tried not to sound too rude. With each pop of the reporter's iPhone flash, I'd tensed. I'd have refused the interview, but the judge had insisted. Thankfully, the judge had done most of the talking. "I didn't see the article," I said. "I saved a couple of copies. I'll bring you one." "You don't have to do that." "Don't mind at all." "Okay, thanks." I shouldered my bag, smiling. Better get going. The judge likes me wrapped up and out of the center before the kids arrive. "Right." "See you at the reception tonight?" "I'll be here," he said. "I'll bring that article." "Great." I walked down the silent hallway, past the photographs of kids playing sports, creating art, reading, and playing board games. In the recreation room, I found the lights on, and the mural I'd been working on for the last month and a half illuminated. Painted bright sunshine dripped from the ceiling, and muddy black earth rose from the floor. The mural was a parade of cartoon characters all wearing brightly colored clothes covered in daisies, polka dots, or stars. Each wore sneakers, but many of the laces were untied. Several shirts had ripped sleeves, others had scuffed knees, and 2 had clenched fists. Of the 10 characters, 8 kept their gazes forward. Only 2, the one with curly brown hair and the one with straight blonde hair, looked back. All were smiling, and most would label the characters as happy. But they each had challenges. I'd created backstories for them, and knew all the kids were damaged and broken in some way. I'd painted each of the characters as independent creatures. None were holding hands. Even the 2 in the back kept their hands at their sides. 2 lessons here. You only have yourself. And under the light, there's always darkness. Far too much symbolism for 10 cartoon characters, but the judge knew I could get intense, and she was fine with it as long as I didn't put it on full display. The judge had always been a guardrail for me. She kept me on course, but accepted that from time to time I bounced off a fence. And when I did, she helped mitigate the damage. I was willing to bet some of the kids who played here would see some of the nuances. Their lives weren't easy or perfect, so it stood to reason their cartoon characters would mirror that. I wanted them, or at least some of them, to see that someone else recognized the imperfections behind the smiles. When my life had been destroyed, the last thing I'd wanted was to see grins and laughing faces. But the judge reminded me that smiles sent good and positive messages, and the kids needed that hope. I spread my drop cloth under the last quarter of the mural and prepared my paints and brushes. Setup took a good 20 minutes. Today, I was putting finishing touches on the last kid, the one with curly brown hair and bright eyes. Technically, she was done, but like the portrait at my warehouse, I felt like I hadn't nailed her. She was a secret keeper, and she hoarded bits of information from everyone, especially the girl in front of her. Unlike the portrait, I would have to stop fiddling with this painting. With the opening reception scheduled in 12 hours, I needed to put the brushes down. Time to move on. As my brush curved along the edge of the little girl's foot, darkening shadows for dimension, the door to the recreation room opened. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see Simon telling me to wrap it up early. The man standing at the door was about 6 feet tall and had a tapered waist and broad shoulders. He had an unusual look, a brawler's crooked nose, a square jaw, short black hair, and thick brows. He wore an expensive dark suit, a blue tie, a gold watch, and polished shoes. However, the man didn't quite jibe with the clothes. He was curating an image that wasn't really him. I'd seen my share of people come through here in the last month, and I was good at guessing their professions. His suit was too nice to peg him as a victims' rights advocate, a state-appointed attorney, or a cop. Soaked tie screamed defense lawyer, or maybe a corporate donor. The guy's gaze searched the room, and it was clear he was in the wrong place.
Do you know where I can find Judge Thompson?
She keeps an office on the second floor. If he'd asked me about the restrooms, cafeteria, or basketball court, I could have directed him there, too. A slight nod suggested he'd acknowledged my information and would leave. Instead, he moved toward me.
What are you doing?
Mural for the kids. A favor for the judge.
She's hard to ignore.
He walked up to the painting.
Nice.
I wouldn't touch anything. Paint's still tacky.
Right.
He leaned closer and studied the child with long blonde hair.
She looks like you.
Does she?
She looks sad.
She's smiling, I corrected.
If you say so.
He nodded and shifted his gaze to the little boy with the torn pockets.
They're all smiling, but they don't look happy.
His observation surprised me. It's meant to be fun, bright and joyful.
But there are nuances.
He regarded me closely.
Risking the obvious, are you a professional artist?
I am. Primarily printmaking.
I'm Luke Kane.
He extended his hand.
Judge wants me to join the board of the center.
I held up paint-stained fingers. Scarlett Crosby. He lowered his hand as his gaze scanned me. I sensed he'd taken a mental picture of me and filed it away with my name, so that the next time we met, he'd connect the image and name. But we weren't meeting again.
How long have you been working on this?
About 4 weeks.
I haven't seen you.
I'm gone before the center opens.
Looks like you're about finished.
Ready for the opening reception tonight. He shifted his gaze from me to the mural.
Lots of undercurrents, Scarlett Crosby.
Frowning, I stared at the smiling cartoon faces. I thought I was being subtle. He leaned forward a fraction, as if sharing a secret.
I'm paid to pick up on hidden messages.
What do you see here? I challenged. He slowly pulled his gaze from mine.
The kids are trying to be happy. They're trying to feel normal, but it's hard.
Wow.
The work is great, and I don't think the average person will look past the bright colors. Your secret messages are safe.
Secret messages. I was sending out a warning that the world wasn't what we wanted it to be.
Will you be at the opening?
He asked. My focus shifted from bright pink polka dots back to him. The judge has requested it. Even white teeth flashed.
Command performance.
Yes.
Looking forward to seeing you tonight, then.
Desire sparked in his gaze. To his credit, it was subtle. A classy kind of horny. I knew I was attractive. I'm tall, have blonde hair and full breasts, and I realized men had noticed me since I was 12. Whereas some women understood this power and wielded it to promote or entertain themselves, I'd learned 10 years ago that playing with fire risked third-degree burns. See you tonight. I knelt to my supplies and began to close paints and wipe off brushes. I've got 15 minutes to get cleaned up and out of here before the center fully wakes.
Sure. I don't want to get in your way.
He took a step back. I reached for the cloth hooked to my belt and wrapped up my brushes, which I would clean thoroughly back at my studio.
How many hours does something like this take?
Luke asked. 90 to 100, give or take.
All in the early morning hours?
Basically.
My hat's off to you, Scarlett. Great work.
Secret messages aside. He laughed.
They make it interesting.
Having him close and watching me so intently was disconcerting. It was normal for a man and woman in our age range to flirt, but nothing about my interactions with men had been normal. I'd gone from the occasional middle school sloppy kiss to nonstop violence. With no frame of reference or jumping off point, I couldn't read the signals most women could. I rolled up my drop cloth, not as neatly as I'd have liked, but I was working quickly because suddenly I wanted to be out of here. If I'd been more cautious a decade ago, if I'd made one decision that was slightly different, my life wouldn't have been shattered. Just a moment's hesitation might have allowed me to escape Tanner's grip. A slight pause could have been enough for someone to see him shoving me into the van, and that person might have called the cops. Another squandered moment, and I might have missed the bus altogether that night, and not been anywhere near Tanner's van parked by the Narrow Theater. I'd put the pieces of my life back together. But healed fractures were never as strong as the original. I couldn't risk another hit. This time there might be no fixing me. Have a good one, Mr. Kane.
Luke.
My pursed lips curled into what I hoped was a not too friendly but not rude, which could piss him off, smile. I didn't want to suggest any interest on my part. When I moved toward the recreation room doors, Luke beat me to the handle and opened it.
Good to meet you, Scarlett.
He'd moved too quickly and quietly. It was jarring. Yes, right. I walked past the security checkpoint, waved to the new morning guard on duty, and hurried out the front door to my truck. I slung my items into the back seat and then slid behind the front wheel. My mouth was dry and my palms were sweating slightly, only because I'd been alone with a man in a public space. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Flushed cheeks brightened my green eyes. I started the truck and shifted it into gear. The drive back took longer in morning traffic, but eventually I parked in the alley behind the warehouse where I lived and worked. Gray with large windows, it was 3,000 square feet. Back in the day, it had been constructed to house goods shipped into the port of Norfolk. Located in the center of Norfolk, it was blocks from the Neon Art District, a mile from the rail yards and ports, and another mile from the Tony Waterside District. The judge had helped me find the space 6 years ago with the monies she'd raised for me on a GoFundMe page. The property had been in foreclosure, so it had been a steal. I'd had generous offers to sell the building last year, but I liked this once-forgotten and neglected space. I held my breath as I unloaded my paints and hurried toward the back door. I punched a code into the digital panel and slipped inside. After flipping another half-dozen locks, I allowed my gaze to wander to the print blocks, machine presses, paints, and canvases. I let out the breath I'd been holding since I'd left that morning. As my supplies slipped from my fingers to the concrete floor, I glanced at the Della portrait. I walked up to the 3x5-foot canvas, reached for a brush, and pressed the bristled edges to barely tacky paint. I was tempted to scrub around Della's eyes, dig into damp layers I'd piled on over the last few days and rework both. Maybe I could add depth. Or better, find a way to decouple our molecules that seemed forever cleaved together. A fist pounded against my front door. Irritated by the distraction, I carefully covered Della's face and moved to the front window. I paused, looked out, and saw a stocky man on my stoop. He was wearing a dark suit that was a bit worn but clean, a white shirt and a yellow tie. His hair was cut short, and the edges of his sideburns were sharp. At 9 a.m, he was clean-shaven, but I bet he'd be sporting a slight 5 o'clock shadow by noon. Good, practical, dusty black shoes rounded out the look. Behind him, parked by the curb, was a nondescript, dark blue 4-door. I'd crossed paths with enough cops to recognize one. They had a way. Even the kind ones projected an arrogance when they told jokes or tried to be my friend. After my rescue, I'd been treated as a victim initially. Most cops were nice, or pretended to be. Some couldn't sustain eye contact with me because I embodied their worst nightmare. I'd slipped into the victimized versions of their daughters, sisters, or wives. After I'd been released from the hospital to my mother's care, I'd not thrived. I'd been broken, battered, and very angry. I'd acted out. I drank too much, did drugs, got arrested. After my third arrest, alternative theories about Tanner and me arose like thorny weeds in a garden. And as often happened with each new telling, assumptions about me grew darker. By the end, the rumors had repainted me as Tanner's willing accomplice. We were both Satanists. We imprisoned girls to breed an army of Tanner's children. Or we were wannabe serial killers. The rumors spread like a blight, tainting all my interactions with the cops over the next year. Each time a cold case grew hot, I received a visit asking me if I knew where to find a missing person. I didn't have any answers, which was always met with stony expressions or threats to lock me up. If not for the judge, I don't know what would have happened. The skin on the back of my neck tingled. Who had gone missing or died this time? The cop's gaze flickered to the window, and for an instant our stares locked. Even as I considered leaving him to stew on his side of the closed door, avoiding him would snowball into more trouble. I was low-hanging fruit on the food chain, and too easy to pluck. I flipped the 3 locks and unfastened 2 security chains. Drawing in a breath, I opened the main door, but left the mesh metal security door locked. Can I help you?
Scarlett Crosby.
Not a question, but a statement. Who are you? He reached in his breast pocket, removed a badge, and held it up to the steel netting, giving me ample time to review his credentials.
Detective Kevin Dawson. We met years ago.
I wasn't going to make this easy for him. Did you arrest me? He replaced his identification back in his pocket.
The first time our paths crossed, I was pulling you from Tanner Reed's van.
All I remembered about that day was heart-stopping panic, a bone-crushing crash, pain, and shots fired. My world had been spiraling. I don't remember you.
Not surprising. It was chaotic.
Yes. I suppose he needed to hear me say thank you, but I wasn't feeling grateful. What do you want, Detective Dawson?
Wondering if you have a few minutes. I have several questions.
A dull headache formed behind my eyes. About? His expression didn't give any hint to his thoughts.
Better if we don't have this conversation on the street.
I don't know you, Detective Dawson. I'm going to need more. His hand slid into his pocket. Change rattled.
Do you remember the second time we met?
No.
It was about 2 months after you were released from the hospital.
I'd been so high in those days because all I'd craved was nothingness. No.
I asked you about a missing girl on that second visit.
I've vague memories of a younger, thinner man talking to me, but I barely registered a word. My brutal honesty prompted a half smile.
I was definitely in better shape a decade ago.
When I didn't react, he cleared his throat.
A body was found. We believe she's a young girl reported missing in the spring of 2014. She went out with Tanner Reed once.
I stood still, barely breathing. Each time cops brought a query like this to me, I imagined a girl in a dark room, screaming, begging for her mother or anyone to please find her. I'd lived as Tanner Reed's captive/whore for 88 days, and I'd been the last to see him alive. The parade of detectives, uniforms, and forensic psychologists had always assumed my insight into Tanner's mind could be the key to all their unsolved cases. Was her name Della? I asked. He shook his head slowly.
No, not Della.
The cops never really believed me about Della. They considered her a product of my imagination because I'd been so traumatized. If it's not Della, I can't help you. A bus rumbled behind him, and a horn honked.
I've read your file. I understand your hesitancy.
He attempted to soften his tone, as if compassion were a rusty implement in his toolbox. I didn't open the door.
It's important we talk. Now.
Impatience bucked under his words, but he kept it reined in, as if it had hurled him into too many disasters before. However, his rigid legs and braced back told me he would stand here and wait until I spoke to him. I opened the lock. Hinges groaned as I pressed the door toward him. He grabbed the door's edge and pried it open until there was nothing separating us. My heartbeat quickened, blood rushing. My head pounded against my temples, both sensations harbingers of a panic attack. It had been a year since I'd had a bad one. That episode had been triggered by an envelope filled with newspaper clippings about Tanner and me. I never figured out who had sent it, or why anyone would bother to taunt me after all these years. For the weeks after the envelope had arrived, I'd had trouble sleeping. Drawing in a deep breath, I stepped back, giving him a wide berth. I closed the security door behind him, but didn't lock it. Dawson's gaze scanned the interior of my warehouse space. Old brick walls stretched toward a 20-foot metal ceiling supported by steel rafters. 5 large skylights allowed in bright sunshine, that mingled with the light from 10 round industrial pendant lights. Some of my prints hung framed on the brick walls, but most had been sold either via commission or at local shows in the art community's neon district. He looked toward a portrait of a blonde woman, her face turned away from the artist.
May I get a closer look?
Impatience elbowed through rising panic. Of course. He walked up to within inches of the print and leaned toward it.
Detail's amazing.
Thank you. His attention remained on the painting another beat before he turned.
That one hasn't sold.
Some don't. I'll try again at the Fall Art Festival. You interested? He smiled.
More of a framed poster kind of guy.
Nothing wrong with that. Folding my arms, I waited for him to get to the point. Some of the ease faded from his features.
Do you remember Sandra Taylor?
She's the girl you're looking for?
Yes. She'd be about your age. She's the one who vanished a few months before you.
I don't know her.
Did Tanner ever mention her?
No. He rarely spoke to me. He was never interested in conversation. Dawson's jaw pulsed.
She looked like you. Did a little part-time waitress work. She went to East Norfolk High School like you.
You keep referencing her in the past tense. He drew in a breath.
We believe we've found her body.
The other girl. Della mentioned the other girl when she was warning me about being defiant. But I never met or saw her. It was just me and Della. He reached for his phone, pressed a couple of buttons, and then turned the screen toward me.
This is Della, correct?
I'd drawn Della's face for the detectives who had been interviewing me. No traces of the girl had been found in the incinerated remains of Tanner's house, and she hadn't matched up with any missing person cases. After a time, detectives stopped believing in Tanner's mystery girl. Looking at the old cartoonish image with its immature pencil strokes reminded me of how young I'd been when I drew the picture. I was amazed by how crude my work had been a decade ago. Della, sketch number 1. Recreations of Della's face had been literal at first. But after years and multiple drafts, Della's face took on different incarnations. Queens, fairies, aliens, sirens. No matter the form, the face, and especially the eyes, were the same. That's her, I said.
Della never mentioned Sandra by name.
No. But she spoke about another girl.
What did Della tell you about the other girl?
He didn't believe in Della, and must have thought my poor mind had broken and my personality split. Della told me there'd been another girl in the house. Della said she vanished suddenly.
Did Della tell you anything else about this other girl?
The air palpitated with a dizzying energy. We talked about a lot of things. We didn't talk about the other girl much. We both feared we'd end up like her.
Why do you think Della was never found?
I don't know. Tanner's house burned to the ground after my rescue. Maybe she set off all the bombs he'd planted before she ran. I stood silent, staring at him, hoping to peel back a layer or two so I could discern what he was after. People rarely meant what they said. There was always a hidden agenda. His brown eyes watched me closely.
Sandra Taylor's phone was found with her body. It's old, and the texts are hoping to breathe life into it. Will I find any call exchanges between you two on it?
I couldn't determine whether he was sincere. Cops weren't bound by truth when conducting an interview. All's fair in love and war, in a manner of speaking. I never talked to Sandra Taylor. Ever.
The house where we found her body is around the corner from your mother's, which I believe you now own.
Tanner did several renovation projects in our neighborhood. He was working a job across the street from our house when I first saw him. On a bad day, bitterness would have dripped from those words. Today, my anger was in check.
Did Tanner approach you? Or you him?
Dawson asked. I almost appreciated the brisk, efficient question. He wasn't dancing around my past. I was sitting on the front porch of my mother's house and sketching. He asked to see the drawing. He said it was nice.
Did he ask you out on a date?
No. But he'd been so charming, and for the first time in a long time, I'd felt seen. I'd have said yes to a date.
How soon after that conversation did he take you?
3 days. It was a hot Friday, June 6th. I was outside the Narrow Theater on Colley Avenue.
You were selling your art?
Trying to. I'd had no takers. And then Della walked up to me. That was the first time I ever saw her.
She lured you to Tanner's van?
Yes.
You got in willingly?
The noose of his suspicions tightened around my neck. I approached it willingly.
After your run-in with Tanner, you were arrested multiple times.
Run-in. 88 days of torture and sexual abuse. Detective Dawson made it sound so simple. No mention of chains, isolation, or starvation. You don't strike me as the clueless type, detective.
I'm not,
he said. Then why are you trying to get under my skin?
I'm not.
Running, I said, more to myself.
Maybe I understated it a bit.
His quiet judgment made me angry. I smoothed my hands over my hips. I can't help you, Detective Dawson. I'm sorry about Sandra Taylor. I hope you find her killer. She deserves justice. He reached in his side pocket, pulled out a worn leather case, and removed a card. He extended his hand, the card dangling from the tips of his fingers. I hesitated, and then took the card, careful not to touch him. Detective Kevin Dawson, City of Norfolk Police. Criminal Investigations. I'll call if I have information. Nodding, he moved toward the door. The mesh security door squeaked, but he paused.
There were 4 missing persons reports filed the spring you vanished. You were one of them and Sandra was the second. The other 2 girls were never found. But no Della.
So I've been told.
Tanner never asked you to help him lure another girl other than Tiffany Patterson, correct?
Tanner had targeted Tiffany, a young waitress with red hair who worked at his favorite diner. 10 years ago, Tiffany had been a thin, nervous girl with a strip of freckles splayed over the bridge of her nose. She was older, wearier these days, but basically the same. Correct.
When's the last time you spoke to Tiffany Patterson?
A few weeks ago.
You're in contact with her?
No missing his surprise. She has a drug problem. She came to me about 6 months ago asking for money. I don't give her money, but I feed her every time I see her. He surveilled me with a hawkish glare.
Why would she come to you for help?
She feels like I owe her.
What did you say to her 10 years ago to coax her outside?
I suspected he knew the answer, but for the sake of this performance, I recited the story Tanner gave me. I told her there were puppies in the back parking lot behind the dumpster. She got excited and followed me. Tiffany's upbeat chatter still could rattle in my head. Such optimism that I'd helped crush. I don't remember what she said to me.
Tanner was there waiting by his van.
Yes.
You coaxed Tiffany to within 5 feet of his vehicle, according to the surveillance footage.
Yes. I pictured Tiffany moving toward me, a curious smile tweaking the edges of her lips. As when Della had beckoned me, there'd been no worry or concern. Tiffany's future, like mine, had boiled down to seconds. A delay of 1 or 2 determined whether her life would stay the same or descend into hell. One moment.
You saved her life,
Detective Dawson said. I remembered Tanner smiling, and the next word I'd said to her was run. Yes. I'd saved the young girl with trusting eyes and a bright smile. But I'd also been seconds away from betraying her on Tanner's promise that Della and I would be freed. I'd been prepared to send a young girl, body and soul, into hell. And then at the very last second, for reasons I still didn't understand, I'd changed my mind. She also saved mine. The security door squeaked closed as he moved toward me, stopping a few feet short. Far enough away so I didn't panic, but close enough to make it impossible for me to ignore him. He removed a notebook from his breast pocket.
and now you take care of her.
When I can, yes.
Tiffany communicated with you after your rescue, correct?
She wrote me a note expressing her gratitude. I'd torn up the note and thrown it into the trash, knowing whatever hero Tiffany saw didn't exist. I'd been a coward who'd had a lapse of decency. I'd also been furious and resentful of the girl who'd been gifted with that precious moment of hesitation denied to me. I might still be. I didn't respond to any of her notes.
How many did she write?
3.
No contact with her until last year.
Are you looking for a specific answer? A frown furrowed his brow. He was fishing, but not getting any bites.
Just the truth. You said Della was often locked up with you.
Yes. But Tanner had a different relationship with her. She wasn't always confined in the room with me. Many times he let her sleep upstairs with him. She had more freedom, if you could call it that. Pages in his notebook flipped.
You said he treated her like a wife.
Yes. More pages turned over.
And Della Never told you why he beat her up that last day?
No.
Had he beaten her that badly before?
Not that I'd seen.
Tanner trusted you enough to lure Tiffany to the van.
Yes.
Why was he so sure about you?
Another mystery I'd not been able to solve. Della said I could be trusted because I'd stopped fighting. I'd accepted my new life.
Why did you stop resisting?
The less I fought, the less it hurt. When I didn't elaborate, he said,
Why did you target Tiffany?
I didn't. Tanner did.
He'd seen Tiffany before.
Della told me she and Tanner had been to the diner a few times that spring.
Tiffany didn't remember them when asked by the detectives.
They'd picked busy times, easier to blend in, Della said.
Why did you agree to do it?
How many ways could I explain myself? My head spun, sucking in the circling shadows. You make it sound like I had a choice.
We always have choices.
He drew in a breath. Live in Tanner's basement for 88 days, and then we'll talk about choices. Suspicion tinted his gaze.
What did Tanner promise you if you got Tiffany to the van?
A hamburger. And he said he might let me go.
And you went along.
I didn't go through with it.
You took it right up to the edge.
I was desperate. And if you really were at the crash that day, you know I was in bad shape.
I'm not denying you didn't suffer.
His discomfort gave me some pleasure. But desperation doesn't warrant what I almost did, right? He was silent for a moment.
And Della, the woman who lured you into Tanner's trap, vanished just like that. And the house where he'd kept you both burned to the ground.
Yes.
Ever wonder what happened to Della after your rescue and the fire?
When I'd heard about the fire, I thought she'd died in it. I'd no doubt the house and anyone in it had been obliterated, given how many gasoline bombs had been planted. I'd wept bitterly. Only later, when the arson investigators had sifted through the rubble, did I learn the police had found no bodies in the ruins. I have. How many times had I had Della sightings? How many times had I run after or screamed at women who'd borne a vague resemblance to Della?
You filed 6 police reports over the last 10 years, swearing you saw this Della.
The initial 2 reports were met with keen interest. After that, the officers took me less seriously. The cops proved I was wrong every time.
Would you say you were fixated on Della?
Maybe. I don't know. I swelled with a sudden hollowness. One psychologist suggested I was shifting blame to the fictitious Della to help me deal with the guilt.
Do you dream about Tanner?
No, not really.
Why not? He's the stuff of nightmares.
Get off me! Get off me! I still woke up screaming those words. Easier for me to put him out of my mind.
But not Della.
Before Della, I'd been a moody teenager who worried about homework and parties. After Della lured me into the van, I was distant and distrustful. I might have physically survived, but the girl I'd been had died. A tension crept up my back and coiled around my neck. I'm not sure what you're fishing for, but I can't help you. My head spun. I've got an appointment in a half hour. I need to leave. He hesitated.
I'll be back if I find out more about Sandra Taylor. And I'm sure there'll be more questions.
And I still won't be able to help you. He left, and as soon as the security door closed, I locked it and slammed the main door behind it. All locks were secure in under 10 seconds, a drill I practiced often. Detective Dawson walked to the curb to his unmarked dark blue car and got behind the wheel. He sat staring at my building for a long moment before he started his car and drove off. Della was real. I knew it. She wasn't a figment of a traumatized mind. But the cops had never found her. And the more I'd told Della's story, the more they questioned my mental stability. So I stopped talking about Della after the last failed sighting 3 years ago. After 10 years, there was still no sign of Della. But the cops were circling again. Chapter 4. Scarlet. Then, Friday, June 6th, 2014, 9 p.m. I didn't think of myself as an artist. I liked to draw. I'd even mustered enough courage to sketch the contractor working across the street. He had a Paul Walker kind of vibe, if Paul weren't dead. And when he smiled, I sizzled. When he'd crossed the street on Tuesday and asked me my name, I'd felt special. Seen. He told me his name was Tanner Reed. Tanner. We kind of flirted, even though he was older. He asked about my art, and I showed him my sketchpad. He looked impressed and said I should try to sell it. I mentioned trying to sell at the concert at the Narrow Theater. The venue was a mile from my house, and the show, an 80s band, was sold out. He told me to give it a whirl. I was stoked this evening as I packed up my few drawings and took the bus to the corner of Colley and Shirley Avenues. I set up, which basically meant laying out a beach towel and placing my 5 drawings on the ruby terry cloth. The paper was flimsy and easily caught whispers of wind, so I placed rocks on the corner of each. However, random breezes teased the edges all night. I felt lucky. The music drifting from the 80s concert was decent. A lot of old people came and went, but they were laughing and smiling. Even under the city lights, the stars were so vivid. Maybe Tanner would show. As the evening passed, people walked by. A few glanced in my direction, but most looked at me as if they were afraid that I'd catch their glances and chase them down. As time passed, doubt took root and grew quickly. I glanced down at the self-portrait and drawings of the bay and homes in the area, and I realized this was a dumb idea. The air was hot, even at 9 o'clock at night, and my feet ached. "What do you have there?" The young woman's attention drew my gaze up. She wasn't much older than me, and she wasn't someone I'd have noticed right off. Curly, shoulder-length brown hair drew my attention to wide-set eyes and full lips. She wore cut-off jeans, a cropped t-shirt, and flip-flops. A belly button ring peeked out from her midriff. I smiled, grateful to be seen. "I'm selling my art. Nothing fancy." She leaned in and inspected each piece. "That's you in this picture, isn't it?" "It is." I sketched a lot of self-portraits. I was an easy subject to find, and each time I drew a different version of me, I saw something different. I'd scribbled, "Girl ready to escape," across the bottom. I was practicing portraits. She looked at me and then back at the picture. "It's really good." "Thanks." "I'm Della." "I'm Scarlett." Her hand trembled very slightly when she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "It's so nice out here. Better than inside the concert hall. Hot as hell inside, and the band has blown a fuse twice." "What do you like about 80s music?" "Not as much as I thought." Laughing, she picked up the drawing of me. "You've always been an artist?" Artist was too pretentious.
"Think you're something, don't you?"
Mom often said. "I've always drawn. This is the first time I've tried to sell anything." Della held up a sailboat on the bay. "Can I buy one?" "Sure." "How much?" I'd never thought about how much to charge because I never thought I'd really sell anything. $10. Della fished a $20 bill out of her pocket. "Do you have change?" "No, sorry." "Come with me to my van. I have my wallet under the seat." I glanced at my flapping sheets of art and then carefully collected them. I knew enough that if I left them behind, they'd get swiped. When we rounded the corner onto the shadowed side street, I saw the open van door, but didn't think twice about it. I didn't see it as a gateway or a portal to the underworld. It was just a door, opened to an empty space. When I reached the door, I glanced past Della to the interior. It was a metal box with blacked-out windows. No seats or carpet. The interior smelled of urine, blood, and sweat-soaked bodies. I recoiled. In that split second, my instincts screamed, "This is wrong." Della's smile didn't falter as she climbed in the van's cab. "Come on, my wallet is right here." Common sense flickered to red alert. Who leaves a van door open with a wallet inside in the city? A part of me needed to believe her. Della was nice, and she wanted to buy my art. I didn't scream or run. I followed willingly. As I hesitated, strong hands shoved me into the van. I stumbled forward, and Della threw her body on mine. A needle pricked my arm. A scream gurgled in my throat, and then faded as invading drugs captured and silenced my voice. My vision blurred. The van door slammed closed. As handcuffs clinked around my wrists, I looked up into dark eyes looming inches from my face. Confusion mingled with terror. I recognized the man, and at first I was oddly relieved. He'd waved to me yesterday and smiled. Tanner. I'd been charmed. He was so nice. And hot. I believed for a split second that I'd been saved. Close call. As my vision deteriorated, I still believed hell would have to wait. But the eyes that once stared at me with so much warmth had cooled with the cruel amusement of a hunter trapping prey. "Why?" I asked. Tanner was already climbing behind the wheel as Della sat beside me. She stroked my hair. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." A scream lodged in my throat, but when it escaped, it sounded like a sad moan. "No." As Tanner angled the van and shifted gears into higher speeds, Della nestled closer. Shh, it'll be fine. You're not going to die. The vehicle rumbled down the potholed side street. The drugs mingled with the hum of the engine, paralyzing me in a twilight. Awake, but unable to move or speak. My head spun, my hands grew numb, and the metal van floor rubbed my bony spine. My pants grew damp, and color rose in my face when I realized I'd peed. I was humiliated. The van kept driving for what felt like hours. Where were we going? Was he driving in circles? The constant rocking of the van made my stomach so uneasy. Bile rose in my throat. When the van finally stopped, I had no idea how long we'd been traveling. The side door opened. Fresh air rushed the cab. Stars glistened through trees. Della hopped out as Tanner came around the side of the van. Her expectant smile faltered as she met his gaze. He hauled me out of the van and hefted me on his shoulder. As I looked up, I saw Della slam the van door. Boots climbed 3 old wooden steps. Through the haze, I saw an old gray farmhouse. We were in the country. How far were we from Norfolk? At least 30 or 40 miles. Tanner kissed Della on her cheek.
Good girl. You've earned a burger.
You're going to let her go, right?
Sure, baby, sure.
Later, when the drugs faded and the trapped cries escaped, Tanner didn't let me go. And I screamed until my throat was raw. Chapter 5. Scarlet. Thursday, July 11th, 2024. 6 p.m. The dedication reception for the recreation center was packed. Judge Thompson had her fingers in a lot of political pies in this city, and when she said jump, the smart people asked how high. I was no exception. She'd saved me, and I could never turn my back on her. Obligations aside, based on the laughter blending with the blues quartet, the guests were having a good time. God, people, crowds. Tension radiated over my skin. I moved toward the front door, where Simon stood checking names off a list attached to his clipboard. I held back as the line thinned, and when Simon looked up and saw me, he grinned.
About time. I thought you were going to ditch,
he said. I smiled. Running late, I was finishing up a painting. The truth was, I'd been sitting in my truck for the last 45 minutes, scraping together the reasons why I should attend.
Everyone loves your mural.
He reached for a newspaper. Nice.
And there are already several bids on the print you donated.
Wonderful.
Reporters want to talk to you. Speaking of which, here's last week's article about you.
I glanced at the front page of the style section, glimpsed my frozen smile, and rolled the paper into a cylinder. Thank you.
Sure thing. I got your back.
I scanned the crowd. Didn't I talk to a few of these people last week? I'd been swamped by reporters before. All had had the glinting eyes of rabid coyotes. He laughed.
Don't look so pained. This is all very positive. Publicity is never a bad thing.
Speak for yourself. A couple exited the front door, laughing arm in arm. The casual way they touched each other was charming, and I envied their intimacy. But I had crossed too many bridges and was too lost to enjoy that kind of closeness.
Better get inside. Judge is asking about you.
Right. I moved past Simon into the crowded recreation center that had been so quiet and peaceful this morning.
Finally!
I turned to see Judge Thompson, a tall, lean woman in her early 60s. She wore a black pantsuit with an aqua blouse that flattered a salt and pepper ponytail, dark skin, high cheekbones, and pearl earrings. I had first met Judge Thompson when I was 16. I'd been in foster care since shortly after I'd run away from home. And though my foster mother had been kind to me, she'd had rules and expectations. Two things I'd never had in my mother's home. I'd grown accustomed to setting my own hours, attending school when it suited me, and working on my art late into the night. This foster family didn't believe in violence, so they locked offending kids in a windowless room called the Quiet Space. I was terrified of that room, so I was careful to follow rules. There were other kids in the mix, and basically the girls and I got along well. One girl painted my nails a bright pink with sparkles. Another brushed my hair and twisted it into a bun. Another tried to teach me how to play guitar. For 30 days, I'd focused on my drawing and pretended the pink sparkle nail polish, blue eyeshadow, and music were important. Then a girl in the house named Serena had learned about Tanner, and she'd started gossiping about it. When she'd called me his slut, I'd punched her hard in the face. And when my foster mom tried to toss me into the Quiet Space, I'd really lost it. I broke her nose. I ended up on the streets for a few days, living in doorways and avoiding the drug dealers and pimps. But I'd gotten arrested for shoplifting and landed back in the judge's court. This time she'd suggested I live with her. She had had 8 other foster kids before. I wasn't so sure, and neither was she. But I was tired of being hungry and surviving on little or no sleep. After a few tense days, I relaxed a fraction, and I think I stopped sleeping with one eye open. The judge's house was my first brush with normal, and even though I knew I'd never be normal, I had an inkling of what it could be. "You've got quite the crowd," I said to the judge. She smiled, satisfied.
Arm twisting is my superpower.
I rubbed my forearm. I felt the pressure. The judge grinned.
You can endure a crowd for a little bit of time. And when you smile for the cameras in 5 minutes, I'll release you early for time served.
I grimaced. Pictures. The judge laughed.
You'll survive. Don't go far. I have 2 donors to thank, and then it's showtime.
Terrific. The judge placed her hand on my shoulder, and I only flinched a little.
Have a drink. The white wine is decent.
Right. I crossed to the bar and got in the back of a line 10 people deep.
Are you the star of the evening?
The familiar, deep, masculine voice had me turning toward the man I'd met here this morning. He still wore the same suit, but had changed his shirt and tie. I hope not.
Why?
He looked genuinely curious.
You should be proud of the work.
I am, just not a fan of the attention. Gray eyes appeared to be cataloging every detail associated with me, including a black silk blouse, faded jeans with a raw edge hem, and Doc Martens sandals. Gold hoops winked from my ears, and most of the paint was scrubbed from my hands. This was as good as it got for me. However, I wasn't so far gone that I didn't see the appreciation in his eyes again, or that he was an attractive man. Oddly, I didn't mind his attention. However, the attraction was doomed to be metaphorically strangled in the cradle.
Hard to say no to Judge Thompson,
he said. You're right about that.
Are you drinking?
Judge has ordered me to drink a glass of wine. He turned, plucked a glass of white wine from a waiter's tray, and handed it to me.
Never ignore a judge's ruling.
Thank you. I sipped my wine. What hold does she have over you? He laughed.
Always good to support the judges.
Do you handle a lot of juvenile cases?
I worked in the prosecutor's office for 10 years. She and I crossed paths many times. I like Judge Thompson. Fair but tough.
You said worked. What do you do now?
Criminal defense. I focus on adults. The kids are tough and heartbreaking.
I can only imagine.
That mural was a serious time commitment. You must really owe the judge.
Maybe a little. The comment piqued his attention. What had I done to fall under the judge's radar? No doubt he was compiling a series of crimes in his head.
You can see my mind working, can't you?
He said. I'm likely not guilty of 90% of what you're considering.
Now I'm curious about the 10%.
He was flirting with me. Subtle, charming. And I appreciated that. Wine always loosened my bowstring nerves. But as soon as the tension eased, I put the glass down. I knew a second glass of wine would stir an unwanted, dangerously enticing curiosity about couples who held hands casually and kissed easily. How did your early morning meeting go with the judge? Did she sell you on a board position? When he smiled, I churned.
She did.
Ah. She'll keep you busy.
So I've been told.
A beat of silence hummed between us.
How did you meet the judge?
There'd been a time when I made up answers to hide the past. But this time, I broke with the norm and told the truth. She was my foster mother for a couple of years. A brow arched. Did I not fit the mold of a foster care kid?
I've heard she does that.
He didn't press me for details. But if he'd worked enough juvenile cases, he could fill in the blanks.
Looks like you turned out okay.
Normal uncoiled and tried to rise, moving like an old woman with bad joints. Good to know. Judge Thompson stepped up to a microphone in front of the mural.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Finally, an excuse to turn away from Luke's sharp gaze and focus on the next challenge.
I'm so thrilled you could be here for our dedication.
The judge continued.
Let me offer a special thank you to Scarlett Crosby, the artist who painted this stunning mural.
Eyes shifted toward me, and several people clapped. I stood my ground, scrounged up a smile, and waited for them all to move on to the next thing.
Scarlett, come up on stage with me,
the judge said. Tension climbed up my vertebrae, coiling around my neck and settling heavy over my shoulders. Crowds came with lots of eyes and many memories. Someone would put the pieces together. Their whispers would stir uncomfortable questions that triggered inevitable nightmares.
It's not a firing squad,
Luke whispered. Annoyance snapped when I looked at him. He grinned.
Ouch, if looks could kill.
That tamed the anger and coaxed a smile. That obvious?
Afraid so.
He leaned forward a fraction.
They can't eat you. Find a smile on the way to the stage. Everyone is here to celebrate your work.
Thanks to Della, I could shove my fear down until I couldn't feel it. Later, it would scratch its way to the surface, but that was a problem for another time. You're right. Thank you for saying that. His eyebrows drew together as I turned toward the stage and walked through the parting crowd. I kept my arms pressed tight to my body and my gaze on the judge. I stepped up on the stage, unearthed a brittle smile as the judge detailed her dream to make this recreation center more approachable for children. She raved about the work I'd put into the mural, my dedication to my craft, blah, blah. When the crowd clapped, I smiled on cue, fielded a few questions about my work, and did my best to provide answers that didn't sound surly or impatient. The reporter's questions stuck to the project, and none delved deeper. After a decade, I always hoped my former troubles were long forgotten, pushed out of the headlines by the serial killer on Long Island and the plane that went down in the Atlantic last year. One psychologist called it bread and circuses. I was one of a million sensational stories that grabbed public attention for a little while, and then were soon forgotten. However, those who wanted to remember me only needed a 5-second internet search. A few folks in the crowd expressed their delight at my work and thanked me for my service. A few said they'd bid on the print I'd donated. All in all, it wasn't terrible, but the attention was too much. I made my escape out the side door less than an hour after my arrival. As I crossed the dimming parking lot, a car's headlights flashed, drawing my attention to a black sedan to my right. The beaming bright lights dilated my pupils, effectively blinding me. The sedan's engine rumbled. The car didn't move. Odd. And I didn't like odd or being around cars. My eyes adjusted, and I realized no one was behind the wheel. Then a 30-something woman with short blonde hair, dressed in jeans, a silk top, and heels, weaved her way through parked cars toward the sedan. Her downcast gaze didn't dart in my direction as the confident click of her heels telegraphed an enviable nonchalance. Door open, purse tossed on the passenger seat, and a check of her lipstick in the rearview mirror. I'd never seen the woman before, but a shrill of recognition rattled through my body. My thoughts skipped to the portrait of Della, alive with dark curly hair, a round face, and wide doe eyes. Nothing about my Della jibed with this woman, but an oily familiarity coiled in my chest. My breath caught in my throat as my thumb slid to the button on the pepper spray attached to my keychain. The woman closed her door, fastened her seatbelt, and slid the car into gear. I never walked through a parking lot without my keys and pepper spray in hand, and I never looked at my phone. Never. My focus was always on my surroundings. I never lost track of my truck. I memorized landmarks, remembered lot numbers, and counted spaces to the end of the row. As the car zoomed past me, I wanted to yell out a warning, "Be careful! Pay attention!" But I didn't. I stood silent, wondering why I was suddenly so worried for a woman I didn't know.
You all right?
Luke's voice startled me, and I turned to see his gaze idling on me. His expression was part curious and a little concerned. Smiles always diffused worries, so I found a wry grin. Lost my truck for a second. Not used to all the vehicles.
Easy to get turned around.
He moved toward me, his stride confident and steady.
You bugged out quick.
Absently, I threaded my keys through my fingers. I did my due diligence. Time to jet.
Have any other volunteer projects on the table?
No. Time to focus on the paying work. Got a little behind. That wasn't true. I was caught up, because all I did was paint and work out.
What do you do when you're not painting or volunteering your time for the judge?
Rock climbing is my latest challenge.
I work out at a gym on Lindsay Avenue. There's a wall there.
That's my wall.
I can't picture you climbing.
Why?
You strike me as the cerebral type. I see you visiting art museums and exhibits.
I do, but that's kind of like work. On the rocks, it's just me, the crevices, and the present.
Keeps you focused.
Mind can't wander.
Does it tend to wander?
He asked. I'd said more than I'd intended. You ask a lot of questions, Luke. A hand slid into his pocket as bulky shoulders folded in a fraction in quasi-contrition.
Hazard of the business. And I'm interested in you.
His awareness was part of the reason that I'd exited the party early. I'd been hoping to avoid this conversation. That so? Luke stepped toward me until a few feet separated us. He made no move to touch me, but his energy pulsed against my skin. I gripped the keys tighter.
Would you like to grab a drink sometime?
He asked. A drink. Easy if I kept it to one, which I would. A busy, public venue would ease my worries, and I would meet him. And then something would trigger me, I'd freak, and the date would go off the rails as they all did. But I'd spent too much time alone lately, so what the heck? Muscles puckered in my gut. Where do you have in mind?
Pick a place close to your studio or apartment.
Lido's? It was a few blocks from my studio. Well-lit parking and several exits.
Great choice. It's close to my office. Saturday?
I'm working until about 5, but I can be there by 6. His lips curled into a smile.
You'll have to tell me all about it. See you then, Scarlett.
Okay. I pressed my key remote, and my truck lights blinked. This is me.
Excellent.
Shit. Terrific. Luke waited until I was behind the wheel, seatbelt on, and the engine started. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, his attention had shifted to a black SUV. Drive time provided the opportunity to nurture future regrets about Luke. If I didn't blow the date after drinks and conversation, he'd ask me out again. He'd try to kiss me. Then I'd panic, say no as a reflex, and vanish. Ghosting was my thing. I parked behind my warehouse under the security light above the back door. This time of night, it wasn't hard to find parking. It could be an issue on weekend evenings, when people came into the area to drink at the breweries or bars, and decided an open alley was fair game. But on a Thursday night, I had it all to myself. Keys in hand, purse on my shoulder, I slid out of the truck and locked it immediately. I crossed quickly to the door and pressed in the door code. Scattered by the door was a pile of crumpled newspapers. As I collected them, I noted the headline referencing the recreation center. I unfurled a page and realized it was the article on me. I balled up the brittle paper, wondering if this was someone providing a copy or someone screwing with me. Inside, I secured the main latch and then the secondary ones. I tossed the newspapers in the trash can, washed my hands, and kicked off my shoes. Residents on my block knew me well enough to kid me about my door locks, but the conversations generally ended there. I fished my phone from my purse and realized Tiffany Patterson had texted me. I paused and read the text. "I need to talk to you. It's important." Tiffany. What did she want now? My guess was she was coming off a high and looking for a new hit. Bracelets rattled as I ran long fingers through my hair. This was the 4th text from Tiffany in as many weeks. Each time I'd responded, she'd not returned my messages. She flaked often, so I never gave it much thought. "Where are you? Are you okay?" I stared at the display, willing Tiffany to respond. But the phone's screen remained blank. No words, no bubbles, no sign that Tiffany had seen my text. Dawson's visit churned fresh worries, and my mind drifted to darker places. I sat on my couch and leaned back. Not so weird that someone would leave a copy of the article, but these had been balled up. It was likely innocent. Trash happened in cities. No need to panic, right? All normal. But I wasn't normal. Hard lessons had taught me to make the difficult decisions so I could survive. Plenty would judge me for the decisions I'd made when I was with Tanner. They'd wonder why I got into the van, why I didn't fight harder, or why I didn't walk into Mike Steiner screaming for help immediately. People liked to believe that the world was separated into black and white, or good and evil. But it wasn't so clearly divided. A spectrum of grays linked morality to sin. We all had the power to dip into the dark side, if it meant living or dying. I rose, changed into a large t-shirt and paint-splattered cut-off jean shorts, and tied my hair into a ponytail. In my studio room, I uncovered Della's portrait. I checked my paintbrush, scrubbing the dry bristles over the back of my hand as I stared into the dark eyes glaring back at me. Della knew me better than anyone. Della knew my darkest secrets, the compromises I'd made to stay alive. She knew the shame I'd never shared with my mother, the police, the judge, or any therapist. Della had witnessed what I'd do if driven to the brink, and she was the only person on this earth who wouldn't judge me, because she had also embraced the darkness to endure. We were two sides of the same coin. Victim and captor. Frenemies for life. At night I dreamed of the dark, damp basement room and chains encircling my ankle. Chapter 6. Scarlet. Then, a day or two later in the basement. When I woke up, I blinked into the darkness. Confusion gave way to fear as I realized I was on a thin mattress in a small room. I was naked. My bracelet and necklace were gone. I sat up too quickly, and my head spun. I toppled back, willing my stomach to quiet and the tightness behind my eyes to ease. After several beats, my body steadied and calmed. My fingers ran over the coarse mattress fabric. No sheets. No blankets. Slowly, I tried to sit a second time. I couldn't see anything in the room, and was forced to feel my way to the edges of the mattress, and then to a cool brick wall. I trailed fingers over the wall's rough, porous surface until they ran into the next corner. Maybe 5 feet. The next corner was 10 feet away. A smooth metal door was on the third wall, and the fourth was blank. A light clicked on under the door. Footsteps mingled with rattling keys. I scrambled to the mattress and pressed my back to the wall. A lock twisted, and the door opened. Light flooded, and I winced until my eyes adjusted. Standing at the threshold was the girl from the concert, Della. She was wearing a yellow dress, and her feet were bare. She was holding a length of rope. "I'm sorry." "What's going on, Della?" She stepped into the room. "I'm sorry for yesterday, and what's coming." Fear spread, closing my throat. "What's coming?" "You'll survive. Remember that." Dread tremored through my body. "Let me go," I begged. "I won't tell anyone. I want to go home. I want to see my mom." "I can't." She uncoiled the rope. "Take me home. Please take me home." The man from the van, Tanner, the flirting man with beautiful blue eyes from the construction site, stepped over the threshold. I looked directly at him. He had high cheekbones, thick wavy hair, and striking blue eyes. But there was nothing beautiful about him now. His smile was cold, his gaze piercing. Hands flexed slowly at his sides. "Lay down," Della said. "It'll be easier if you don't fight." Later, I would learn that the more I fought, the more it hurt. I would learn that if I lay still, he'd finish faster. Or if I smiled, he didn't hit me. But I didn't know any of those lessons. When I looked over at Della, she was crying.
Chapter 7. Dawson. Saturday, July 13, 2024, 8 a.m. Dawson arrived at the small cinder-block house on Pretty Lake Avenue by the banks of Little Creek. The grass in the yard was patchy, and what was there was weedy and tall. A couple of kids' bikes lay on the ground, 2 cars were parked in the gravel driveway, and the trash cans overflowed. At the front door, he knocked on the metal security screen door. Inside, he could hear a television and then footsteps. When the door opened, he stood face to face with a woman in her early 60s. He'd met her at this house a decade ago, when he had darker hair and a slimmer build. He held up his badge. "My name is Detective Kevin Dawson." "I remember you. You asked me about Sandra." "Yes, ma'am. You're Betty Gardner, Sandra's foster mother?" She'd gained weight and her salt and pepper hair had washed out to pure white.
"Yes. You come to tell me you found Sandy after all this time?"
Mrs. Gardner shook her head slowly.
"It's not good, is it?"
"No, ma'am. We believe we found Sandra Taylor's body," he said. Raising her chin, she drew in her breath. Her fingers slipped into a pocket, and she removed a rumpled packet of cigarettes. She flicked a red plastic lighter and then pressed the flame to the raw tobacco edge.
"Well, at least I know now, don't I? I'm sorry I couldn't help that girl. I tried, but she was stubborn and said she had all the answers."
Kids can be tough. He wasn't sure what else to say. Mrs. Gardner had had 7 foster kids at the time Sandra had vanished. Mrs. Gardner's hands trembled as she raised the cigarette to thin lips. Smoke drifted out of her mouth and nose.
I've been waiting for a decade for this news. I've imagined it a million times. Part of me hoped she'd just run off and found a new life. It's not easy working with kids like her.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, her mother and father both died of overdoses. I guess expecting her to recover from something like that was asking too much.
He'd heard versions of this story too many times. When was the last time you saw her? Time had a way of changing answers. What had seemed pressing or threatening in the past often faded. He knew Mr. Gardner had died 2 years ago.
We fought. She shook her head. I blamed her for the trouble in the house, but looking back, I see she was just being a moody teenager.
Did she ever run away? Dawson asked.
3 or 4 times. Always found a place to sleep on a friend's couch. After a few days, she always came home.
Did your late husband abuse her?
Not in that way, she puffed. But he hit her. Sandra hated this house, hated her foster brothers and sisters, and hated her job. Always stirring chaos. She despised her life.
Which would have made her an easy mark for a charming young man. He checked his notes. You didn't call in her missing person report for almost 2 weeks. She shook her head.
My late husband told me to wait. He said she'd come back. I did contact her friends and no one had seen her. And then her work called and said she hadn't shown in 2 days. That's when I knew something was off.
But Mrs. Gardner wasn't that concerned because she hadn't called the cops for another 10 more days. How did Sandra do in school? She laughed.
Terrible. If East Norfolk High School had a Most Truant Student Award, she'd have won.
Did Sandra ever mention a girl at her high school named Scarlett Crosby? Same high school, and possibly the same kidnapper. The girls had to have crossed paths.
I've heard Scarlett's name, but Sandra never mentioned her.
He jotted notes. You said in your report that Sandra was dating Tanner Reed.
1 date with him, but she was seeing a few guys. Tanner was the best of the lot, if you can believe it. I wasn't crazy about their age difference and told her that. She said the years didn't matter.
Mrs. Gardner shook her head.
I've seen Tanner's kind before. Men like him use girls like her and pass them on to their friends.
Memories of Dawson's initial interview with Mrs. Gardner sharpened into focus. You met Tanner Reed, right?
Yeah. He dropped her off, gave me his card, said he did work well and cheap. Pretty and charming, I'll give him that. But it was a matter of time before he knocked her up.
Sandra was pregnant?
I don't know that, but I could see it coming. Sandra and I didn't talk much those last few weeks.
Tears welled in her eyes. He could still picture Tanner, standing by his black truck, the dustless tools organized in military precision, the man smelling faintly of sawdust. Tanner had been so relaxed when Dawson had shown him a picture of Sandra. He'd admitted he'd met her at Mike's. They'd talked and flirted, but that was the end of it. Given a redo, could he have picked up on the red flags?
I called her phone over and over, but she didn't answer. I left her dozens of messages. I also called Mike's Diner, but no one had seen her.
She worked at Mike's Diner for 5 months.
A few nights a week.
Did she meet Tanner at the diner? Dawson asked.
I don't know.
But the cops did contact you after Tanner's death, correct?
Yeah. Sandy had been gone 5 months at that point. The cops thought Sandy's case might be linked to Tanner, but no one proved anything.
By then, Dawson had been waiting for the review board's ruling on his shooting of Tanner. He'd been forced to cool his heels on administrative leave for 3 months until the justified verdict had been issued. Mrs. Gardner inhaled deeply.
I put up dozens of missing persons posters. All the crank calls, people can be cruel. The posters had lingered in restaurant windows and stapled to utility poles until weather, time, and people shredded them all. Yes, ma'am. Where did you find Sandra? Mrs. Gardner asked. In a house that Tana had once renovated. A house? Where? Please tell me not a basement. Not a basement. He still wasn't ready to release any more case details. Do you think Tanner killed her? I need more evidence to make that statement. He believed Tanner had killed Sandra, but all the assumptions in the world didn't add up to proof. How are you going to prove anything after all this time? Time can shake things loose in a cold case. He removed a card from his pocket. When she didn't open the door, he tucked it into the grate of the security door. Contact me if you remember any new detail. Call me if you find anything. You'll be the first. When he looked back at the house, the solid door was closed and his card remained stuck in the grate. He drove to Mike's Diner and seated himself at a booth. The 1950s retro vibe, including dull chrome, red vinyl seats, and booth jukeboxes, hadn't changed in the last decade. The only difference he could see was that the laminated menus had been replaced by a QR code. He scanned the code and was reading the lunch selections when a waitress came up. She was mid-40s, slender, and wore her dark hair pulled back in a tight bun. Her name badge read Tanya. What can I get you? Tanya asked. He pulled out his badge. A soda and answers to a few questions about an old case. This connected to Tiffany? Why do you ask? She shrugged. No one who works here doesn't know about Tiffany's drama. She sure talked about it a lot, always looking for an angle to make money off the incident. Remember Sandra Taylor? Another example of pure foolishness. He closed out the menu app. What can you tell me about Sandra? Sweet kid. Kinda naive, flighty. Mike let her work for cash a few nights a week. Did she ever interact with Tanner here? Sure. Everyone liked him. He was a regular. He drove Sandra home once after a shift. I happened to be walking out and stopped to say hi to Tanner. Great tipper. When was this? I think it was late March. It was right after spring break. No one had shared this with him in 2014. Tanner remained a regular customer at the diner, right? He came in a few times a week. He met his girlfriend here. Dawson checked his notes. Lynn Yates. They met for breakfast right up until that last day. While Scarlett and possibly Sandra had been trapped in Tanner's basement, Tanner was here, eating eggs and toast and shooting the shit. Did you ever see Tanner with any other woman here? Not on my shift. Dawson showed her Scarlett's original sketch of Della. How about her? She studied the image. Not really his type. Killers could be creatures of habit. They chose the same kind of victim, hunted in the same places, and dumped bodies in familiar locations. Were you here the day Scarlett lured Tiffany to the alley? I wasn't working that shift, but the owner was here then. Scarlett Crosby had been rescued on September 2. And the owner is where? I'll get him. Thanks. He sat back, his gaze scanning the front entrance, the breakfast bar, and the door that led to the back room and the lot behind it. He'd seen the security footage of a 15-year-old Scarlett walking through the front door, wide-eyed with fear, her body tense, her hands clenched. Nothing like the woman he'd met on Thursday. Scarlett had told the cops that Tanner had already picked out Tiffany. Clearly, he'd been watching her when he ate his meals at the diner. Though Dawson had told Mrs. Gardner he needed evidence, in his mind, Tanner had also chosen Sandra from this diner, kidnapped her, and killed her. Can I help you? Dawson looked up toward the deeply lined face of a burly man standing by his booth. He was wearing a Mike's Diner t-shirt, and his long gray hair was pulled back in a ponytail. Mike Hart? That's right. Like to have a seat? Mike glanced over his shoulder at the crowded bar.
It's going to have to be quick. Lunch rush is on the way. Dawson reached in his pocket and pulled out a picture of Sandra Taylor. Remember her? She used to work here. It's been a while. 10 years. Can you tell me anything about her? Employees come and go here all the time. I barely remember last week, let alone 10 years ago. Dawson showed Mike a picture of Tiffany. Remember the day she was almost kidnapped? I'll never forget it. Labor Day weekend, I was working the griddle that day because the cook hadn't shown up. I called out to Tiffany for an order and saw that she wasn't at the counter or in the dining room. I thought she'd gone to the alley for a smoke break. I remember being pissed, and then I heard a scream. It was Tiffany? I don't know. She said later it was that Scarlet chick. Either way, I ran out, my spatula still in my hand. Tiffany just about ran me over when she came flying in through the back door. She was screaming we needed to call the cops. You placed that call, correct? I did. And then I went out into the alley and saw Tanner Reed punch Scarlet. She dropped like a stone. He tossed her limp body in the back of his van and took off. I got the license plate. That's what had led to the bolo and the confrontation miles from here. What did Tiffany tell you about the event? At first, she didn't have much to say. She was in shock. But as time went on, she seemed to remember more, especially when a reporter was calling. Memory was an odd phenomenon. It wasn't as reliable as people wanted to think. Minds weren't steel traps, and most leaked. Folks also tended to embellish their memories with emotions or extraneous information later linked to the event. How did her story change? Tiffany was convinced that other girl was in trouble the minute she walked into the diner. Described her as thin, pale, and clearly nervous. No one else in the diner noticed the kid. Like I said, it was a busy day and we were all going full tilt. I never saw Tiffany slipping out the back door. No one spoke to this girl, Scarlet? No. What about Tanner Reed, the man driving the van? He was a regular. I liked the guy. A bell rang in the kitchen and Mike raised a hand signaling he was on his way. Why all the questions now? Did you find a dead body or something? We believe we found Sandra Taylor's body. Mike's lips flattened as he shook his head. I'm sorry to hear that. You think Tanner did it? I can't prove it. Just following up old leads. When did you see Tiffany last? Couple of months ago? Maybe last year. She hasn't worked here in years, but still stops by. Do you have a number where I can reach Tiffany? She's not answering her cell. Mike pulled out his phone and opened his contacts. He showed Dawson Tiffany's information. That's my most recent update. That matches what I have. Mike shifted. I need to get back to work. Any other questions? Did Sandra or Tiffany ever talk about Scarlett Crosby, the girl in the van? Tiffany said she calls her when she needs money. Why'd she call Scarlett of all people? I don't know. Mike leaned forward. I hear that Scarlett girl had that syndrome that makes victims attached to the kidnapper. Stockholm Syndrome. Scarlett's actions don't match the definition. Dawson didn't doubt that Scarlett had suffered while she was Tanner's captive. She'd been grossly underweight, malnourished, and badly battered when she'd arrived at the emergency room. But in all her interviews, she'd never expressed empathy for her captor or his goals. What about Della? You ever meet anyone by that name? That's the make-believe girl, right? So far. According to multiple police interviews, Scarlett had asked repeatedly about Della on the way to the hospital. She'd never mentioned Sandra. By the time the cops had located Tanner's home via a title search, they discovered the house had burned to the ground. Witnesses reported hearing explosions before the fire. If there'd been any evidence of other girls, it had been incinerated. Ultimately, there'd be no missing persons reports matching Della's description. Social workers had decided that Della was a figment of Scarlett's imagination. Her 88-day imprisonment and torture had been too much for her to endure, and she'd created Della as a coping mechanism. It struck him as odd that after a decade, Scarlett still clung to Della. Right. Thanks for your time. He handed Mike a business card. Mike flicked the edge with a calloused thumb. I'll call if I hear from Tiffany. Thanks. As Dawson left the busy diner, it occurred to him that the day Tiffany and Scarlett had first collided had been a warm day like this. Summer might have been winding down, but the air had been hot and sunny. The bells on the front door jingled, and he looked up to see a couple of young girls enter and move toward the bar. No one else looked toward the door or the girls, just as they hadn't when Scarlett first entered. Outside, he walked down the side walkway toward the back alley. It was long and wide enough for one vehicle at a time. The wall overlooking the area behind the diner was windowless. There was a security camera, but it looked new. According to the reports, there'd been no backlot cameras 10 years ago. A regular like Tanner would have known that. He'd been here enough because he was scoping out the location. Dawson crossed cracked asphalt that fed into a parking lot, stood at the edge and tried to visualize Tanner speeding away. When dispatch had issued a bolo on the van, he'd been close enough and had caught the call. Lights on, he'd jammed his foot on the accelerator. He'd caught sight of the van when it suddenly veered off the road and crashed. Tanner had stumbled free of the wreckage, gun drawn. Dawson fired. Suspect down. And the broken girl in the back of the van had been found. Weary of chasing ghosts, he got in his vehicle and drove back to the station. Out of his car, he was looking at his phone, lost in the puzzle of Sandra Taylor, when he walked straight into a woman. She stumbled back and tried to resettle her balance. He reached out to steady her. A rich perfume wrapped around him. His gaze skimmed full breasts. He grew hard. Margot Larson. Sorry, he said, releasing her and sliding his hand into his pocket. Deep in thought, Dawson? Yeah, sorry. A faint smile tipped the edges of her lips. Green eyes softened with amusement as she took in his befuddled reaction. No worries. What has you so deep in thought? Chasing stale leads in the Sandra Taylor case. Any luck? Nothing. Sandra Taylor vanished, and no one noticed. Margot shook her head. I worked human trafficking in northern and central Virginia, heard similar stories too many times, and technically she remains a Jane Doe. Jane Doe. Margot was right. The wrapped body hadn't been formally identified as Sandra Taylor. A driver's license was helpful, but not definitive. You have any doubt she's Sandra? No, but all the T's need to be crossed, right? She asked. Right. Keep me posted. That case is going to be hard to forget. Any word yet from dispatch who called in the tip? Caller used a burner phone. They're trying to pin the call's location. That might help. All numbers pinged through a cell tower. Find the tower, and then the address. I'm here if you need help. Margot smiled, and when she continued down the street, his gaze drifted to her round, hard ass. She wore fitted slacks, a lightweight collared shirt, and heeled boots. He couldn't hide his admiration as she vanished around the corner. Too much time on your own, Dawson. Too much time.
Chapter 8. Scarlett. Then, a day later in the basement. My entire body hurt. My insides were on fire, and I felt as if I'd been ripped to the core. I was bleeding. The room was dark, and I was glad for it. I wanted to hide, close my eyes, and let the darkness consume me. I rolled on my side and curled into a ball, and my stomach tumbled. I was aware of the drip, drip of a pipe, and the sound of what resembled breathing. But the inky blackness made it impossible to sort out shapes. It took several more seconds before I tried to sit up again. This time, I was steadier, and my stomach more settled. My left leg felt heavy, and when I ran my hands down my leg, I skimmed the cold, rough edge of metal encircling my ankle. I tugged on the manacle and realized it was attached to a chain. My panic rising, I gripped the chain and pulled. There was a little play, but the slack quickly vanished. I yanked again, and the links snapped taut. And again, panic tightened my chest, and it took effort not to scream. I was still alive, still breathing, and I knew I would survive this. Somehow. Last night was the past. I had hope. Finally, I rose on my knees and followed the chain with my hands until my fingers brushed against the brick wall. I pulled at the metal links, but as they continued to hold, my fear grew. Tears welled in my eyes. I shifted my focus to the link around my ankle. I pulled on the edges, but the forged metal remained stubborn and unyielding. Above me, I heard floorboards creak. Was that him? Or had someone found me? I couldn't risk not acting on the chance that help had arrived, so I scrambled to my feet and began to yell. I screamed until my throat was raw and my voice so hoarse I didn't recognize it. I reached for the chain again, pulled and yelled until I was breathless. Finally, I collapsed onto the mattress. Where am I? You're here now. The familiar girl's voice, whispering from the shadows, startled me. Della. I stumbled to my feet and readied to fight whatever lurked in the darkness. Where is here? His basement. He left me here to make sure you're okay. She tapped metal against brick. I have water. You must be thirsty. I recoiled. Get away from me. I don't want anything from you. You will. She sounded tired, almost bored. We only have each other now. You need to live so I won't be alone again. Tanner had come to me in the dark, not bothering with a light beyond what leaked in the open door. I never realized she'd entered the room behind him. My face warmed with shame as I thought about how I'd begged and cried. Tanner had left me a couple of hours ago. Maybe it had been longer. And I'd been lying here crying, and she'd said nothing. You should drink water, she said. Fuck off, bitch. You put me here. It's not my fault, she said quietly. He makes me do these things. She turned on a small flashlight, which glowed eerily under her pale, round face. Shoulder-length brown hair, kinked with grease, skimmed a strong jaw. Wearing an oversized t-shirt, but nothing else. She looked more like a spirit than a human. And for a moment I thought I'd died. Tears welled in my eyes. Go away. He does it to me, too. I tucked my knees toward my chest. Is that why you tricked me? To get him off you? The flashlight shifted, and the light skimmed over the concrete floor toward me. She set a cup of water in front of me. Drink it. I don't know when he'll give us water again. With the light shining, I winced, but as my eyes adjusted, I saw the cracks in the aqua ceramic cup with a broken handle. The light clicked off. I have to save the battery. I stared in the direction of that cup for an hour. I didn't want anything from the bitch who had lured me to this hell. I wanted to leave. I wanted to hurl the cup against the wall. But the thirst grew stronger with each breath. Della didn't speak, but I could tell by her breathing she was awake. Finally, I became so thirsty I fumbled for the cup and drank. The water was warm and had a metallic taste, and there was just enough to make me want more. "Are you better?" she asked. "What do you think?" I ran fingers over naked arms and cringed when they trailed over bruises. "Where are we? Where is here?" "Here is a farmhouse in the country," she said. A southern accent added a moody edge to her softly spoken words. "You can scream all you want, but no one will hear. This house is in the middle of nowhere." I glanced in the darkness toward the ceiling, more tears brimming in my eyes. No one was going to find me. "Why did you do it?" Silence settled. "He made me. You knew what was going to happen to me, didn't you?" "I did." Rage filled me. I screamed and jerked hard against my restraint until I could smell the coppery scent of blood. Warm liquid ran down my ankle and puddled around my foot. My memory swung back to the sliver of light illuminating Tanner's face, twisted in an unholy mixture of desire and rage. A jackal ready to devour. There had been no hints of the lovely man I'd seen before. I've seen his face. He didn't hide from me. I know his name. Does that mean he's going to kill me? It means you must be smart. You must make him like you. Disgust soured in my belly. Never. Never say never. My head dropped back against the brick wall. Hopelessness rose in me, tightening my throat. I thought I was going to be sick. Closing my eyes, I drew in deep breaths. As my stomach calmed, my thoughts cleared. I had to get out of here. "How long have you been here?" "A year, maybe." "A year. In this room?" "Upstairs at first. Down here 3 or 4 months, on and off." 3 or 4 months, suffering in this hole. "I want to kill you." Della's laughter held no mirth. "Killing me won't solve anything." "Maybe not, but I'll feel better." "Then you'll be all alone with Tanner. You don't want that." "Do you have a chain on your ankle?" "No. I've earned his trust," she said. "If you want that chain to go away, you'll have to do the same." I sat in silence, and then a comment she'd made circled back. "You said you don't want to be alone again. Who else was here?" "There is another girl." Breathless, I stared toward the sound of her voice. "Where?" "Upstairs somewhere." "Is she a prisoner too?" "Yes. But Tanner said he'd let her go if I got you." "And you believed him?" "Another girl. Most likely chained and hurting. Della had known this when she smiled at me on that street corner." "You could have run. Why didn't you find a cop?" There were people around the theater. They would have helped you and saved all of us. They couldn't have protected anyone. He's very clever. I ignored that hard truth. You didn't even try. We have to play the long game if I'm going to save us all. Della's voice softened. Long game. I'm not rotting here, having him hurt me again and again like he did last night. He's done it to me thousands of times. It wasn't always violent. And if you manage him right, he can be nice. Manage him. He's a monster. Don't be mad at me. We're all we have. We must be friends. I don't have to be your friend. Della was silent for a long moment. You'll be my friend. You'll see. Chapter 9. Scarlet. Saturday, July 13th, 2024, 8:15 a.m. The gym wasn't crowded. Not uncommon on a lovely summer Saturday morning. With the days longer and warmer, most skipped the gym workout for runs or bike rides in the parks, or the paths along the waterfront, or coffees in one of the local cafes. There were so many reasons not to work out. And yet here I was, clinging to a routine that kept me sane. Dawson's visit had rattled me. My thoughts kept returning to Sandra Taylor and Della's old references to the other girl. Della had said she'd gone away, but never once explained. Dawson had confirmed what I'd suspected. Gone meant dead. But I had no idea when she'd died. Vanished in the spring, according to Dawson, and never found until now. Tanner had often taken Della from our room and kept her upstairs. Many times he'd turn up the music, blasting rock that rattled the walls and seeped through the floorboards into the basement. If Della was screaming upstairs, I didn't hear it. The world ceased to exist beyond my four walls. Della never fought Tanner, and often smiled when he motioned her toward the door. I always was relieved when he didn't choose me. But as soon as the door closed and I was alone, I worried whether she'd ever return. In the 88 days I was under Tanner's control, I never left that dark, windowless room until the day he and I went to the diner. Rolling my head from side to side, I tried to shake off the thoughts, grateful that I would never have to see Tanner Reed again. Blonde hair bound in a ponytail, I was dressed in fitted shorts, a snug t-shirt, and athletic shoes. My muscles were tight. It had been a shit day yesterday when it came to my work. My hands had trembled as I'd etched the fine curls of a Kangawa-style wave into a block of wood that would become the stamp anchoring my latest print series. A sailboat on rolling, exaggerated waves with clouds dangling above. No matter how hard I concentrated, I couldn't shake Dawson's visit. Seeing him had unlocked the jail where my demons resided, and I feared they were now free and circling. My hands shook only a little when I set my bag down and looked up the climbing wall toward the ceiling, which had always symbolized freedom. It had been months since I'd had one of the darker nightmares. Those night terrors left me in a pool of sweat and screaming. One had woken me up in the middle of last night, so I spent the rest of the time at my computer, searching Sandra Taylor. There were a couple of old short articles mentioning that the teen had vanished. A few weeks later, another recap reported she'd not been found, and then nothing. Sandra Taylor had been swallowed up and no one had remembered her for a decade. A discovery like that would conjure curiosity for those who might have known her or the others who enjoyed salacious details. There'd be articles, reporters with questions, and there might even be a true crime podcast or television special. And then, just like that, Sandra Taylor would be forgotten again. Sandra's story could easily have been mine. The girl with a sketchy family life, a loner who dabbled in drugs, no doubt desperate for companionship and acceptance. I tried to remember the girl who'd attended my high school, but couldn't picture her face. Even I'd forgotten her. I'd been too obsessed with Della to remember Tanner's other girl. Let it go. Let it go. I swapped athletic sneakers for rock climbing shoes and reached in a chalk bag and rubbed white powder against my sweaty palms. I looked up the wall stretching 100 feet into the air, focused on the rocks and the trail they created to the top. Most of the climbers stuck to the lower levels, but my sights were set on the peak. As the rocks grew slimmer and sparser, my focus narrowed to a fine point, crowding out the past and future. As I clung by my fingertips up in the rafters, my brain couldn't process anything but the wall in front of me. I caught the attention of another climber, Jeff, who I'd belayed for a few days ago. He was tall and lean, and his skin was deeply tanned from all the exterior climbs he'd tackled. Word was he had his eye on El Capitan in Yosemite. While he had climbed, I'd worked the safety rope until he'd reached the top. I envied the freedom. I'd never been able to stray too far from Norfolk for more than a day or two. Maybe I was still waiting on Della. "Help a girl out?" I asked. "Sure." He grabbed his bag and moved toward me. "Did you climb?" I asked. "Not today. I have a torn calf muscle, so I'm forced to go easy for a few weeks." "Sorry to hear that," I said. "Par for the course." I wrapped a safety harness around my waist, secured it, and locked in the belay rope. The first time he'd touched my shoulder as I secured the harness, I'd flinched as if his fingers had scorched my flesh. He'd backed off, said nothing, but I'm guessing a Google search told him all he needed to understand my quirks. There was plenty to read about me. After that day, Jeff didn't press for details and was careful to avoid skin-to-skin contact. I was grateful. There were still people from time to time who asked. A few second-guessed my past decisions, and one or two dug for the lurid details of my captivity. I ignored everyone. "Going to the top?" Jeff asked. "Always." "Fearless. Adrenaline junkie. Takes one to know one." I'd rather be scaling real rocks and mountains, but right now there wasn't time for a 3-hour drive west. But soon. Soon. "Busted." He shrugged, smiled as he wrapped the belay rope around his waist. "Can you time me?" I asked. Personal best time today?" "Why not?" I grabbed the first plastic rock and settled my foot on another. The bottom rocks were wide and steady enough. I'd have to reach the halfway point before the rocks grew narrower and farther apart. Heart beating a little faster, I pulled my body up and began to ascend the wall and out of Tanner's dark hole. There were times I imagined Della following me up the wall, reaching for my ankles. Sometimes she gripped my foot and tried to pull me down. Other times, I was free and had the strength to extend my fingers and offer a lifeline to Della. Tyrant and Redeemer linked forever. With each new inch now, I gained distance from Della and that dark room. Images of her faded. My focus narrowed. The wall always refused to let my concentration wander. My muscles felt good, and my fingers were easily finding the grooves and notches in the rocks. My feet were steady and my legs strong. The buzz of the few gym rats grew more distant as I rose, and my focus tapered to my feet and fingers on the slimming rocks. Sweat gathered at the base of my back, and without looking up, I sensed I was close to the top. The air was always warmer, cleaner at the peak. I stole a glance upward and saw the ceiling inches from my head. Fingers strained, my toes cramped. I edged up the last few inches. I touched the ceiling, pressing my fingers against other smudged prints.
"Way to go, Scarlet! Personal best!"
Jeff shouted. I glanced back toward Jeff and caught his smile. As I swung my gaze back to the wall, a woman passed behind him. She paused and stared up at me. She was blonde, tall, and in good shape and wore fitted black leggings, an aqua top, and bright neon shoes. The woman's gaze pinned me. It wasn't the first time a gym member had stopped to watch me climb to the peak. But when my gaze locked on this woman's, I didn't see idle curiosity. I saw clinical assessment. Della had stared at me like that when Tanner opened our cell door. The woman's detachment gave way to curiosity, pity, and sorrow. I blinked. Her expression mirrored the Della embedded in my memory. Della. Merely the idea of Della standing here now and staring at me was enough to break my concentration. My laser focus shattered and my foot slipped. I immediately struggled to regain my foothold and tightened my grip. But my shoes skimmed over the smallest rock, and my fingers dislodged from the tiny indent above my head. I grabbed for another rock, but my feet slid over it. My body couldn't recalibrate fast enough. Della. My weight tipped backward, and my stomach rose in my chest. In that split second, I knew I was falling. I'd climbed to the top of the black hole, and like always, Della found a way to yank me back. No matter what I did, she always won. Someone in the gym screamed, seconds before my body went airborne. Chapter 10. Scarlet. Saturday, July 13th, 2024. 8:45 a.m. I free fell 15 feet before I hit the rock wall, and the safety harness jerked my body to a halt. Pain cut through battered muscles as I dangled from the rope. I'd fallen before, but I had always sensed the critical mistake as I made it, and I was somewhat ready to brace and recover. But this fall had caught me off guard. Slowly, the rope lowered, and I inched closer to the ground. When I rested against the mat, I struggled to draw in a breath as the ribs on my right side groaned.
"Scarlet, are you okay?"
Jeff's face was now inches from mine as he studied my eyes closely.
"Jesus, what happened up there?"
My thoughts skittered from pain to the woman I'd seen. Immediately, I tried to sit up as I searched for Della. However, my stunned body constricted, and a muscle spasm sent me back to the mat. Damn. He hesitated to touch me.
"Lie still. Take it slow. Let's figure out if you're hurt."
A group of people gathered around me in a circle, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity. Some spoke to me, but the voices sounded distant and muffled. I closed my eyes and drew in a breath. My ribs ached. The breath half filled my lungs before I had to expel it. Another pause, and the next inhale allowed more air. The one after that was even better.
"Scarlet," Jeff said. "Are you hearing me?"
I'm fine, Jeff. Ego is more battered than the body. He shoved trembling fingers through his hair.
"You scared the shit out of me."
When I rose onto my elbow, I winced. I got distracted. Sloppy and stupid. Jeff carefully put his hand behind my back. I tensed only a little as he helped me sit.
"You never fall."
I did today. I eased away from his touch.
"Don't get weird," he whispered. "I'm just trying to help you."
I'm fine. I pushed back, the panic rushing through me. I'd rather endure physical pain than touch. I stiffened and moved away. Sorry about that, Jeff.
"What distracted you?"
Jeff glanced up at the wall as if trying to figure out where it all went wrong. I saw a woman walk behind you. I thought I knew her. My gaze skimmed the room, but there was no sign of the Della lookalike. Dawson's visit had dragged me back in time, and I was now seeing ghosts.
"Who was she?"
No one. I just got stupid. I planted my hands on the mat and drew my feet toward my body. The legs protested, but they worked. A win. I tried to push upward, but core muscles refused to work.
"I can help you,"
Jeff said. I held up my hands. I know, thank you, but I can do this by myself.
"You don't have to do this all alone, Scarlet. Not all the time, anyways."
Drawing in a breath, I pushed through pulsing muscles, climbed to my knees, and then staggered to my feet. I know. Thank you for trying. Jeff shook his head. I watched the questions and concern swirl in his eyes. I know I've got a few quirks. He ran calloused fingers through his hair.
"Hey, it's cool. We've all got them."
I pressed my hand to my bruised hip. Some of us more than others. He grinned.
"There's the gal we know."
They didn't know me. Not even close. Reading a few old articles on the internet didn't cut it. But to point that out would only prolong this exchange. Thanks again. I think I'm going to grab my bag and call it a day. No more wells for now.
"Cold plunges for the first 2 days. Aspirin."
I know the drill. Not my first fall. I walked gingerly across the mats toward my bag. A few folks were staring. A couple asked how I was doing. I assured everyone I was just fine. Glancing around the room again, I realized the Della lookalike was gone. I leaned toward the handles of my bag, winced when my left hip pulled, and then wrapped my fingers around the handles.
"Do me a favor and just hang out here for a while," Jeff said. "I'll get you a bottle of water."
I'm solid, Jeff. I developed a high tolerance for pain a long time ago.
"You can still drink water."
I bristled at the command behind the words, but I simply nodded and smiled. He was trying to help, not manage me. He trotted across the gym, grabbed a bottle from a vending machine, and brought it to me. Condensation dripped down the bottle, and I realized my mouth was dry. Thank you.
"You're our star climber," he said.
And now I'm a cautionary tale to everyone, I said, smiling.
"We all fall." The trick is to recover as quickly as possible.
No truer words. I pressed the cool bottle to my temple. Thanks for having my back.
Can I drive you home?
I walked. I scanned the growing crowd again in the gym for the Della lookalike. No sign of the pink shoes and blonde hair. I needed to stop searching for this woman. My imagination had almost been my ruin before. And moving will do me good.
You do have your phone, right?
Yes, all good.
Okay.
Drawing myself up, I ignored the stiffness tugging along my spine and smiled to the group of people still lingering and watching. Alive and well, thank you. A few smiles flickered before the crowd slowly dispersed. With as much dignity as I could muster, I walked out of the gym. My irritation grew as I stepped outside. I took a long drink of water. My meltdown was due to Dawson's visit. He'd arrived Thursday with his notebook and suspicious gaze, and pried open the can of worms I kept sealed most of the time. I stepped off the curb. A horn honked, and I looked up to see a truck driver glaring at me. He raised a hand as if to ask, "What gives?" Smiling, I waved my thanks for his patience and not running me down, and continued. I reached the next intersection. When I got the green light, I crossed and moved down the block past industrial warehouses. At my building, I fished keys from my purse and unlocked the 2 deadbolts on the screen door. Next, more locks on the metal door before it pushed open. Inside my place, I secured the locks and walked to the portrait I'd been painting of Della. She stared at me with the eyes reflecting cunning, hurt, and love, depending on the angle. The eyes. I could never get them right. The woman I'd seen today was tall, lean. She was not the plump, dirty girl I remembered. She looked nothing like my Della. Not my Della. The Della. So why had her gaze spooked me? I knew I should spend the day working, but my nerves hopped with anxious energy, and my thoughts kept returning to Sandra Taylor. Was she the other girl? Had Tanner killed her? The online articles I'd read about Sandra last night had offered scant details. Sandra had lived off 19th Bay Street, and she'd worked at Mike's Diner. I'd only been to Mike's once. That diner had changed my life, but I could barely picture the place. My single overwhelming memory of Mike's was the smell of food. Burgers, fries. My mouth had watered even as my heart rammed my chest so hard I thought my ribs would crack. It made no sense for me to return to Mike's. Better to stay away from anything that could trigger the nightmares. But I still grabbed my keys and exited out the back of the warehouse to my truck. I plugged the address into my phone and drove the 20 miles to the diner. As the city melted and gave way to more green space, my unease grew. There was a comfort in the steel walls and concrete floors of my warehouse. Green spaces and open blue sky never comforted me. Too many places to get lost. 30 minutes later, I pulled up in front of Mike's Diner and stared at the long cigar-shaped silver building, reminiscent of a 1950s diner. The parking lot was nearly full. Made sense. It was 10 on a Saturday, and folks tended to enjoy a later breakfast or early lunch. I sat in my truck for a good half hour, watching people come and go. No one noticed me now, and no one had seen me 10 years ago. They were all living their lives. I didn't register. Finally, I shut off the engine and got out of the truck. The rising summer heat warmed chilled skin as I crossed the lot to the restaurant. My hand on the front door, I hesitated. A woman behind me cleared her throat. I opened the door and stepped into the diner, buzzing with busy conversations, the rattle of plates, and Elvis Presley's blue suede shoes. Go, cat, go. Tanner's music choices had always been hard rock. Do you want to sit at the bar or a booth? The waitress's question blended with the background noise. I didn't remember the red leather tops to the bar stools, the strip of yellow neon behind the bar, or the rows of booths to my left and right. Ma'am, do you want to sit down? The hostess asked. Yes. Bar or booth? Bar. Great. I followed her to a stainless steel stool at the end of the bar. She set a menu in front of me. Enjoy. Thanks. When I'd been here before, I'd walked up to the bar. I'd watched the red-headed waitress move back and forth between the kitchen and dining room. I hadn't known her name, as I'd fingered a sugar packet with hands still stained with grime that soap and water couldn't remove. I'd told Tiffany about the fictitious puppies, and then followed her through that kitchen door. No one had paid any attention to us. The back door was open, and through it I could see Tanner's van pull up. What can I get you? A waitress asked. I looked up to a woman's lined face. She held a full coffee pot, as if she'd predicted exactly what I wanted. Coffee would be great. With an effort, she found a smile as she filled a stoneware mug, dropped a couple of creamers, and asked, Know what you want to eat? Scrambled eggs and toast. Great choice, hon. I sipped the hot, bitter coffee, watching as the cooks in the kitchen placed hot plates of food on the counter and rang a bell. They moved with controlled efficiency and barely looked up from the griddle. Do I know you? I shifted my gaze to the waitress who'd taken my order. This time, I noticed her name tag. Tanya. I don't think so. Eyes narrowed. You look familiar to me. I have that kind of face. Pretty distinctive. Her head shook slowly as recognition flickered in her gaze. I'd almost forgotten about you until that cop came here yesterday. I didn't respond. She leaned forward and dropped her voice. You're the girl that worked with that weirdo Tanner. I'd been accused of working with Tanner before. Many cops, especially after my arrests post-escape, didn't totally believe me. But it had been a long time since the accusation had been hurled at me. I'd learned not to engage. Can I get my meal to go? Don't you want to talk about it? Don't you want to know what I remember? She looked past me. Do you have a reporter with you? A book deal? I reached in my purse, fished out a 20, and tossed it on the bar. Rising, I shouldered my bag. On second thought, keep the food. Did Tiffany finally rope you into a story? She'd been trying to cash in for a long time. When's the last time Tiffany was here? Her lips flattened. I don't know. Why do you care? Tiffany had been on fragile ground mentally before I'd waltzed into this diner with conflicted dreams of escape. When I shouted for Tiffany to run, I thought I'd saved her. But she'd shattered. She'd survived, but not really. Why did you pick her? Tanya asked. The kid was already struggling, and you sent her over the edge. Guilt clawed at my insides. If you see Tiffany, tell her to give Scarlett a call. I spent the afternoon carving my print stamp, zeroing my focus in on one arching wave. The small detail required my full attention, and finally the fine print work, like the climbing wall, narrowed my thoughts. The alarm on my phone went off. Date with Luke. Shit. That was the last thing I needed. I wanted a hot shower and to curl up under the blankets on my small couch and sleep. But I also wasn't keen on having a nightmare. And given Dawson, Sandra Taylor, and the Della look-alike, I was ripe for one. I'd seen enough shrinks to know my tendency to self-isolate wasn't healthy. I had a date with Luke, and I'd keep the date. I moved to the back of the warehouse, where behind a silk screen was my bed, and beyond it a small bathroom. I turned on the water, waiting and waiting for it to heat up. Experience had taught me I had about 5 minutes of heat before the water turned cold. I could call a plumber, but plumbers took forever to arrive, and when they did, they were expensive. So I got used to quick showers. I downed 2 aspirin and ducked under the spray, quickly working shampoo and conditioner into my shoulder-length hair. I'd just rinsed the last of the soap when the heat vanished and sent a cold chill down my spine. Instead of jumping out of the shower, I braced and let the ice slide over my skin. The cold would help with the bruising and stiffness from the fall, and it reminded me I was alive and could step out of the shower anytime I wanted. I was in control of this special brand of misery. Finally, I shut off the water, grabbed a gray cotton towel, and dried off. I dressed in jeans and a sleeveless light blue silk top. I slid my feet into black open-toed sandals before walking to a mirror and fluffing my hair dry until the natural waves sprang to life. Makeup wasn't a normal daily thing for me, but tonight I swabbed on red lipstick and then a bit of mascara. The goal was to look pulled together, but not sexy. I'd been on a few dates in the last decade, but they'd all ended within the first hour. The unsuspecting guy would try to hold my hand, or, God help him, kiss me, and I would freeze, or worse, shove him back. I'd only punched one man, but that was years ago. Odds were good this drink with Luke was going to be quick. He wasn't a kid. A guy in his mid-30s wasn't interested in women acting like stiff matrons. I grabbed my purse and carefully edged it onto a rigid shoulder. The aspirin was kicking in, and hopefully would hold the line against the real stiffness that would come in the next 12 hours. This wasn't the first time I'd been battered, and I understood the patterns of pain the body endured as it tried to heal. The evening air was warm, and the streets weren't that busy. This time of night, most of this area cleared out. There'd be pockets of people near the restaurants around the corner, but this block was always quiet. My phone buzzed. I would have hoped it was Luke canceling, but we hadn't exchanged numbers. When I glanced at the display, I was disappointed and relieved. It was the judge. I stopped walking and angled my back toward a brick wall. One of the million random safety tips I practiced all the time. Walking while talking on a cell created a sense of connection and safety, but the reality was the brain could concentrate on only one thing at a time. If I was listening to the judge, my attention wasn't on the streets around me. "Thank you for coming to the opening." A chair squeaked in the background, and I pictured the judge still in her office. She always worked late. "Of course," I said. Did I see you talking to people? She asked. Maybe a man? That teased a smile. A few. Luke Kane? That's correct. The judge missed so little. What's his story? Why do you want to know? Curiosity mingled carefully with amusement. Just curious. The judge chuckled. Interest is a positive sign. You don't have to tell me anything. No, I'm happy to. He's a tough attorney. Used to work as a prosecutor in the Commonwealth's attorney's office. For the last 2 years, he's become one of the Tidewater's best defense attorneys. Too good. I've seen the best prosecutors lose to him. I'd often wondered if Tanner had lived and Della had been found, how their trials would have played out. I'd have been forced to testify and retell the story that I'd recited to dozens of cops. But Tanner was dead, and Della had vanished into the wind. Maybe the universe had done me a solid when the police had killed him and saved me from more scrutiny. Would you say ruthless? Oddly, I was comfortable with predators. They wanted what they wanted and went after it. I knew what to expect. I'd say so. But he's also turned down cases that could have landed him a lot of money. The guy has a personal code. Okay. Did he ask you out? He did. I'm on my way to Lito's wine bar now. A glass of wine won't kill me. Ah, that explains it. What? He bought your print at the auction. Did he? The man has good taste. Don't get too excited. My longest date lasted 62 minutes. Here's to breaking the 62-minute record. Another smile teased my lips. The judge checked in often, but she never pushed or badgered unless I was teetering toward a downward spiral. Thankfully, I'd not really lost my shit in a few years. Thanks, Judge. I'm proud of you, the judge said. Compliments always made me uneasy. I never felt like any of them were deserved. Give him a chance, the judge said. Not an order, but a humble suggestion from an old, growingly sentimental friend. You're neither old nor sentimental. I might be softening in my old age. Don't. Stay tough. I needed the judge to be strong. I needed her boundaries. I needed to know there was at least one rock in my life. I'll shake off any tender feelings immediately. Thank you. Have fun? To be determined. I ended the call, gripped the phone, and moved toward the wine bar. I wasn't more hopeful about this date, but some of the weight that had settled on my shoulders had lifted. Lito's had opened its large front doors and pushed back sliding windows to bring the outside in. People were sitting at cocktail rounds, chatting and laughing. Sweat pooled on the back of my neck. I tightened my hand on my purse, walked inside and checked the time. 6:01. I looked around, searching for Luke, still hoping he'd changed his mind and hadn't shown up. A broad-shouldered man stood by a round top, and I realized it was Luke. He wore a suit, but he'd removed the tie. If he was trying to soften the image, he'd have to work harder. Slicked back dark hair and the lights above sharpened the angles on his face. I raised a hand and cut through the crowd, doing my best to avoid contact with anyone. One man backed away from the bar and bumped into me. driving an elbow into my battered ribs. My first reaction was to shove back hard and tell him to back off. But I caught myself. My fingers balled into fists as people flooded around me. Pulse pounding, I drew in a breath and kept moving. The goal tonight was a date that lasted 63 minutes. Luke watched me as I approached, and I felt his appreciation stroking over me. At 25, I should be making the most of my youth. But reaching beyond my walls and putting myself out there seemed like an impossible mountain to climb. He'd expect a kiss on the cheek, a small casual touch. Bracing, I found a smile and leaned forward slightly as he kissed me on the cheek. Hints of expensive aftershave swirled around me. When his hand slid casually to my waist, I tensed.
You okay?
He asked. I had a fall on the rock climbing wall today. I skidded away from his fingers and took the seat across from him. The table between us helped ease some of the tension away. Ribs are a little tender. A frown furrowed his brow as his gaze skimmed over my body.
What happened?
I made it to the top and grazed the ceiling with my fingers, and then my concentration broke. Too cocky for my own good. He settled across from me.
Why did your concentration break?
Sometimes it just happens. Light from a candle nestled in a small votive glinted in his gaze.
Nothing just happens.
I shifted, smiling through a grimace. I was grateful now I'd fallen. It was something to talk about, and it would explain why my body tensed when touched.
I assume you had a safety harness on,
he said. I did. It was quite effective. When the waitress came to the table, he ordered a bourbon neat, and I selected a white wine.
I've never tackled the wall. I focus on the treadmill and weight room. It's not exciting, but it's efficient.
You have a busy schedule?
Sure, but par for the course when you're in practice for yourself. You're self-employed. Any words of wisdom?
You never work a day in your life if you work for yourself. His quick laugh was hearty and rich. I relaxed a little. Truthfully, the job never stops.
No truer words.
He leaned back as if he were talking to an old friend. The judge told me you purchased my print at the reception.
I did.
Thank you.
It's a stunning piece.
The waitress arrived with our drinks, and I held mine up, toasting him, and took a sip. The cool, buttery liquid tasted good. I always allowed myself one drink when I was out. If I wanted more, I went home, locked the doors, and had a second. There were moments like now when I wondered what kind of person I would have been if not for Tanner and Della. Surely I wouldn't have been this paranoid or nervous. My ability to relax and enjoy was one of the many things that duo had stolen from me. So you're on the board of directors for the Judges Recreation Center, I said. He nodded thoughtfully.
I had several good reasons why I wasn't the best choice, but she wouldn't hear my arguments.
Tried and sentenced.
Correct.
What do you owe her? I asked. He scratched his jaw.
I represented a kid on drug charges. When I argued my case to her, I detailed several extenuating circumstances. Instead of sending the child to juvenile detention, I asked the judge to remand her to foster care. She took the kid in herself.
I had met a couple of the kids who'd been under the judge's care. Based on his recap, I suspected he must be talking about Marissa. She was in college now. Happy ending? College was a long way away from the finish line. So many pitfalls.
Is there such a thing?
He asked. Good point. But if you don't take the first step, you'll never finish.
The judge has fostered a dozen kids over the years.
I was number 9, I think. I believe Marissa was number 12. I smiled when the slight surprise sparked in his gray eyes.
You mentioned that at the reception. How long did she foster you?
For a couple of years. Marissa was an angel compared to me. I tested the judge often in the beginning. And then she sat me down and pointed out that I was headed to a bad place if I didn't course correct. I understood the true depth of darkness in bad places. Luke raised a brow.
You pushed back against the judge.
Once. Maybe twice. She talked to me like an adult, and for whatever reason, her words clicked with me. The judge had been the first island of sanity in my life, and I didn't want to be ejected. If not for 88 days in hell, I might have pressed.
How'd you get from there to here?
Art? It was a lifeline. It helped me focus and dream bigger.
Did you go to art school, or were you self-taught?
A bit of both. Mostly just a lot of practice. I sipped my wine. He peered at me over the rim of his glass.
What broke your concentration on the climbing wall?
Didn't you just ask me that?
You dodged the answer.
He didn't like unanswered questions, puzzles, or unclosed loops. I skimmed a calloused finger along the glass's delicate stem. I saw someone I thought I knew. It had been a long time since we'd crossed paths. I fell, and after that fuss and drama, she was gone. If it even was her. I sipped my wine, desperately ready to shift the conversation toward him. In under 5 minutes, he'd touched on my foster care stint and Della. You said you never climbed the wall?
I have not. I usually have less than an hour for my workouts, and the wall looks like it would take time to learn.
It takes practice. Luke was attractive, and I liked the cut of his jaw, his broad shoulders, and the tuft of dark hair in the V of his shirt. Hints of his aftershave reached me as someone walked past and stirred the air. If I were a normal person, I'd kiss him by the end of the evening and maybe wrap my arms around him. But I wasn't normal. There were a million invisible fissures running through me, leaving me more fragile than I wanted to admit. What remained whole and intact was the darkness lurking inside me. When you're not practicing law or doing an express workout, what do? I asked.
Not much, he said ruefully. But when I do get a day or two off, I drive to the beach. I like swimming in the ocean.
Not lying on the hot sand and soaking up the sun?
I don't sit still well, and after reading thousands of pages of briefs, the idea of reading anything isn't appealing. By the time I escape to the beach, I've had my fill of words.
And the ocean forces you to concentrate on exactly where you are.
It tries.
Like my wall. The waitress came to our table with menus. Would you two like to order dinner or appetizers?
Luke looked at me. What do you think?
Food meant more time, more conversation, and more interaction. Sounds good. Without glancing at my phone, I estimated we'd been here about 20 minutes. I'd become good at judging time in the basement. To avoid being swallowed by an endless abyss, I'd started to collect all the clues hinting to the passage of time. When I heard Tanner's steady footfall on the floor above, I paid attention. The rising volume of the radio news suggested he was getting ready for work. I guessed it was about 7:30 a.m., because he'd always shown up at the neighbor's house for work at 8:30. During the day, while Della slept, songs on the radio blaring upstairs fell into a predictable pattern of morning, midday, and late day. Occasionally a bird chirped, or a delivery truck pulled into the driveway and dropped a package. According to my internal time gauge, I was only a third of the way into my 63-minute date night goal. I glanced at the menu, my gaze scanning words, but not really processing. So much food, so many options. I never got tired of food. 20 more minutes here with him could prove I wasn't such a big mess. How about the fruit and cheese board? Luke looked up at the waitress.
That work?
Coming right up, the waitress said.
You're tense,
Luke said.
Everything all right?
Maybe he knew my backstory. The judge wasn't one to talk, but word got around. Normally, I didn't care who knew about my past. I'd done nothing wrong. But in this moment, I hoped he didn't, just for a little while. I rarely experienced normal, and it was kind of nice. Am I that obvious? I asked.
Only a little.
I smiled, wondering if he was simply playing his cards close to the vest. You're very diplomatic.
I try.
His gaze swirled with more questions, but he employed silence to entice unsaid words. I don't date much. My awkwardness danced between us, and if anything, it only deepened the mystery of me.
Why is that?
Never default to truth if there's a believable alternative. I'm the classic absent-minded artist who spends most of her time in the studio.
Why did you say yes to this date?
I don't know. Sometimes I get tired of being awkward and alone. The key to a good lie was to thread in the truth.
You're not awkward, I mean.
Wait until you get to know me. He laughed.
What's the biggest challenge when you're painting a portrait?
Felt good to switch to a safer topic. Getting the expression right is always tricky. The goal isn't to just recreate a person's face, but to show who they are on the inside.
How do you do that?
I talk to them. Ask for 10 favorite candid pictures of them.
Candid photos?
They can be shockingly accurate. Maybe that was why I was never satisfied with Della's portrait. I didn't know the real person behind the mask. The cheese and fruit board arrived, and I was relieved to have something to occupy us for a few minutes. The food was good. This restaurant was now on Luke's favorites list. Havarti cheese rocks, blah, blah, blah. The platter bought me about 10 minutes of mindless conversation, which I suspected Luke was also using to evaluate me. I understood he liked what he saw. And I liked what I saw. but I had no idea what to do next. I glanced out the window as a couple walked past arm in arm. Another loving couple. Shit. Were they everywhere? A splash of red caught my attention, and I looked out the window. A woman wearing a red coat walked toward me on the sidewalk. She was the woman from the gym. She looked up, her gaze meeting mine, and for a moment, the eyes trapped me. I'd seen those eyes before. Not only in the gym today, but also in Tanner's van and basement room. I'd been trying for a decade to recreate those eyes. Della. She was no look-alike, she was the real deal. My pulse quickened and my stomach soured. Twice in one day, there was no way I was wrong about this woman.
Everything all right?
Luke asked. I rose so quickly, the table shifted, my wineglass tipped, and it would have fallen if Luke hadn't caught it. Fumbling in my purse for a $20 bill, I stood. I'm sorry, I need to go. I see someone outside. I tossed the money on the table.
Are you sure you're okay?
A sour taste settled in my mouth. I'm fine. I hurried through the restaurant, bumping into a couple of patrons and nearly knocking into a waitress sporting a platter of drinks. Outside, heavy, humid air rushed my lungs. The crowds on the street had thickened, and Della had vanished again. I hurried to the corner and looked left and right, but there was no sign of her. How the hell had she vanished so quickly? A hand touched my elbow, and I whirled around to see Luke. His gaze was a mixture of curiosity, apprehension, and maybe some annoyance.
What's going on?
I carefully pulled my elbow from his grip. I'm sorry. I saw someone I thought I knew. Shit. I scanned the street again, but there was no sign of Della. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
He stepped toward me in a way that felt possessive. Or maybe it was just concern. When he reached out for my hand, I stepped back. I can't.
What's wrong?
As first dates went, this one wasn't the worst, but it was in the bottom 3. Just rattled. Luke, thank you, but I need to go.
This doesn't have to end now.
It does. I'm sorry. Before he could speak again, I turned and hurried around the corner. I followed sidewalk after sidewalk down darkening roads until I found myself facing a dead-end alley near my warehouse. I heard a man talking to himself and saw shadows move toward me. I rushed to my warehouse front door, unlocked the deadbolts and secondary locks on the metal screen door. Inside, I slammed the doors and closed my eyes. My breath came so quickly I thought I'd hyperventilate. I slid to the floor and buried my face in my hands. Della, why are you back?
Chapter 11. Dawson. Saturday, July 13, 2024, 8 p.m. Dawson sat at the bar and smiled as the bartender set his favorite draft beer in front of him. He'd spent most of the afternoon on the Sandra Taylor case, rereading his notes on the teen's missing persons investigation, which felt woefully incomplete now. A decade ago, his sources had described Sandra as a troubled young woman who partied hard and hated her home life, so much like Scarlett and Tiffany Patterson when they'd been teens. Next, he'd keyed in on his notes about Tanner. Polite, neatly dressed, seemed concerned. Tanner had grown up in a 2-parent middle-class family. His father had been a carpenter and his mother a clerk in a hardware store. There were no siblings, just some distant cousins and a few aunts and uncles. He'd opted out of college for trade school, and by 19 was earning a 6-figure income. He'd bought the house in Moyock, North Carolina, when he was 21. The kid was a success. No arrest record, no missing family animals, no complaints filed against him for sexual assault. Whatever he'd been planning, he'd kept it locked in his head until he was ready to act it out. On June 12, 2014, Dawson had got a tip that Sandra had gone on a date with Tanner. Following the lead, he found Tanner at a job site, a home renovation project. What he'd not realized was that the job site was across the street from Scarlett Crosby's house, and Scarlett had already been missing for 6 days. There'd been no missing persons report, so no red flags. Maybe if he'd knocked on some doors, someone might have mentioned Scarlett hadn't been seen in nearly a week. If he'd realized Scarlett was also in trouble, he'd like to think he'd have zeroed in on Tanner and saved both girls. However, maybes, like unicorns and birthday wishes, didn't mean much. Since he'd separated from his wife last winter, he came here often. The bar was dark and didn't really attract tourists or the younger crowd, but working-class folks who were either cops, Navy, or dock or construction workers. The drinks were strong and people left him alone. Most patrons were mid-30s or older, and most were like him. They wanted to drink and hook up. He could always count on a cold beer and better-than-average odds that he'd find a woman close to last call. A woman took a seat next to him and ordered a white wine. He caught the whiff of perfume, and peripheral vision revealed a thick shock of blonde hair swept away from an angled face. Long, elegant fingers accepted a glass from the bartender. The woman beside him now didn't look like the kind to linger, but he'd been fooled before. When she twisted in her seat and faced him, he damn near fell off his stool. "Margot Lawson?" A smile curled the edges of her lips. "Detective Dawson, I thought that was you." "What brings you here?" Her blouse was fastened above her breasts, but discretion made the look sexier. She smiled. "Same as you. How's the food?" "Burgers aren't bad, but beyond that I'd be careful." "Not the kind of place to get a salad." A smile tugged at his lips. "No." Margot traced the stem of her glass. "You know this place well?" "Well enough." "But you come here often." She nodded thoughtfully. "You look comfortable, as if this is your place." The observation was slightly unsettling. "Maybe." She raised the glass to her lips. "Why do you come here so often?" He shifted toward her. Their knees faced each other and were inches apart. "Same as the rest." "Then I chose well, I suppose." He wasn't thinking about her as a cop or colleague, and they both were off the clock, so what the hell? "Where did you live before here?" "I was in the D.C. area. Loved it. But I liked the beach, and decided to mix things up." He tried to imagine a couple of her blouse buttons opening. If she were interviewing a suspect dressed like this, she might ask great questions, but anyone with a heartbeat wouldn't hear a word she said. Hell, he was having trouble concentrating himself. Her tongue barely skimmed the edge of her glass as she drank. He cleared his throat. "How do you like being near the water?" "I like it. Town is smaller. Finding a place to live is turning into a challenge, but I'm getting by. What about you?" "I've always lived here. Can't imagine anywhere else." She nodded slowly, as if this weren't a surprise to her. "Any word on our Jane Doe?" Jane Doe. In his mind, the victim was Sandra Taylor. "Waiting for the autopsy. DNA, X-rays, dental records." She leaned a fraction closer, ensnaring him in her soft perfume. "If there are any records for Sandra Taylor, they shouldn't be too hard to find." He didn't want to talk to her about the case. That was part of the reason he was here. Margot moistened her lips. "Can you do me a favor, Dawson?" "Depends." "I swiped right on a guy and he's just arrived." She glanced over her shoulder and then leaned even closer to him. "Let's just say, not as advertised." Her shoulder brushed his. "Mind backing me up if he comes this way?" He'd hung up his white hat a long time ago. "I'm just having a beer."
Oh, come on, Dawson, help a girl out. He didn't want to know what shit pile she'd fallen into, but he also wasn't anxious to send her along. Nice to have the company of a sexy woman.
"That sounds like trouble."
Her laugh was throaty, deep.
"You're intrigued by me. Am I right?"
Am I?
"Sure. I saw the surprise on your face when you recognized me."
How do you know that?
"I'm a cop. I'm good at summing up people."
He caught the approach of the man in the corner of his eye. Out of habit, he shifted, freeing his jacket from his weapon.
"Don't count on me." "Oh, I don't. But I figure my chances are better if you back me up."
The man approaching Margot was tall and dressed in jeans and a blue shirt. He had a phone in hand and was glancing at the picture and then her.
"Margot?"
Margot sipped her wine.
"No, sorry." "I'm Brad."
She shook her head as if the name meant nothing. The man's eyes narrowed.
"You sure? This picture looks just like you." "You got the wrong gal."
The man's quizzical expression hardened.
"Are you fucking with me, lady?"
Margot stilled but didn't flinch.
"You've got the wrong lady." "Why would you drag me here?" the man demanded. "Is this a game?" "She's with me," Dawson said.
The man directed his attention to Dawson.
"Who the fuck are you?"
Dawson shifted so the badge clipped to his belt buckle was visible.
"I'm the guy that's gonna cause you trouble if you don't back off." "Is that badge supposed to scare me?" the man demanded.
Dawson stood and glanced toward the bartender, who reached below the bar and pulled out a bat.
"He's a former cop, and there are about 10 other cops in this bar I know. We'll all happily escort you out of the establishment, or, better, to a holding cell."
The man held up his hands.
"I haven't done anything."
"You're harassing me," Margot said. "Detective Dawson, what would you like me to do? Do I press charges?" A few men around them stood at their tables. None moved toward the bar, but it was clear they were paying attention. The man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Margot, but finally his hands raised.
"Fuck you, bitch."
"A man of words," Margot said. Brad turned and left the bar. Margot reached for her glass as if the matter were closed. Dawson remained standing in case Brad doubled back. "What are you doing tonight, Dawson?" she asked.
"Trying to stay out of a bar fight."
Margot tossed a 20 on the bar.
"My hotel is across the street. Care to join me? Or would you rather wait until last call and see what's left?"
His gaze settled on her face. Fuck, she was a stunner. Women like her didn't go for men like him.
"Are you playing games with me now, Margot?"
She wriggled off the stool, drawing his gaze along the thin column of her neck.
"Nope. Just a gal who doesn't have the best taste in men."
That teased a smile.
"But you want me?"
She arched a brow.
"Is that a yes or no, Dawson?"
Maybe he wasn't the cream of the crop. He sure as shit had been passed over for promotion, and his ex-wife's drama had likely tanked his future in the department.
But he was smart enough to understand a lucky break.
He took a long pull on his beer.
"How did you pick a dump hotel like the one across the street?"
She arched a brow.
"Are you familiar with it?"
"I am." What were the chances they were staying in the same hotel? "And I don't picture you there." She laughed.
"Yes or no?"
"It's a yes." She trailed long fingers over his shoulders and walked toward the door. He tossed a couple of 20s on the bar and followed. She had a tight ass, and when she walked it swayed seductively. He grew hard. Outside, she didn't glance back as she crossed the street toward the hotel. It wasn't fancy, mid-grade at best, and he'd been honest when he said he didn't place a woman like her here. In the lobby, he glanced toward the reception desk. The clerk was watching his phone screen and not paying any attention to them.
Margot moved with ease down a first-floor hallway, and he followed her to room 109 as she fished a key from her purse. Despite the many warnings of on-the-job complications his left brain was all but shouting, he continued onward. She unlocked the door located 5 doors from the emergency exit and 20 feet from the lobby and the distracted clerk. Her hair framed her face, highlighting a relaxed profile as she pushed open the door. He lingered back a step, watching as she flipped on the light. His hand on his weapon, he followed, glancing in the bathroom and confirming there was no one there before closing the door. Old habits. She sat on the edge of a bed covered in a paisley print comforter and pulled off her high-heeled boots. Her toes were painted a bright pink. "You aren't scared, are you?" she asked. Cautious. She stood and wrapped her arms around his neck, her hard nipples pressed against his chest. "Think I'm going to hurt you?" He ran a finger along her cheek, neck, and down to her narrow waist. Her muscles were firm. "Like I said, cautious." "This isn't an HR sting." She unwrapped her hands, stepped back, and unfastened her blouse. The fabric fell open, bracketing a red lace bra cupping full breasts. He clung to reason, but his grip was slipping. She wriggled out of her skirt, leaving her wearing only red panties, the bra, and the blouse. "Getting undressed? Or are you going to just stare?" "I like looking at you." "There's more to see, but you have to undress first." Dawson shrugged off his jacket and tossed it on a chair. He moved to the door, threw the deadbolt and security lock, and then dimmed the lights. He removed his weapon and put it in the top dresser drawer, along with his badge, handcuffs, and keys. He closed the distance between them and rested his hands on her shoulders. Slowly, he traced her collarbone with his thumb and then pushed the folds of the blouse apart until it slid down her arms. She moistened her lips as his hand cupped her breast and squeezed. He suckled the taut swell. She hissed in a breath and arched into him. "Tell me what you want," she said. "What's that mean?" "Tell me what you want, Detective Dawson. Name it." Was there a hidden camera? That would be his luck. But she was asking and consenting, and the more he looked at her, the more he wanted her. He looked down at her body and skimmed a finger over the panties. What did he want? An old boss had warned him to always keep his dick out of the payroll. He'd stuck to that, and still, it all went sideways. "Take your bra and panties off." She reached behind her and unfastened the bra, letting the straps fall down her arms. As she tossed it aside, she slid off the silk lace panties and let them fall until they ringed her ankles. She stepped out of them. "Now what?" "Lie on the bed." "Okay." He watched as she slowly settled in the center of the bed. His erection throbbed, and it was all he could do not to climb on top and pound inside her. He removed his shirt, unfastened his belt buckle, and towed off his shoes. He fished a condom from his wallet and let his pants fall. She piled the pillows against the headboard and leaned back. "What now?" Naked, he climbed on the bed. His hands slid up her smooth legs. "Spread your legs." A smile flickered over her lips as she teased her nipples with her fingertips and then slowly opened her legs a little for him. "Like this?" Her compliance was intoxicating. Wider. She spread her legs wide and slid her manicured fingers over her belly. "Do you want me to touch myself?" "Not yet." He wasn't sure what kind of fantasy she was acting out, and it didn't matter. She'd picked him as easily as the guy she'd swiped right for. This was a one-time thing, but he didn't care. He moved between her thighs, again stroking his fingers over her pale skin. Her gaze didn't waver from him, and he was slightly nervous as he slid latex over his erection. He positioned himself at her moist opening. "What do you want?" he asked. She tilted her pelvis upward, pressing against his tip. "Do I have to say it?" "Yes."
Fuck me.
Dawson shoved inside her with more force than expected. He halted, waiting a beat. "Good?"
Harder.
When she cupped his ass, he slammed into her.
Chapter 12. Scarlet. Saturday, July 13th, 2024. 8:30 p.m. 50 minutes. My date with Luke Kane had lasted 50 minutes. And then the Della lookalike had appeared, and I'd lost my mind. Again. This wasn't the first time in the last decade that I'd spotted Della. But at least I'd not made a total ass of myself or filed a police report. I'd only screwed up a date. Over the years, I'd questioned whether Della was real and whether I was sane. Maybe my mind had broken in that locked room, and I had created her to shoulder my mistakes and pain. Maybe the cop psychologist had been right. Maybe Della never existed. Inventing Della, the doctor had said, was my way of coping and surviving. Maybe I had gone a little crazy. I changed into paint-splattered jeans and an oversized t-shirt and pulled my blonde hair into a ponytail. I uncovered the canvas and sat in front of the Della painting. As I stared at the eyes, I willed Della to come to life and admit she was real, to tell me I wasn't crazy. But the eyes stared at me with stony, frustrated silence. Maybe I'd never been able to get these eyes right because Della hadn't existed. Maybe I was trying to catch a fantasy that was fading with time. You can't capture what never happened. I squeezed fresh paint from several tubes and then picked up my brush. I dabbed the tip into the colors and swirled them on a clean palette until the color seemed right. Brush raised to the painting. It hovered over the eyes that dared me now to fix them. But I had no idea how to remedy the eyes. I had nothing else to spark memories or inject life. I tossed the brush down, rose and flexed my fingers. Walking to the window, I stared out onto the quiet sidewalk illuminated by streetlights. There'd been no word from Dawson since his visit. No updates on the case, and I wanted to take that as a positive sign. But silence was not always golden. The wheels of progress were slow, and they did churn with narratives and incorrect conclusions. I fished my phone out of my back pocket and glanced at the screen. I'd not given Luke my phone number, but my website was easy to find. However, given my behavior, reconnecting would have to come from me. I shoved the phone back in my pocket. Ghosting him was for the best. I was saving him a lot of grief. Getting tangled up with me was a no-win situation. I rolled through my voicemail messages from numbers I'd not been able to identify and had ignored. I'd been ambushed by one too many reporters, so I'd made it a practice never to answer or even listen to messages from strange numbers. I pressed play on the first, the second, and the third. All were robocalls. The last message was different. I recognized Tiffany Patterson's number. Static silence hummed for 38 seconds. A horn honked. This message lasted nearly a minute and had come in at noon 4 days ago. I'd been in my studio that day, my phone on silent. Now, for whatever reason, I imagined her standing on the sidewalk across from my building, watching me as I worked and wondering when I'd answer. There was no way of proving that scenario. But it took little for my imagination to run wild. I'd stayed sane in that basement room because I could imagine other places and people sitting beside me and offering comfort. That same imagination now spun stories that were a bit terrifying. Had Tiffany seen the article in the local paper about my painting at the recreation center? Had she run out of money, or was she in trouble? Tiffany had visited me at the hospital a decade ago. She'd told me she was worried about me. She said she was surprised we'd gone to the same high school. She was 3 years ahead, but small world, right? She'd cleared her throat often. Her faltering smile faded in and out. And she said quietly that she would never forget how I'd risked my life to save her. Carefully, she'd laid her bundle of flowers on the table by my bed. Thank you. That moment had stuck with me. And when she'd shown up on my doorstep 6 months ago, pale, thin, and high, my heart had softened for her. I'd fed her, allowed her to shower, and given her clean clothes. She'd thanked me and asked me for a few bucks. That first time, I'd given her a couple of 20s, which I later realized she'd spent on drugs. And now she was calling my phone and not asking me for money. That was out of character for her. I turned from my warehouse window. According to Dawson, Sandra had gone to our high school too. 2 girls chosen from the same area could be random, but 3 made it a pattern. Had Tiffany heard about the discovery of the young girl's body? Did Tiffany know something about Sandra? What was she trying to tell me? A quick internet search of Tiffany listed her 3 last known addresses. I picked the most recent and searched it on the map before I crossed the room and grabbed my purse. After I'd sat in my truck and started the engine, my heart pounded as I drove through the city, across the bridge, east toward the country. I knew basically the general area where she lived, and finding the 2-story building wasn't difficult. I parked out front and for several minutes watched as people milled around the building, their laughter mingling with music blaring from several speakers. Out of the vehicle, I climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor and found 2B. Inside, more music pulsed. Drawing in a breath, I knocked on the door. For nearly a minute, there was no response. Finally, footsteps moved toward the door, and it snapped open. I didn't recognize the tall woman with dark hair staring at me. Mid-30s with a long, sallow face. She wore a loose-fitting t-shirt that draped over her shoulder, exposing a butterfly tattoo on her bicep. "Yeah, what do you want?" the woman asked. "I'm looking for Tiffany. I was told she lived here." I rushed to add, "We were friends as kids and I'm in town for a few days and wanted to say hi." The lies tripped off my tongue so easily. I tried to call her, but her number was disconnected. "That sounds like Tiffany," the woman said with a smile. "Tiffany isn't here. She hasn't been here for days." "Do you know where she could be?" "She might be working. She might be getting high. I never know with her. Give me your number and I'll have her call you." "She's got my number." A brow arched. "You aren't a cop, are you?" That startled a chuckle. "No, not even close. I'm an artist." As proof, I held up my ink-stained fingers. That seemed to satisfy her. "Tiff's known for going MIA. Give her a few days and then worry." "She ran away a lot when we were in high school." I lied, hoping to learn more about Tiffany. A lot of times she came to my parents' house. Fabrications swirled around me, and if I wasn't careful, they would tangle, ensnare, and trip me up.
Why are you in town?
My mother's funeral. In for a penny, in for a pound. That's why I'm here. I wanted to tell Tiffany because it would have meant something to her. We talked a lot about our moms, and I want to make sure she's okay.
Tiffany doesn't have many friends. She's always been wired tight.
I remember, I lied. She was a skinny little kid.
Yeah.
I dug a pen and scrap paper from my pocket. I scrawled a note and my number asking her to call me. I wrote my name in bold block letters and underlined it. Just in case. Can you give her this?
Sure.
She flicked the edge of the paper with her finger.
When she's gone for more than a few days, she's usually at Jeremy's.
Her boyfriend?
Really, her drug dealer. He has a house in the Fairmont Park area. I don't know the address, but ask anyone near there, and they'll tell you how to find Jeremy.
I knew the area. I'd been to a house in that neighborhood a few weeks ago looking for Tiffany after she'd texted me asking for help. I'd found her. We'd argued. She'd been so high. She'd wanted money, not help. Finally, I'd left without her. Thanks. As I walked to my truck, a man called out to me. He said he needed a favor. I moved faster, gripping my keys. His shouts grew louder and angrier. When I slid into my truck, I locked the door immediately and started the engine. I didn't bother to look back to see who'd been shouting. Tiffany really knew nothing about Tanner, but maybe she had something to say about Sandra Taylor. Could she have overheard Tanner and his girlfriend Lynn Yates when they'd shared so many breakfasts at the diner? Maybe Tiffany called in the tip. Maybe she knew something about Della. Maybe I was simply fishing. Regardless, I needed to find Tiffany.
Chapter 13. Dawson. Sunday, July 14, 2024, 2 a.m. Dawson stood at the foot of the bed watching Margot sleep. In the 5 hours they'd been in this room, they'd gone for round 2 and then 3. He couldn't remember the last time he felt this satisfied, this validated. HR problems aside, he worried about the fantasies he'd tapped into tonight. He'd harbored dark needs, but this was the first time he'd given them life. Neither his wife nor his few girlfriends had ever voiced Margot's shadowy desires, which had dovetailed with his perfectly. God help him, he liked it all, liked knowing he was in control. As the ropes tightened around her wrists, power had triggered a sensation of pure euphoria that banished the failures that had been circling since he'd been pegged as the cop who'd talked to Tanner Reed and not picked up on any whiff of trouble. Control was a precious commodity in this world. His ex-wife had used him to whitewash her drug problem, and then she tossed him out. And on the job, he chased the missing and the dead. Many of the missing didn't want to be found, and the ones who did were often already dead. He closed some homicides, but too many remained open. The wins were rare, and most days he felt as if he were running in quicksand. The harder he struggled, the deeper he sank. Unlike the old-timers on the job, it would be decades before he could grab a pension. Rudderless, hopeless, trapped. Margot rolled on her back, and the sheet fell below her breasts. She made no move to cover herself as she studied him. That was fun. It was. He shrugged on his shirt and began to fasten the small white buttons. You come to that bar often?
First time, but I liked it a lot. Maybe we'll see each other again outside of the office.
Or I can call you.
I liked the randomness of meeting you in the bar last night.
She shoved a thick shock of short blonde hair away from her face. Red finger marks rimmed her slender wrists. Now that her makeup had faded, he realized she was younger than he'd originally thought. 30, late 20s maybe. I can't say when I'll be back to the bar. He lied. Running down the Taylor murder is going to take time.
Let me know if you need a hand with that.
He sat on the edge of the bed. Walk me through your response to the 911 call.
Dispatch said there was a possible body on the premises. The caller said the body was hidden in the wall near the kitchen. I keep a sledgehammer in the trunk of my car, so it was easy to break the drywall.
You keep a sledgehammer in your trunk?
It comes in handy more often than you think.
Okay.
When I showed up, the house was empty, no signs of anyone. When backup arrived, I went into the kitchen, took my jacket off, and got to work.
She smiled.
For the record, I found the body after the fourth hole. Have you listened to the 911 call?
I did. Sounds like a woman, and there's lots of background noise. I put a trace on the number. It's a disposable phone.
Do you know the location of the call?
Most assumed a burner was totally anonymous. Though the caller's name wasn't available, the location of the call could be traced. Soon, he'd also have the device's point of purchase. Working on that. A smile curved her lips.
Do you have a recording of the message on your phone?
He opened the texted message from dispatch. He hit play.
Go to the house at 922 Hanover. There's a body in the east wall near the kitchen. Direct and to the point.
She sat up, letting the sheet drop as she stood.
Keep me in the loop.
Hard to concentrate with two lovely breasts less than a foot from his fingertips. Sure.
See you in the bar sometime, she said.
You know me that well? She slid on her blouse and faced him as she slowly buttoned it.
You're relaxed in that bar, like it's your second home. Bartender refilled your beer without asking.
She wrinkled her nose.
Guessing divorced recently.
When it came to hiding his emotions, he was a skilled practitioner. The ex-wife had complained about his distance often enough. What else do you know about me? She pulled up sheer panties.
You like giving orders. I would say that gives you a sense of mastery in your chaotic world.
He blistered under her intense gaze. He'd revealed a secret part of himself to her, and now wasn't sure if that was very smart. And?
I can't tell if you have children, but I'm thinking no. I don't get the vibe of a tortured soul missing his kid.
I don't have kids or a tortured soul. She raised a brow.
That makes divorce easier, but not painless. Been there, done that. Kicked my ex to the curb last year.
Of course, she'd had other men, but the image annoyed him. She felt like his. Sorry to hear that. A shrug lifted her shoulder.
You're married to the job, aren't you?
Maybe more than I realized. What about you?
I'm a hopeless addict. I loved my work to the exclusion of my marriage. He ran his hand along her jaw. He didn't want to leave her.
Be in the bar on Tuesday night. I want to see you.
You can give orders in here, but out there, I'm my own woman.
Irritation swarmed, ominous and disturbing, as he realized he needed to see her again. Is that a yes or no?
It's a wait and see if it suits me to return.
A smile tugged at her lips, belying any fears that she could be slipping away. She liked taking the orders, but she was the one running this show. Okay. His gaze skimmed over her smooth thigh. There was lean muscle there, but she wasn't too slim. He liked a woman with muscles.
See you around, Dawson, and keep me posted on that case.
Are you kicking me out?
I've got to get some rest. Got an early call tomorrow.
What case are you working? She didn't question that he was curious about her.
Who knows? I'm the new guy.
She'd dominate whatever case was tossed her way. I'm sure you'll run the room in a few months. We shall see, he chuckled. Tuesday night, Margot. Dawson left her hotel room feeling buoyant. For the first time in weeks, he believed he could make a difference and maybe could solve Sandra Taylor's murder. He strode down the hallway, wishing he were still in bed with Margot. He punched the elevator button and, when the doors opened, stepped inside. He rode up to his room on the 5th floor, waved his key in front of the lock, and pushed open the door. He glanced toward his neatly made bed. A few hours of sleep would be nice, but he was too jazzed, too optimistic to sleep, so he opted for a shower instead. He stripped and turned on the hot water. As the room steamed, he hesitated, raising his forearm to his nose. The scent of Margot still clung to him, and he wasn't keen to wash it off. Get a grip, he muttered and stepped into the shower. He buried his face in the hot spray, savoring the heat, willing it to give him more energy. Finally, he shut off the tap, toweled off, shaved, dressed in suit pants and a clean shirt. He made a strong cup of coffee on the little 1-cup Keurig machine he'd brought with him when he'd moved out of the house. The cup brewed quickly as he flicked on pre-dawn news. Another hot day. 2 gang-related shootings. A kid killed. He sat at a small round table and flicked through the case file to an old picture of Scarlett taken after she was rescued, when she was still in the hospital. Her blonde hair hung in oily strands around her pale, gaunt face. The first time he'd seen this picture, he'd felt a punch of regret. She'd been an at-risk kid for most of her life, and she'd been ripe for a guy like Tanner, and he'd spoken to Tanner and missed it all. Scarlett's medical file detailed the horrors: scars from repeated whippings, vaginal tearing, malnutrition, and a hairline fracture on her right wrist. Many in the press called her lucky, but this kind of abuse created a damage so deep it never really healed. The Scarlett who'd been snatched died spiritually, and what had been rehabbed and released from the hospital after her rescue might have Scarlett's DNA. But that was about it. The Scarlett he'd seen yesterday was reserved to the point of cold. If she had any emotions or feelings about Tanner, Sandra, or Tiffany, they were buried under ice so thick no amount of sun or heat would ever fully melt it. Hers was a common reaction to assault. The reserve was a form of protection. He found it slightly unnerving, but he didn't blame her. But he did fault Scarlett Crosby for lying, as she was lying to him now. Despite her non-reactions to his questions, he could tell she knew, or at least suspected she knew, more about the other girl in Tanner's house. He shifted his attention to Sandra's file and cross-checked for similarities to Scarlett. Both had known Tanner. Same age, similar appearance, lived within 3 miles of each other, and they went to the same high school. The crimes against the 2 girls hadn't initially been connected 10 years ago because there'd been significant delays with the filing of their missing persons reports. After Scarlett's rescue, he'd tried to reopen Sandra's investigation, but by then he was on administrative leave. He opened his laptop and searched for East Norfolk High School. The yearbooks for the last 20 years had been digitized and put online, making it easy to find the 2013 to 2014 school year and Sandra Taylor. She'd been a junior. Her smile was bright and wide, and her eyes were vibrant blue and wary. She'd been in the social service system since she was 12 and had been in 6 homes in 4 years. Many kids had clubs or activities listed under their names, but she had nothing. As he stared at Sandra's face, he thought about the nearly mummified corpse now lying at the medical examiner's office. He scrolled back through the years and found Scarlett Crosby's picture in the freshman class. Like Sandra, she'd been a fresh face. Written under her name was Art Club. Had the 2 girls crossed paths? With 1,000 kids in the school, A year's difference could have created a gulf between them, so they never hung out. However, it was possible they'd had a general knowledge of each other, passed in a hallway, saw each other in the principal's office, ran in similar circles. All three girls lived in the same area and attended the same high school. Tanner had found his hunting ground. But how? For curiosity's sake, he typed in the name Della. Nothing popped up. He considered formal variations on the name, typing Adele, Adeline, Dell, and Cordelia into the search box. One Adele popped up in the senior class, but she was black, and didn't remotely resemble the sketches Scarlett had done 10 years ago. There still was no proof of the mysterious Della. His phone dinged with a text. For a second, he thought it might be Margot, but he realized she didn't have his number, nor he hers. The text was from his estranged wife. "Kevin, our meeting with the attorney is tomorrow at 11. However, you've yet to sign the property settlement. We can't move forward until you do." He glanced at the clock and realized it was nearly 6. His soon-to-be ex-wife had always been an early riser, and he could picture her writing up the to-do list for the day. Drawing in a breath, he sat and rubbed the back of his neck with his hand. Property agreement. He didn't have a pot to piss in. On paper, she was getting the house, the furnishings, and the limited savings account. But he wasn't in a rush to make it official. He texted back, "Blood from a stone." "Kevin, just sign the damn papers so we can end this." He didn't respond, annoyed that she wasn't satisfied that she'd gotten it all. She wanted his complete capitulation. Maybe he'd been an asshole and grown too distant, but his days of apologizing were over. He rose, slid his weapon into his holster, grabbed his jacket, keys, and wallet, and with the television still on, left the Do Not Disturb sign on the door. Soon, he'd have to find a permanent place. This hotel room was hardly home, but it did the trick for now. And it was close to Margot. Outside, the rising sun splashed bright shades of ginger and tangerine across the sky that dripped onto the cracked parking lot. In his car, he entered Tiffany's address, located in a small neighborhood off a bleak section of Shore Drive. After a 20-minute drive, he parked in front of the 2-story apartment building. The strip of grass between the building and lot was filled with tall weeds, beer cans, and trash. The lot was half full, but this early on a Sunday, whoever was out partying likely was still there. Tiffany still worked in the food industry, and he guessed she worked long, odd hours. The apartment looked quiet. Time to wake up. He pounded on the front door, then stepped to the side, waiting. When he didn't hear any sign of life inside, he banged on the door with his fist. A gravelly, feminine voice echoed from behind the door. "What? Who is it?" "Detective Kevin Dawson." He held up his badge. "I have questions about Tiffany Patterson." "You are?" The door opened on a 30-something woman with brown hair and bloodshot eyes. "Bonnie Bartley. What's the deal with Tiffany? Why is she so interesting now?" "Who else has been asking?" "A friend of hers." "You got a name?" "Scarlett." He motioned her forward, and when she approached, he selected a picture of Scarlett on his phone. "That her?" She leaned in. "Yeah." He slid the phone back in his pocket. "What did Scarlett want?" "Trying to find Tiffany. Said they were friends from school. Said her mother had just died and her mom had taken care of Tiffany when she was a kid or something." That was a lie. Scarlett's mother had died 6 months ago. "When did you see Tiffany last?" She yawned. "It's been days. I don't keep up with her schedule." "Where does she work now?" "At Tally's Bar on Ocean Drive." He removed his notebook and scribbled down the name. "Tiffany dating anyone?" "She hooks up with Jeremy Dillon once in a while." "The drug dealer?" Jeremy was well known in the department. He moved a lot of drugs, but so far had avoided jail time. "Yeah?" That where she gets her drugs now? The woman shifted.
I don't know.
I don't care about the drugs. I'm trying to find Tiffany. She's a witness in a key case. She shoved out a breath.
Like I told Scarlett, check out Jeremy.
I'd like to see Tiffany's room. The woman hesitated.
My roommate Stephanie's still asleep.
I promised to be quiet. He edged over the threshold. Whatever he noticed lying around the apartment was admissible in court. He couldn't open doors or closets without her permission or a warrant, but he was amazed what people left lying about.
Do you have a warrant?
Bonnie asked. I can get one, Bonnie. Likely not true, but she didn't know that. If you let me look at Tiffany's room now, I'll turn a blind eye to anything not related to finding her. She shoved out a breath.
How can I trust you?
Dawson wanted to tell her she couldn't. He wasn't here to make her life better. I'm not here to bust anyone on drugs. Like I said, it's the least of my concerns.
Or anything else?
He regarded her. He didn't have the patience to return to his car and run a check. All the weapons in the house?
No, but my boyfriend sometimes drops off stuff here.
What's your boyfriend's name? Her face tightened.
Why do you care?
Anyone who interacted with Tiffany matters to me.
Jeff's been out of town for a couple of months. He'll be back soon and he'll want to pick up his stuff.
Then Jeff doesn't matter. Dawson didn't know what kind of fish he was letting go, but he wanted to see Tiffany's room.
Okay.
Bonnie turned and he followed her into the dimly lit apartment. The living room was furnished with a few worn love seats, a coffee table covered with pizza boxes, ashtrays, and a bong. The place had a funky smell and he wondered when they'd last cracked a window. She opened the bedroom door to a small room furnished with a twin bed. The sheets were rumpled, and the bed was covered with cast-off clothes, as if she'd been trying on outfits and then discarding them. He pulled on latex gloves and moved to a box crate that doubled as a nightstand. He saw a full ashtray, loose cigarettes, a blunt, and a warm, half-full can of soda. Any bad breakups? She leaned against the door jamb, folding her arms over her chest.
They all were. She didn't make the best choices.
He turned toward a small dressing table covered with makeup, brushes, and curling irons. There was a square-shaped mirror with necklaces hanging off one corner and scarves off the other. On a side table were stacks of bills, junk mail, and notices to pay. She was behind on her bills.
Who isn't?
What kind of car does she drive?
A red Honda. I hadn't seen it in days.
He noticed a newspaper article peeking out from the bills. He pulled it out and realized it was a recent article on Scarlett Crosby. He had read it 3 times when it had been published last week. Dawson studied Scarlett's strained expression as she stood with a grinning Judge Thompson in front of a cartoonish mural. Did Tiffany mention this article?
No.
Laying the paper down, he took a picture of it before moving to a closet. Hanging clothes packed the small space, and in the back there was a bookshelf stuffed with purses, shoes, and hats. On the bottom shelf, he noticed the spine of a scrapbook. The scrapbook's laminated cover creaked when he opened to the front page, revealing a newspaper feature about Tiffany. The article was dated 10 years ago and spotlighted an interview about Tiffany's escape from Tanner. He turned the page to find a few more articles about her near kidnapping. The writers asked Tiffany about her impressions of Tanner, his death, and Scarlett's rescue. No connections made to Sandra's disappearance. As he thumbed through more pages, the articles shifted to notices of Scarlett's art shows. Clearly, Tiffany was keyed in on Scarlett. He showed the scrapbook to Bonnie. Have you ever seen this? She leaned closer.
No.
Did Tiffany ever talk about Tanner Reed or what happened?
Sometimes, when she got drunk. She said she had nightmares for years. I know a reporter called about 6 months ago and Tiffany was excited to talk to her. She liked the attention.
Do you have a name for the reporter?
No, she never called back.
Bonnie shook her head.
As creepy as what nearly happened was, it made her feel special.
Special?
Not invisible. Noticed. She nodded to the book. I didn't realize she kept the articles. That's a little weird.
Tiffany's brush with Tanner had given her life meaning, and now Dawson's own meeting with Tanner was giving him renewed purpose. He removed his card from his pocket and handed it to her. Mind if I take the scrapbook? I'd like to study it.
I guess. It's not mine.
I'll take good care of it. He removed a plastic bag from his pocket and slid the scrapbook inside. Call me if you hear from her.
Yeah, sure.
She flicked the edges of his card. You think she'll come home soon?
Hard to know. She comes and goes.
He looked around the living room. Do you have any security cameras here?
No.
She folded her arms over her chest.
They're expensive. And who would want to take our shit, right?
Right.
Chapter 14. Scarlet. Then, maybe 30 days later in the basement. By my count, I'd been in this room for at least a month. The bones in my hips were sharp, and my stomach always grumbled for food. I'd stopped fighting him. Tried to smile when he took pictures. It wasn't a conscious decision, but I was tired of the bruises. Tanner had left us a lamp last week, and now we had light to punch into the darkness. Better to see the 4 brick walls, the crawling June bugs, and the grate across the basement window. Who knew how long the bulb would last? He'd also removed my chain. Maybe Della had been right. Be nice. Survive. Escape. I'd found a pebble and started scratching into the wall each time Tanner made me do it. Weekdays, I'd usually scratch 2 hash marks, but those numbers doubled on the weekend. He liked having Della present when he did it. Most times, she sat in the corner, her gaze averted. At first, I didn't look at her, but in the last few days I'd made myself stare at her until she saw me. I wanted her to see what she'd done to me. I was here because of her. Many times he took Della upstairs. Strangely, he needed privacy with her. I wouldn't see her for most of the day and night. And oddly, the small space felt empty when she was gone. I hated her constant chatter and singing, and I missed her. Now, as I lay on my side, carving another hash mark into the wall, Della smoothed her hand over my hip in an almost affectionate way. You're doing a better job. What's that mean? You're not fighting as much. He hates resistance. How much does the other girl fight him? We'd not talked about her in weeks, but I hadn't stopped thinking about her. I so wanted to believe she'd escaped and was doing well. Don't ask him about the other girl. It makes him mad. I stared at my scratches. How many hours had I studied these growing marks, wondering if I'd eventually fill all 4 walls? I'm asking you. Who is the other girl? She smiled as if we were buddies. Why do you care? I rolled on my side toward Della and stared into her resolute expression. Tell me. Della's smile always had a tense, clownish vibe. I only saw her a few times. Did you trick her like you did me? I didn't lure her here. Tanner did. I tipped my head against the brick wall. How did he fool her? Same as you and me, I guess. Charming. He's a pretty man. Sweet words. You must have noticed him out there. Yeah. She laid her hand gently on my hair and began to toy with the greasy strands. We aren't so different. I wanted someone to love me, too. I shook off her fingers, annoyed her assessment hit close to home. Is the other girl still upstairs? He won't tell me where she is. Do you think he let her go? I sat up and stared at her. Della shook her head as she took my hair again in her hands and began to divide it into 3 thick strands. Not in the way you think. How do you know? Her gaze grew distant as she coiled my hair into a braid. I just do. He's going to kill me. In my gut, I'd known this day was coming. There were moments I'd welcomed it. But faced with death, I realized I didn't want to die. How many girls have there been? I'm not sure. I shook my head. He likes you. He must talk to you upstairs. Sometimes he talks. Most times he doesn't. She released my hair and leaned against the wall. What does he talk about? Random stuff. His work, the projects he has, his plans to be rich and famous, problems with his girlfriend. I shifted away from her. I winced when my insides pinched. He has a girlfriend? Yeah. I've seen pictures of her. She's not super pretty. Tanner says she adores him. He says she'll do anything for him. I can't believe he can be normal with a woman. He is not exactly normal. He sometimes will lock me in a box under his bed when he's doing it with her. He puts you in a box. Being upstairs isn't always great. A soulful grin tugged at the corners of her lips. It's nice to have you here. It's nice to have a friend. We're not friends, I said. But we are, she said. No one will ever understand you better than me. We've become sisters in here. We were both walking the same path right now. But she was mistaken if she thought this was friendship. An enemy of my enemy kind of union. I closed my eyes. One day you'll help him get another girl, she said. And when you do, you'll understand me better. I understood what she was saying. Tanner knew how to hurt me. How long could I endure this and stay me? Tears welled in my eyes. I won't. Never. I can't. She wiped away a tear with her thumb. You can. Don't worry. It won't be as terrible as you think. I'll show you how. I looked at her as if she'd lost her mind. I'd beaten on the walls of this room for days, maybe weeks, but they were impenetrable. Tanner was my only chance to get out of here. Della smiled. You're thinking about it, right? He'll never let me out of here. She kissed me gently on the cheek. The touch was so tender I had to fight back tears. He will, as soon as he knows you won't run, she said. He needs to believe you're loyal. Like me. I didn't argue, which for me was close to an agreement. Why didn't you run when you had the chance? He said he'd kill the other girl if I did. But you didn't save her, did you? Her jaw tensed. No. I didn't save her. Why are you so calm? I'm not, Della said. But I have to be patient. For now. Chapter 15. Scarlet. Sunday, July 14th, 2024. 8 a.m. My morning run was rough. My legs were stiff and my back ached, and both fought me for the first couple of miles. The heat of the day was already rising, and humidity quickly soaked my jog top with sweat. As I moved down the side streets near Lido's, where I'd met Luke last night, I shoved down a surge of anger and disappointment. After my crazed exit from our date, he'd have been wise to write me off as unstable. Normally, I didn't care about a date gone sideways. He wouldn't be the first man who'd seen me lose my composure. One guy had called me batshit crazy. I'd blown up my share of dates and never once looked back. But still, Luke had been nice, and I kind of liked him. I ran past the restaurant, stopped, and searched his name on my phone. His office was close, so I ran in that general direction. Shoving the phone back in my pocket, I dashed past several side streets and looked up and saw the 2317 building. I paused, resting my hands on my hips, and stared up at the 5-story brick building. I didn't get this way very often. So close, but I never ventured this far northeast because it wasn't the safest area. Made me wonder what kind of people Luke defended. But innocent until proven guilty, right? I tugged on the front door and was surprised it opened. Inside, I searched the directory and discovered Luke Kane and Associates was on the 5th floor. I was sweating, and my scent bordered on ripe. Not exactly sexy. But maybe that was a good thing. I punched the elevator button, and as I waited, I fluffed my shirt, trying to dry out the sweat. The doors opened. I stepped inside, and the ride to the top took seconds. When the doors opened again, I walked down the hallway, past darkened offices, toward the one with a light on. It was Luke's. My heart thumped faster as I took a step back from the door and glanced toward the elevator. I could leave now, end all this, and return to my life. Instead, I tried the doorknob, which twisted, and slowly, I pushed open the door. The outer office was decorated with modern furniture, fashioned out of metal and glass. There was a receptionist desk topped with clean, sparkling glass, and a low, mid-century modern couch and 2 chairs gathered around a coffee table. No magazines. Luke either didn't like to keep his clients waiting, or he didn't care to entertain them. A partly opened door led to an office. I shifted, ready to leave. The floor creaked.
Is someone out there?
Luke's deep voice drifted from the office. Shit. Why was I here? Dawson's visit and my own trip to Tiffany's apartment had rattled the foundation of my carefully curated life. I wasn't sure why, but I needed to prove to myself that the past didn't matter as much, and I still had a chance at a normal life. I cleared my throat, walked up to the door, and pushed it open slowly. Luke sat behind a long glass desk, covered with piles of neatly stacked papers. Bookshelves were filled with leather-bound law books. 4 sleek chairs encircled a round conference table. When he looked up, he didn't seem to recognize me at first, but quickly the tumblers fell into place. He stood.
Scarlett.
I remained in the middle of the room. I figured out that your office was in the 2317 building. He didn't speak, but his gaze remained squarely on me. I wasn't planning on stopping by, but I was out for a run, and I realized I was close. Again, he said nothing. I took a small step toward him. I'm sorry I flaked on you last night. Drawing in a breath, I wondered if he thought I was as unbalanced as I probably looked and sounded. I thought I saw someone on the street, and I kind of freaked out.
Why?
I ran my hand over my slicked-back ponytail. That's a long story. I have a kind of weird past, and sometimes it comes back to bite me. Kind of a PTSD thing. I managed a thin smile. I just wanted you to know I'm sorry. When he didn't speak, I turned to leave. I was nearly at the threshold when he said,
Thanks for stopping by.
I faced him. I owed you that much.
You really didn't.
I kind of did. Again, apologies.
Want to try again?
His tone was casual, but his body language radiated authority and confidence. Did I want to try again? That had to be a yes. I was here. But another attempt would mean a greater level of intimacy. Shit. Nothing had changed. I was still so easily freaked out. I would. A brow arched.
You don't look convinced.
I am. He regarded me a moment.
Drinks? Dinner?
You pick.
How about dinner? I know a restaurant located on a quiet side street. And there are plenty of marked exits if you need to make a break for it.
His easy charm disarmed me a fraction. I like lots of exits. Where?
Ben's?
He came around the desk, moving slowly toward me, but stopping a few feet short. I know the place. His hand slid in his pocket.
Try for 6 tonight?
I can do that.
Meet you there, or do you want me to pick you up?
I'll meet you there.
Fair enough. Maybe you can tell me a little something about this PTSD.
Better just Google my name. There's more on the internet about me than you'll ever want to know. Key in 2014. I fished my phone out of my pocket and held it out to him. Text yourself a note from my phone. Then we'll both have each other's number. He typed in a text.
I won't change my mind.
Google me first. I won't blame you. He handed me back the phone.
See you at 6.
I was feeling a tad more optimistic when I left Luke's. Instead of going home, I swung by a bakery, picked up a dozen donuts, and drove to the judge's house. I knocked, and when she opened the front door, I held up the box of donuts. The judge was already dressed, hair done and makeup applied. I'd often joked she slept this way. You said any time. She motioned me inside. And I meant it. I'm kind of sweaty. I was out for a run.
Ah, something is bothering you.
Maybe a little. I walked down the center hallway and set the donuts on the marble countertop next to an open copy of the Washington Post. The judge removed china covered in roses, as well as cloth napkins and forks from a drawer. Only the judge ate a donut with a fork. She filled a rose-trimmed cup with coffee for me and topped off her own. I opened the box and turned it toward her. I'd selected 6 glazed, 2 powdered, and 4 chocolates. All 3 were her favorites. She selected a glazed. I've been thinking a lot about Della, I said. The judge opened her napkin as she sat at the bar stool by the island. Carefully, she smoothed the napkin over her lap.
Why? That was a decade ago.
I selected a donut and set it on the rose-trimmed plate. You know a Detective Kevin Dawson? She frowned.
I do.
That sounds ominous. What does that mean? She shrugged.
Let's say he cut a few corners to help his ex-wife. He's lucky to have his job. Why are you asking about him?
He came to my warehouse. I explained about his questioning and the discovery of Sandra's body. He thinks Tanner might have killed her. The judge nodded slowly, sipping coffee.
I wouldn't bet against that. What does Sandra Taylor have to do with Della?
I searched Sandra on the internet. She went to East Norfolk High School like me. We were there at the same time. She was 2 years ahead of me. She also worked at Mike's Diner and vanished about 2 months before me.
And?
I pinched a piece of donut and popped it in my mouth. I wasn't a fan of sweets and found it cloying, but I was trying to think my thoughts through before I tossed them at the judge. What if she was the other girl? The one Della talked about? She sighed.
Keep talking.
I went by Tiffany's yesterday. I thought I'd find her, but she's been gone for days. She angled the edge of her fork through the soft donut.
Tiffany, are you still trying to help her?
Yes. I feel like I owe her, and I feel like she needs my help.
You saved her life.
She's not doing well. Last I saw her, she was so high she could barely focus.
That's not your fault.
But I helped Tanner. I was willing. She laid her hand on mine. I stared at the dark, wrinkled hand that exuded so much quiet confidence.
You saved her life.
But she's in a bad place and has been for a while. Did I contribute to her issues?
We all make our own choices, Scarlett.
I chose to move toward Tanner's open van door because I wanted validation. I also chose to lure Tiffany toward the same van so I could escape.
You suffered greatly,
but you didn't let him break you. Tiffany might have always been broken and is using you to justify her own self-destruction. Maybe.
No maybe about it.
I hesitated before the next confession. I saw a woman twice in the last couple of days. Her hair was short and blonde, but she reminded me of Della. The judge exhaled. She'd defended me to the cops when I'd filed reports swearing that I'd seen Della. She'd likely ended up with egg on her face for it. I know it's a little messed up, I said. But maybe if I find Tiffany and I can help her, I can finally let it all go. She understood I wasn't seeking her approval. I needed her help locating Tiffany.
Would it help you if I asked around about her?
Could you?
I know a few cops who can shake the bushes.
That would be great.
What are you going to say to her?
I don't know. She called me but didn't leave a message. She's reaching out and I feel like I need to help her.
And then what? What if she doesn't stay clean?
I don't know. Maybe she will this time, and maybe I can finally forgive myself. The judge's expression softened.
There's nothing to forgive.
I wish I could believe that. Chapter 16. Scarlet. Then, maybe 6 or 7 weeks in the basement. What's your mother like? Della asked. Della and I sat in the dimly lit room. Upstairs, AC/DC blared. Tanner hadn't been in this room to see either of us today. By my estimate, it was a Saturday, maybe the 6th or 7th I'd spent down here. Normally, he took Della out of the room at night, but not last night. I don't like to talk about my mother. Absently, my hand went to my naked wrist, where I'd worn the bracelet Mom had given me. Tanner had stripped me of everything that linked me to the outside world. I wondered if Mom had called the cops. Did she realize I was missing? Because the hard, pounding rock music had been on a loop for days, there'd been no radio or news. My mother is a bitch, Della said. She can go days or weeks and never say a word to me. She does the silent treatment when she's mad. Does yours do that? Bitterness bubbled. My mother wasn't evil. She was an addict. And addicts flaked. But I couldn't throw my mother under the bus. She was the only person out there who might realize I was gone and call the cops. Mom does the best she can. That's not saying much. I'm doing the best I can, but what good is that right now? I drew in a breath, wishing I were in my room eating the last of the Rice Chex cereal. Maybe I'd not been the best daughter. Maybe she was glad I was gone and she didn't have to fight me about school or homework. I thought my life had sucked at home, but I'd had no idea how bad it could get. She's probably called the police and told them I'm missing. People are looking for me. Della leaned forward and began to braid my hair. Tanner says your mom hasn't called the cops. I turned and studied Della's eyes. How does he know my mother? He's still working on the project across the street from your house. My mouth began to sweat, and my stomach churned with acid. That's not true. It's true, she said mildly. He talks to his girlfriend about that job after they do it. Blah, blah, blah. All I can do is lie in my box and listen to the pillow talk. I bet I know more about him than anyone right now. I pushed away, pulling my hair from her hands. Did he talk to my mother? How would he know? Della seemed pleased to have cracked through my silence and won my full attention. He said there are no lost posters. No cops. She likes to sit on the front porch, smoke, and stare into space. I turned away from her, picturing my mother sitting on the floral porch glider, her bare, dirty feet tucked under her body. Unmindful of the heat, she liked to sip a cola and watch the traffic pass as she came down from a high. She's going to call the police. Della ran her fingers over my knotted hair. Sounds to me like she's using and hasn't put the pieces together yet. That could be very true. She was never sober long. But just as I had when I was little, I believed deep down she loved me more than her drugs. She'll get clean and call. Tanner said a cop stopped by his job site. He was looking for a missing girl. Not you or me. The other girl? Della shook her head. I guess. I didn't know the other girl's name. I only knew she'd been in this house and now she was not. Did the cop talk to my mother? No. Dangling answers hovered in the damp, dark air. After the cop left, your mom asked Tanner what was going on. He told her nothing to worry about. Tanner spoke to my mother. I massaged a tight muscle in my neck. Yeah. He got a kick out of it, she said softly. When was this? Weeks ago. As easy as it was to imagine Tanner charming my mother, blinding her with that smile, I refused to focus on the image. Tanner controlled my body, but not my mind. I tipped my head back against the brick wall. You're lying. I'm not. She dropped her voice a notch. No one is looking for you. Or me. Tears swelled in my eyes and spilled down my face. Maybe it's better you're here. At least you're safe. Safe? I flexed my fingers and winced as pain shot up my arm. I'd balked the last time he came at me. I'd not meant to, but my body had refused to play along. As a lesson, he'd nearly broken my wrist. How's your hand? Della said. It's fine. Liar. You don't know me that well. I do. She scrunched up her face. You look like this when you lie. The expression was ridiculous, and I felt so lost and alone that it was oddly amusing. I don't. Della touched the grim line of her own lips, mirroring mine. You do. But it's okay. I notice these little things about you, but he doesn't. What do you mean? You're trying to be nice to him, and you were doing well until you snapped the other day. I know you hate it, but you must try harder if you're going to get him to trust you. He's never going to trust me. He knows I hate him. Maybe, maybe not. Men are easy to fool. We ladies are the tricky ones. We're the best liars. She was right. I could be even nicer. Be smarter. But the knife edge of my hate cut deep into my bones. If I could kill him, I would. How did you meet him? I asked. Tanner. Who else? She smiled. I was at Waterside. It was a pretty day, and I was walking along the boardwalk, eating an ice cream cone. My stomach rumbled. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had ice cream. I bet his smile was charming. It was. He saw me and asked me my name. I know I'm not supposed to talk to strangers, but it was kind of nice to be noticed. Let's face it, he's cute when he tries. Della was right. Tanner was a good-looking man. And when he'd first smiled at me, I'd felt so special. Admit it. You had a little crush on him at first, she said. Confessing proved I'd been stupid. I did. Della relaxed back against the wall. I thought he was super sexy. The first time for us was in this house. And it was nice. Not earth-shattering, but nice. He didn't kidnap you? No. I understood what attraction to Tanner felt like. Did you do it with him the first time down here? No. Upstairs in his bed. I'd never seen the upstairs. He couldn't get it up, she whispered. I told him it was okay, but that made him mad. Then he tied me up. It hurt. And then he was rock solid. I rubbed my aching wrist. That's your idea of nice. He said he liked me. He said he wanted us to live together. I liked that idea. And then he locked me in the house when he went to work. And then one day he came home with a girl tossed over his shoulder. The other girl? I was so pissed. I told him I didn't share. That's when he started locking me down here. For a couple of days, the music blared upstairs. I heard screams. Did he lock her in here with you? No. He said he kept her chained somewhere in the house. How long? The last time I saw her was right before you came here. She scooted her body closer to mine. Her shoulders brushed. I haven't seen her since. I didn't move away this time. But suddenly I wondered if Della was working with Tanner. Was this one of his tests? But I couldn't not ask. How did he hide her from his girlfriend? Some of us see what we want to see. You mean his girlfriend knew there was a girl here suffering? I don't know how she couldn't have seen something. Chapter 17. Scarlet. Sunday, July 14th, 2024, 6 p.m. Date night, part 2. I had walked around the block a couple of times. There had been no more Della sightings. And I was beginning to wonder if my obsession with her painting was now playing tricks on my brain. I entered Ben's, the small Italian-style eatery, taking in the white tablecloths, intimate tables, and long mahogany bar backed by hundreds of glistening liquor bottles. The servers wore dark pants, white shirts, and neat green aprons. I saw 3 marked exits. Luke, to his credit, wasn't taking a shortcut tonight. A young hostess greeted me with a smile. May I help you? I'm meeting someone, Luke Kane. The hostess glanced at an iPad. Yes, he's here. Let me take you to his table. I was a couple of minutes early, but he was already here. I couldn't decide whether this was a good thing. He didn't strike me as the anxious or eager type. When I saw him, he was sitting with his back to the wall, and reading something on his phone. Dressed in a blue button-down rolled up to his elbows, he wasn't wearing a tie. A tuft of dark hair peeked out from the V created by the few unfastened buttons. As the hostess and I approached, he looked up. Our gazes locked, and he turned his phone face down and rose. He smiled, but didn't move around the table. Instead, he allowed the hostess to pull out my chair. I'd bet he'd done his internet search.
"You look amazing,"
he said. I'd been working nonstop after I left the judge's house, and when I'd realized the time, had showered quickly and scrubbed hard to remove the paints from my hands and arms. I left my hair loose around my shoulders, and now it curled softly. The dress was a simple sapphire sheath. The crystal necklace, a find at an art show, and the gladiator sandals a go-to. Thank you. He waited for me to sit before he retook his place. A bourbon neat sat in front of him, and there was a white wine at my place setting.
"You drank white wine last time."
A detail man. Good memory. Also quick, efficient, and ready for this date to end sooner rather than later. That's perfect. He didn't appear in a rush as he sipped his bourbon.
"How was your day?"
My back was to the front door. Not ideal, but at least I wouldn't have any Della sightings staring at Luke in the framed picture behind him. I glanced at the glass of wine he'd ordered me. I never took open beverages from strangers, but I was tired of always being on guard, always afraid. I took a sip of wine, savoring the soothing, buttery smoothness. I'm making a series of prints. Each of these prints will require a total of 5 colors. Today, I applied the first color. I glanced at my hands and the faintest flecks of blue. I waggled my fingers. Blue.
"Let me guess. It features the waterfront."
Norfolk was surrounded by water, so the guess was logical. It does. It's a popular design with tourists, and I get a lot of visitor foot traffic at the art fairs. They'll sell well.
"A marketing decision."
In part. It's a little abstract, but any artist who wants to eat on a regular basis needs to keep her eye to what sells. He sat back, and I sensed he was methodically ticking through the small talk until he could reach the bigger questions on his mind. I sipped my wine. You looked me up.
"I did."
He swirled the caramel liquid in his glass.
"Quite the story."
He was a hard one to read, and that was unsettling. Della had taught me to dissect facial expressions down to the micro level. A slight frown, a heavy sigh, a hardening of a gaze could all make the difference between living or dying. I drew in a slow, steady breath, rummaging for the forgiveness the psychologists preached. Any questions? Sharp hawk eyes peered over his glass.
"Why did you run the other night? Was it something I said or did?"
How could I explain that desperation had captured me in an iron-muscled grip, making refusal impossible? I saw a woman. She reminded me of Della, the other girl locked up with me.
Della was never found, according to the articles. The cops concluded that she wasn't real.
Lately, I've had my own doubts. But when I block out all the noise, I know she was real. I don't know how she got away or what happened to her, but I thought I saw her that night. Likely I was wrong. I've been mistaken a lot over the years when it comes to Della sightings. Could a measured tone make crazy words sound a little less insane?
Did you find the woman you saw?
I did not. I lost whoever it was I was chasing. I drew in a slow, steady sigh, determined to keep calm and not cling to my frustration.
I'm sorry for what happened to you,
He said.
That kind of trauma would leave a mark on anyone.
I do have a few quirks.
Such as?
I spend a lot of time alone. I'm obsessed with exercise and fitness, so I'm always capable of running if necessary. Did I want to tell him there'd been no man before or since Tanner? No. TMI. Dawson's visit regarding Sandra Taylor's death and Tiffany's disappearance might also be a bridge too far. I rarely date. Lots of locks on my door.
Are you in counseling?
I have been many times. It helped. But when it's all said and done, I had to find a way to live with it all.
You look like you're winning.
I tipped my glass toward him. Except for the occasional freakout. That prompted a slight smile.
I've had dates that ended worse.
I frowned. Why would you even bother with me? You're a good-looking guy and seem to have your act together.
I was a prosecutor, and now I'm a defense lawyer. I'm used to looking at the other side of an equation, the side no one else wants to see.
Justified motivations lurking under the bad actions.
Something like that.
Tanner does this because he cares so much about you. Della's words rattled. But sometimes good motivations can be twisted. They don't always excuse the actions.
Is that how you felt about Tanner Reed?
Hearing Tanner's name was jarring. First Dawson and now Luke. Twice this week.
Does my directness bother you?
Luke asked. It's unexpected. Few ask about him anymore.
If you'd rather not.
The trailing comment belied the intensity in his gaze. Most of my recollections of Tanner are tangled with my memories of Della. It's as if they became one. His words became hers. She kept telling me he was saving me from my mother, who had substance abuse issues. Della often explained and justified what he did to me. She encouraged me to be nice to him.
How did Tanner know about your mother?
Tanner was a carpenter working on a renovation project across the street from my mother's house. He was nice to me. Charming. He showed interest in my art. It felt good to be noticed. And after he took me, he apparently spoke to my mother often. Luke nodded.
He liked having a secret and seeing her in distress.
That's the thing. She wasn't distressed. The drugs threw off her sense of time.
How old were you?
15.
A child.
Ironically, I thought dealing with my mother's addiction had made me worldly and careful. I thought I had it all under control. But Mom's disinterest made me incredibly vulnerable. Looking for love in all the wrong places kind of thing. Luke nodded slowly. In the prosecutor's office, he'd likely seen his share of groomers. I didn't need to fill in the gaps for him to see a bigger picture. He was nice to me at first, and he got me talking, I guess so I'd become more relaxed around him. I looked forward to seeing his truck. I told him about my dreams of being an artist, and he encouraged me. It was nice to have someone care. Or seem to, anyway. I had accepted that only raw curiosity was keeping Luke in the chair. I understood when the questions were satisfied, he'd pay the tab, wish me my best life, and leave. There was something freeing about not feeling as if I had to try to be normal.
Why did you get in his van?
Della, I said. Della, the one no one believes existed, coaxed me to the van. I was selling my art on a street corner, and she convinced me to follow her. The rest is available in the interviews I gave to the cops.
You were very detached in those interviews.
You pulled up my interviews. They aren't available on the internet. A slight lift and fall of his shoulder.
I know people.
Detective Dawson? He frowned.
I wouldn't reach out to him, but there are others.
I suppose that makes sense. I sipped my wine. Detached is how I survived. Survive. Some survivors get caught in loops of fear. Some race toward trouble with a death wish, keep dating abusers, praying for reform. Some scream and yell. And some slide behind a wall of ice and keep the pain at arm's distance.
You're the latter.
I tapped the tip of my nose.
Doesn't that get lonely?
Maybe. Sometimes. Lonely might not always be fun, but it's safe.
Why are you here?
He asked.
Why swing by my office?
Like I said, I owed you an apology.
Do you always apologize to the dates you ditch?
This candor was oddly relaxing. And yet I was very aware that he'd made a career of drawing out the truth. No. You're the first. But there haven't been that many dates. The record for my longest date is 62 minutes.
We didn't break that record.
No. I slid my finger through the condensation on the side of my glass. How are we doing for time now? He checked his watch.
31 minutes, if we count the moment when you entered the restaurant.
I didn't think you noticed when I arrived.
I noticed.
A warmth spread through me. Exciting to really be seen, but also unsettling.
What's special about me?
He asked.
Why do I win an apology?
Maybe I'm tired of... I couldn't find the word.
Your loneliness?
I'm not sure. The waiter appeared with menus.
Would you like to order dinner?
Luke looked at me.
What do you think?
Dinner would be nice. We each accepted menus. When we were alone, Luke raised his glass and said,
Here's to breaking the 62-minute record.
Chapter 18. Scarlet. Sunday, July 14th, 2024. 8:30 p.m. I'd proven I could withstand a date for 2 hours and 15 minutes. There'd been no kiss or hug, not even a handshake. Luke hadn't pressed for anything beyond conversation, and I'd relaxed a fraction. And at the end of our date, there'd been no talk of another night out. Oddly disappointing. And comforting. But all in all, it was a victory for me. and I took wins when they presented themselves. Luke had offered to drive me home, but I'd politely declined and walked the 5 blocks to my place, my pepper spray clutched in my fist. As I punched in the code to my front door, the streets around me were slipping into the shadows. Inside my locked concrete walls, I felt safe staring at the sea of partially made prints now drying from clotheslines. Alone in my warehouse, I wasn't hurting. I had plenty to eat, and I could leave any time. Tension drained from my body. However, staying here, sealed behind my own doors, reinforced that I needed a prison to feel safe. I was maintaining the oppression with my own locks and self-isolation. My runs and rock climbing, even painting the mural, were my ways of proving I was free to come and go. But I was never totally at ease outside, and most of my activities remained solitary and brief. All forms of self-imprisonment. I glanced out my front display window and looked toward the apartment complex across the street. I knew all the windows and the people who lived in each unit. The man on the first floor closed his curtains the moment he entered. The guy on the second floor cycled every night on a stationary bike. The third floor was always dark, and the woman on the fourth floor danced and strummed an air guitar as she drank wine in the evenings. The top floor, which had been dark for months, was now lit up. A new neighbor. Another person on a long list of people I would not meet. I pulled my shade down, closing out the world. Removing my shoes, I tugged off my dress and walked toward my bedroom behind the large screen. Pulling on an oversized t-shirt, I pulled my hair into a loose ponytail as I moved toward my studio. I flipped on the lights and uncovered the painting of Della. Until now, I'd kept this painting and all the ones like it hidden away. And when I was satisfied with the latest, I would take it into the back alley and set it on fire. I always stood alone for this, watching the flames eat at the canvas and Della's face. But maybe this time, I wouldn't burn the portrait. Maybe I would save it, display it in my studio so the world could see Della, and maybe someone would recognize that face. "Are you afraid to have your face shown?" I asked. The portrait's eyes looked off to the side, and as I stepped back, the eyes seemed to follow me. Della was always present, always watching. I stared back at Della. We both got away from Tanner. I'd been tossed into the spotlight after Tanner's death, whereas she had faded into the shadows. A week after my rescue, I left the hospital, and the police took me to the site of Tanner's house. Wearing borrowed sweats, a jacket 2 sizes too big, and purple lost-and-found sneakers, I stood before the smoldering remains of my former prison. The roof and first and second floors had collapsed, filling in the basement and obliterating all traces of my cell. The flames, the cops had said, had destroyed the DNA evidence of Della, me, and anyone else who'd been in the house. There was no physical evidence of any of us. Like it never happened. Anger and disappointment had twisted around each other. I'd felt abandoned. Della, who had said we'd survive together, had left me. Months later, I'd taken my mother's car and returned to Tanner's house alone and walked around the scorched ruins. The fallen timbers had cooled, but it was difficult to approach the foundation. Still, I'd worked my way close to the blackened bricks, hoping to find something in the charred remains. I'd found nothing in the rubble. The summer of 2014 had passed in most people's lives without being noticed. Or if it had been, it was sunshine, beaches, and cool drinks. But those months had passed for me with aching slowness. And they were forever burned into my soul. Chapter 19. Scarlet. Then, maybe 60 days in the basement. There were 98 hash marks on the wall, and the radio DJ was talking about back to school. As I deepened a hash mark with my little stone, Della smoothed her hand over my hip, patted my bottom in an almost affectionate way. He sees the marks. He knows what they mean. I stared at the cracked wall and my white scratches. How many hours had I studied the growing number of marks? I need to remember. I need evidence. Who's ever going to see it? The cops might walk these rooms one day. I want them to see. She edged toward me, trying to smile as if we were buddies. He's wired the house to explode. There's dynamite in clusters all over the house. I rolled on my side toward Della and stared into her resolute expression. When did he do this? He's been working on it since the other girl left. Why? He'd rather we all die together. He doesn't want to go to prison and worries about it more and more. I turned back to the wall and deepened the hash mark. Maybe some of this would survive. They found things that dated back 10,000 years. Why couldn't some of my marks withstand an explosion? Della laid her hand gently on my arm. You want this to be remembered, and all I want to do is forget it and move on. He's not going to let either one of us move on. One day we'll be gone too, I said, more to myself. If he did it to the other girl, he'll do it to us. In my gut, I'd known that day was coming. There were even moments when I welcomed it. I'm getting out of here alive. He likes you, I said. I can tell. If anyone can escape, it'll be you. Make him like you and we'll escape together. I burrowed deeper into the hash mark. I'll try. I knew you were smart. Chapter 20. Scarlet. Monday, July 15th, 2024. 9:30 a.m. I was running late for my appointment with the real estate agent who I'd hired to sell my mother's home. My mother had died of a stroke 6 months ago. A stroke wasn't normal in a 51-year-old woman, but Mom's doctors had theorized years of alcohol and drug abuse had taken their toll. My mother had lingered longer than anyone had expected. She'd been transferred to assisted living, where her body had been atrophying. She was trapped in her own dark room. And then she died suddenly in her sleep. The doctors said that she'd simply stopped breathing. Because there was no will, the home had been put in probate, but it had finally cleared, and I was free to sell the house. When I pulled up in front of the brick 3-story home, the realtor was waiting. She was dressed in a red linen suit, and she'd swept her black hair up into a styled ponytail. My mother loved that color of red, and often talked about the fancy clothes she wore, and how she used to dress up before she met my father. When Dad moved out, I was about 4. and Mom was left with only me to hear her complaints about a life lost to marriage and motherhood. Oddly, in that dark basement prison, I'd missed those complaints. I glanced at my graphic t-shirt, ripped jeans, and Converse sneakers. My mind buzzed with Mom's guaranteed comparisons of my outfit versus the realtor's. Ragamuffin. The word would have drawn out slowly as she'd sipped a gin gimlet, her go-to after too much coke. "Miss Crosby," Elaine said. I smiled, glancing toward the old house across the street where I'd first seen Tanner. The grass was freshly cut, the gardens weeded, and pansies filled the iron planters on the front porch. I had decided to sell Mom's house immediately. I'd ordered a dumpster and hired moving crews. What didn't go to the Goodwill ended up in the trash. I'd been oddly detached as I'd tossed all the old clothes from my mother's closet, the few family pictures, and all the decorative knickknacks. I'd ripped down the thick satin curtains my mother had adored and tossed them into the dumpster, along with dozens of throw pillows and rugs. The movers and I had worked for 2 days, pitching everything. My mother would have been horrified seeing her frippery discarded. She'd said her things were like anchors that kept her rooted to this world. Only they'd failed her. She'd lost touch with the world when I was missing. "The place looks great." Elaine smiled. "I did a bit of sprucing up. Cleaning crews went through the inside and made it sparkle. It now smells like pine cleaner and fresh air." Scents of vodka and cigarettes long trapped in the closed house had finally been released. "That's great. You're having the open house soon?" "The listing went live yesterday, and the open house is on Saturday. I expect the property will sell quickly." "Wonderful. I was sorry to hear about your mother. I know it must be difficult." "Thank you." When I heard she'd died, I hadn't reacted. I guessed one day I would. But so far, nothing. She hadn't missed me, and I wasn't missing her. The house still needed major renovations, but it was good enough for a buyer in search of a fixer-upper. The real estate market was decent, and I hoped the house would sell before prices tumbled, as all the pundits predicted. The money would cover the remaining hospital and nursing home bills. In the end, the goal was simply to break even. "Would you like me to give you the grand tour?" Elaine said. "If you don't mind, I'd like to walk through the house by myself. Kind of a last goodbye." "Of course, hon. I know this must be emotional." As I walked through the front door, footsteps echoed. I was amazed at how the light had transformed the interior. It looked larger, but there was a great deal of familiar. The molding, the arched doorways, the iron on the windows. They all reminded me of the house I'd lived in from ages 10 to 16. Before Tanner took me, I'd been drawn to him. As I'd sat in my room in my mother's house, I didn't expect, but kind of hoped, to find him watching my room. His attention in the before days had been exciting. When I returned to the house after the 88 days, I'd look out the same window. This time I'd imagine Della standing on the street corner, coaxing me outside. I don't know how many times I rose and searched the darkness for her. When I realized she wasn't there, I'd cry tears of relief and sadness. Often I'd find my mother standing in my doorway, sipping a cocktail and staring at me as if I were a stranger. Young girls get fooled by pretty men all the time, my mother said. I pulled my blanket up around my shoulders as I curled my feet in the chair by the window. Go away. I'm tired. It was a hard lesson, but you'll never forget it. Better to learn it when you're young. I burrowed deeper. Go away. Watch your tone. This is my house. Fuck you. In the next instant, footsteps thudded across the floor, and my mother grabbed my chin, forcing my eyes to lock on hers. If you don't like it here, you can always leave. Those 3 months you were gone were some of the best of my life. I'd left the next day. This house had never been a place of comfort or love, and it needed to go. It was just another tie to the past. And maybe once the house was gone, I'd be one step closer to normal. I stood at the bottom of the staircase, my hand resting on a bullnose banister. I could climb and see my old room, inspect the realtor's work. But I didn't care. I just wanted to bury the past before it buried me. Thanks, Elaine, I said as I stepped outside. It looks great. If she was surprised by my very quick visit, her smile gave no indication. Glad to hear it. I'll keep you posted. Thank you. I strode onto the sidewalk and glanced up and down the street. I realized how little had changed. Of the dozen square little neat yards, half were well maintained, a few passable, and a couple in poor shape. They were the same yards, the same patterns. As I walked down the sidewalk, I paused and allowed myself to study the house across the street. The yard was well kept, but back in the day it had been pristine. The white paint had been refreshed. Vibrant marigolds were planted by the mailbox, and the porch furniture was wicker instead of wrought iron. Reporters had swamped the area after my release. They'd interviewed neighbors, who were all universally shocked. Tanner had worked for many of them. They'd all described him and his work with glowing comments. Meticulous, always on time. Reasonable prices. Great attitude. I'd been portrayed as moody and distant. Some thought I'd been tricked by Tanner. Others assumed I'd gone willingly. Scarlett? I turned at the sound of my name. Standing to my left was Mrs. Rose. She'd lived in the neighborhood when Mom and I moved in 15 years ago. I remembered she'd brought us a plate of cookies after my return. Mrs. Rose. The lines on the woman's face deepened. I heard about your mother. I'm sorry. The polite words vibrated like buzzing flies. Thank you. We haven't seen much of you in a long time, Mrs. Rose said. Not a place I like to remember. No, of course not. To her credit, Mrs. Rose met my gaze. How are you doing? Getting along. I love my warehouse. You look well. Looking good, or at least above average, was always a win. Thank you. You still doing your art? I am. I run a printmaking business now. Honey, that's great. I hear the cops found a body nearby. Right around the block. Mrs. Rose nodded to the east corner. The old Robinson house. I spoke to an Officer Larson. She seems determined to solve the murder. That's great. I cleared my throat. Who were the Robinsons? An older couple. They hired Tanner to flip the house so they could resell it. He did great work on the renovation, from what I hear. Did they ever sense the house was off after Tanner had finished with it? Mrs. Rose frowned. They did. But when they thought to complain, Tanner was dead. That was 10 years ago. Who owns the house now? A young couple. They're nice people, but they're a little upset. I bet. They're staying in a hotel now. I understand. I shifted my stance as a sudden surge of anger cut through my center. Most days I kept the fury on a leash, but today it growled and snapped. Did Tanner ever do anything that you thought was off? Were there any warning signs? Redness brightened her skin. He was always nice to me. He was to me, too. Until he wasn't. Scarlett. I could see she was on the verge of shutting down. When I opened too much, people scattered. I found a smile and made it as warm as I could. I'm not mad at you, Mrs. Rose. I just don't understand how he went unnoticed for so long. How I went ignored for so long. The police hadn't been surprised by this. One officer had commented that no one really knew their neighbors. Mrs. Rose sighed. We really don't know people, do we? We think we do, but we don't. She shook her head. I even met his girlfriend, who brought him lunch when he was working. She seemed to adore him. No hints of trouble. What was her name? Lynn Yates, I said. Whereas Tiffany didn't know Tanner, Lynn had. She might have insight into Tanner and maybe could explain him. Maybe not. Maybe he fooled her like everyone else. But I'd never reached out to her because I thought slamming the door to the past would help me heal. But the voices of Tanner, the other girl, and now Lynn had grown as loud as Della's. Do you know where Lynn lives? I asked. Honey, why would you want to talk to her? She's as much a victim as you. I'd never seen Lynn Yates locked in the basement with me. She might have suffered at Tanner's hands, but not like I had. I know. I lied. Tanner had taught me in that basement room that lying was a useful skill. And when I escaped, I realized it was easier to lie when any cop or doctor dug too deep into my head. I became adept at coding every answer with just enough truth until the worry vanished from their faces. Tanner had had his date nights with Lynn 30 feet above my head. How was he able to separate his two worlds so easily? Upstairs, downstairs, light, dark. Did it make him harder as he pressed into Lynn, knowing he had two girls locked in his basement? He certainly was more aggressive with me when he forced Della to watch. My smile was quick and easy. I better get going. You take care of yourself, dear. I will, Mrs. Rose. Thank you. Of course, honey. I walked past my truck and around the corner. At the end of the block, I saw the yellow crime scene tape flapping in front of a brick house. I moved slowly down the sidewalk until I stood in front. A car door opened and closed, and I glanced over my shoulder to see a woman get out of a blue van and lift a baby from the back seat. As she moved toward her own house, she cooed to her child. When she saw me standing there, she frowned, and when her baby squawked, she held her closer and hurried inside. A house, I reminded myself, was bricks and wood. It wasn't blood and bones. It wasn't Tanner or Della. It deserved better memories. I climbed the front steps and noted the police seal on the front door. When I tried the front door, I discovered it was unlocked. Did the cops think their seal would keep trouble out of the house? I twisted the knob and pushed the door open, tearing the seal. This house was almost identical to my mother's. Wood floors, a kitchen that dated back to the 70s, and small, chopped-up rooms. Moving around the corner, I saw the fireplace had been reduced to piles of bricks, crushed mortar dusting the floor. Following scattered yellow evidence markers, I approached the opening in the wall by the kitchen. The wall space was small, and I couldn't imagine a body jammed in the gap. Tanner had been doing the reno work alone, so if the house smelled of decomposing body, no one knew but him. And maybe Lynn. How could she have missed the smell if she'd been in the house? When I left, closing the door behind me, the police seal dangled, a silent witness to my invasion. I looked up and saw the young mother standing at her window watching me. A phone was pressed to her ear. I'd bet she was calling the cops. As I moved to my truck, my phone buzzed with a text. I glanced down, relieved at the interruption. It was from Tiffany's number. "We need to talk. Someone is watching me." Blood rushed to my ears as I stared at the words for a long moment. "Who?" "I don't know." Text bubbles rolled and rolled, but then they stilled and vanished. "Where are you?" There was no reply. Chapter 21. Scarlet. Then. Maybe day 70 in the basement. I curled my knees close to my chest and closed my eyes as the radio upstairs blathered on about August heat. We'd been in this room alone together for 2 days. There'd been no sign of Tanner, and neither of us had eaten, and the water jug he'd left us was empty. My head pounded, and my stomach felt like it was eating itself. "We're in this together, you know. We need each other," Della said. I looked up and I wanted to rail on her and remind her I was here because of her. But I was becoming a practiced liar. I could smile when all I wanted to do was scream. "I know." Della crawled toward me. As she got closer, I could see her eyes, shadowed by dark smudges, sparkle with need. "He's scouting another girl." I stilled. "Who?" "I don't know her name. He calls her the redhead." Disgust ricocheted through me, and I struggled to keep my face neutral. What if I helped him but couldn't escape? What if I not only failed to get away, but also condemned another girl to this hell? Della took my hand and kissed it. "You're worrying. I can see the line creasing your forehead." I pulled my hand back. "I'm not. I can almost see your brain turning." "You think we'll fail?" and we'll all be trapped here together. I wanted out of this room more than anything, and I'd do whatever I could to get free. I would risk another girl's life to save mine. I was becoming Della. A cold chill slipped through my bones. Why does he do it? Della shook her head. He's on a mission, Scarlet. He sees this as his calling. She wrapped her arm around my shoulder and pulled me close. Oddly, her touch was comforting and untangled some of the fear inside me. I relaxed into her. Another girl was a chance to get out of here. A chance at freedom.
Chapter 22. Dawson. Monday, July 15, 2024, 1:30 p.m. Dawson's office chair squeaked, and the left armrest wiggled. When he'd been on administrative leave over the winter, HR had ordered him a new chair. But on his return, this outdated piece of crap was waiting for him. Someone else in the building had his new chair, and he was stuck with this piece of shit. An FU from someone. His desk had no pictures, plants, or specialty mugs. It was a blank slate. All salt in the wound after his morning at the attorney's office and the official end of his marriage. Dawson. He looked and found his captain standing at the door of his cubicle. Chief Monroe was tall and heavyset and had wavy white hair. He was nearing retirement and doing his best to get to the finish line without stirring up too much trouble. "How's the case?" Chief Monroe asked. "Like them all, bit by bit. We have a new officer, and I'm partnering her with you." The good thing about being in purgatory was no one wanted to work with him, and he'd grown to like setting the tone for all his days. "I don't need a partner." "Well, you got one, and she's a ballbuster." "What's that mean?" "Worked human trafficking in Central and Northern Virginia. Had a bit of a reputation for catching bad guys, though some suspects were a little worse for the wear when she handed them over." "Terrific. Time to get up and meet her." "Shit." He rose from his chair and looked toward the bullpen. He spotted Margot Larson immediately, talking to a uniformed cop. Cradling a cup of coffee, she was smiling, relaxed and confident, as if she'd always been here. Adrenaline rushed him, his heart rammed his chest. "Officer Larson," Chief Monroe said. She slid her phone in her back pocket, looked up and smiled. "Chief?" "Meet your new partner, Detective Kevin Dawson." "We've met," Margot said, "at the Jane Doe crime scene." "Which is why you're here," the chief said. "Two heads are better than one. I want every and all links to Jane Doe and Tanner identified." His boss was pushing him to pin the case on Tanner Reed. The implied order was simple: close the case and move on. Tanner was the logical suspect, but logic didn't always go hand in hand with homicide, and working with Margot Larson was complicated. "The more the merrier," Dawson said. "Good," the chief said. When he walked away, Margot leaned closer to him, dropping her voice so only he could hear. "I don't feel the love, Dawson." Tension rippled through him. "I like to work alone." She winked. "Not this time, Lone Ranger." As he weaved through the building, she followed, her clipped heel strikes telegraphing she wasn't the least bit intimidated. When he pushed through the front door, air swollen with heat wrapped around him. "We can take my car." "First stop is the Tidewater Medical Examiner's office?" she asked. "Correct." "I'll meet you there. Who knows which directions we'll have to go after. Give you a chance to absorb this new twist in your life." The mockery was subtle, but it hummed under her words. "Did you know about this assignment at the bar?" Dawson asked. "I'd heard whispers, but nothing was etched in stone." A heads up would have been nice. She arched a brow. How would that have changed anything? Knowing she was angling for a position in his department could have changed his decision to sleep with her. Could have, but likely wouldn't have. His dick had taken over for his brain as soon as she'd sat next to him in the bar. I'll meet you there. Will do. He was relieved to be alone as he drove to the medical examiner's office. He could think better without her so close. As he pulled onto the quiet, tree-lined campus of Eastern Virginia Medical School near the banks of the Elizabeth River, he had regrouped from the shock of having Margot on the case. When he parked in front of the medical examiner's office, he refused to look in his rearview mirror and search for Margot. He never liked having a partner, but all the others had been easy to ignore. Not Margot. Out of his car, the heavy summer shrouded him as he walked to the front doors. Heeled boots drummed into concrete behind him. Door open, he paused until she'd caught up. Inside, the building's air conditioning coiled around him. He'd been in and out of this building more times than he could count, and he should have been used to it by now. He was a homicide detective. Death was part of the bargain. It came for us all, but he still resented the hell out of it when it took young kids. With Margot behind him, he weaved his way through the building to the autopsy suite. There he found the medical examiner, Dr. Alex Malone. She was mid-30s, had a solid reputation, and was considered a straight shooter. Tall, thin, with dark hair that accentuated her brown skin. Reserved, to the point of cold, was the word that came to mind when he saw her. But he got it. Better to toss up as many defense barriers as possible, or this job could eat you alive. Dr. Malone stood by a stainless steel autopsy table where skeletal remains were carefully laid out. Good morning. Dr. Malone, this is Officer Margot Lawson, Dawson said. She's new to the department and will be working with me on the Taylor case. Lawson, Dr. Alex Malone. Margot plucked latex gloves from a box resting on a stainless steel table. Dr. Malone, it's a pleasure, though I can think of nicer ways to meet. Dr. Malone's tense features relaxed a fraction. Me too. What do you have for me? Us, Dawson said. Dr. Malone flexed gloved fingers. Your victim was female, and in her mid to late teens, judging by the cranial sutures on the top of her skull, which, as you know, don't completely close until about age 25. That age estimate matches the description on the driver's license found with the body, Margot said. I understand the remains were discovered inside a wall, Dr. Malone said, in the Ghent district. Whoever wrapped her up did a good job, meticulous. It was an airtight seal. I spoke to a dozen people who lived around the crime scene, Margot said. Tanner worked for many of them, and his customers raved about his detailed carpentry work. Why bother to wrap this body so carefully? Dawson asked, more to himself. He lived in the country, and could have buried the body so deep it would have never been found. The body was his version of a trophy, Margot said. His memento of his time with her. Dawson studied the drawn figure with dried gray skin reminiscent of a Halloween prop. A decade in the elements would have decimated a corpse, but the plastic wrap and insulation around the body had mummified the remains. Let's not get ahead of our skis. Tanner's farmhouse was reduced to cinders. There's no way of proving if he held this victim or any other. Margot shook her head. Wonder what's in the walls of Tanner's other former customers' homes. One case at a time, Dawson said. Dr. Malone, how did she die? Dr. Malone placed gloved hands on the skull and gently turned it. Blackened blood stained the strands of straw-like blonde hair. She was struck in the back of the head. X-rays reveal spiral fractures across the occipital bone. This was a brutal strike. It would have caused extensive hemorrhaging. She might not have died right away, but without surgery, she'd have bled out in a few hours, maybe days. Could she have been alive when Tanner wrapped her in plastic? Margot asked. No way of knowing, Dr. Malone said. Can you confirm this is Sandra Taylor? Dawson asked.
She meets the description on Taylor's driver's license. She was 5'4", small-boned, blonde, and Caucasian. That suggests this is Miss Taylor. However, I pulled DNA from her back molars and sent it to the lab. DNA will work if I can find a family member to compare to. Social services are trying to track down her 2 siblings. I've also reached out to the foster care system for dental records, but no results yet. When kids like Sandra Taylor fell into a black hole, it was hard to pull them out.
Okay.
I will say this victim's teeth were riddled with cavities, suggesting malnutrition.
I looked up Taylor's file, Margot said. If this is Sandra Taylor, her parents